Deli. They used to, like, literally, the berserkers, they used to call them Deli, which means crazy, okay? That's our K-Hive. They have been training themselves. They've been locked away in the mountainside, slapping fucking rocks, okay? Absolutely, just slapping rocks completely naked, training themselves so that they can destroy the MAGA sickos. And if there is one force to be reckoned with on the internet, within the Democratic Party's constituencies, it is the motherfucking K-Hive. They go balls to the fucking wall.
Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come. More like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again. But not in a puritanical good Christian way, but in a weird, freak-like liberal kind of way. Welcome to the Cum Zone.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday.
And then QAnon Republicans are like, what the fuck?
That was Satch K-Hive, an early banger all the way back from like 2019. I'm Hasan Piker, and I'm here. I just want to tell you, welcome to the Cum Zone, okay? It is November 7th, 2024, Thirsty Thursday. Okay, I am a little late, and I apologize. That's because I was doing some interviews with the media, with fake news. I was doing some interviews. Yeah, the sticker is stuck on my mic and I can't take it off, and it's really goddamn annoying because now everyone's gonna think I'm lame and I actually voted when I fucking didn't, and I lied this whole time because I'm secretly a radical socialist tanky who hates the process of voting, and I actually intercepted multiple old ladies who were like, I just want to restore women's rights, and I stopped them. I slapped the shit out of them on the way to the fucking voting station, and I stole their fucking ballots and I ripped them apart. I didn't even like steal it and then change it to Donald Trump, because like that would be voting, and if there's one thing I hate the most, is voting. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MB, bro, use isopropyl alcohol. What the fuck is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know what isopropyl alcohol. I don't know what that is. Looking extra balling in that shirt, big dog. Yeah, you think? You already know, baby. Is the sticker stuck on your mic? It is. It's fucking annoying. It is what it is. Anyway, folks, boys, girls, MBs, everybody, I hope everyone's having a great one today. We are officially, I guess, at this point, 2 days out from the election station. People are already checking out. They're like, it's done. It's over. It's over. Donald Trump is president. We don't want to know about it. We don't want to hear about it. But yeah, the internet is a very toxic, a very hostile space. I gave 2 interviews this morning, one to Washington Post, one to Vanity Fair, about not only my election coverage, but also like what the media environment, what the media landscape looks like for just anybody that is not immediately on the right. Whether they vote for Donald Trump or not doesn't really matter. Just like right wing overall. Talked about a lot of that stuff. Cover it up with a different one. I don't want to do that right now. I don't have any. Put your merch sticker over it. True. My OCD's going off. That sticker is triggering me. Yeah, well, sorry. Nail polish remover on the sticker. Oh my God, look how hairy he is. God damn, I'm drooling. I'm not even that hairy right now. Like, I mean, it's just my armpits, maybe, if that's what you're talking about, but hot water, hot water. Can everybody fucking calm down? I'm not gonna do that right now. Please, this sticker is our number one priority right now. Everybody get serious. Lock in. Folks, I've been doing some interviews this morning. I went to bed last night. I have a couple possible profiles coming out as well. Working on that. But don't use nail polish remover acetone. It will melt your microphone. Okay. Well, in any case, we're here, we're live, we're alive, we're ready to go, we're ready to let it rip. As I was saying, I went to bed last night, watched a little bit, watched the last episode of whatchamacallit, Hell's Paradise is pretty good. Woke up, worked out, did a bunch of calls with the media. With the lying fake news, did a bunch of calls, told them I'm done. I'm doing it. I'm going right wing. I'm going right wing. I'm doing it. The grift is alive, folks. That chat with Bradley was eye-opening. Most of these bros don't even know what the fuck they voted for. No research, just vibes alone. Yeah, a lot of voters voted that way, but goddamn, this time it hurt for real. Yes, that is a messaging issue. Okay? The fact that like Bradley Martin is an influencer, certainly. So many of you will say he's a right-wing business owner. He's a small business owner. He's a prime vector of radicalization. But like, the thing is, he's not like ideologically committed. You know what I mean? Like he's not like, he's just a guy. A very normal guy who went and fucking voted for Donald Trump. And I think like it's good to understand every single type of person that does shit like this. Okay. How is coping day 2? Is terrible, man. It's so bad. I'm so devastated. Like this shit sucks no matter what happens. I don't know why you're like, that guy you spoke to yesterday said Trump wouldn't do Project 2025 after he's spoken to Matt Walsh. Did you see Matt Walsh tweet that P 2025 is the actual agenda? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Bro is absolutely a hog. You got blinders on because you like him. Yeah, I think there's a difference of like what I consider to be a hog and just like, yeah, I mean, Bradley is an ape. I mean, I call him that myself. You know what I mean? He is. That's not the point. The point is, you need to understand where the fuck these people are coming from. You need to understand where the fuck these people are coming from and figure out how to communicate to them, how to target them, how to change their goddamn minds. Okay? That's it. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. And I'm going to keep having these like normie ass discussions in general because, you know, I need to, like, we need to have those conversations. We just need to have like a better outreach strategy in general. And I'm going to keep doing that. But yeah. I think the reason the combos go nowhere is because they voted for Trump, not out of policy, because they think he's out here to combat the evil Dems, QAnon-S theories, and they're so schizo they won't admit it during combos. What? No, not dude. Like a guy like Bradley Martin is not a fucking QAnon person, dude. What? First of all, I think you got to talk to some QAnon people if you want, or if you need to see the QAnon people where they're at. They are not hiding it. You can tell. Man, Bradley Martin talking to Hasan makes me realize everyone's just scared and confused and tired. Everyone's only confident in their own lane and their own experience and looking for answers. Yeah. I had the same comment with my 65-year-old parents who voted for Trump. That's why I appreciate Haas for talks like this. Yeah. It's just like there's hateful little shits out there for sure. And I think we have half the time we think like the average Trump supporter is basically I'm gonna be honest with you. I think half the fucking time, like what is this? This is I'm unironically getting pushed further to the left out this election cycle. The NC has bungled 2 election cycles against Trump, and they're not learning. If you're not growing, you're dying. This guy is like the #1 Destiny dick rider. So I don't know why you're saying it seems like people are changing. This dude hates me so fucking much. He used to be a fan of mine too, as well as Destiny. And he literally like changed it. Destiny was able to fucking mind melt him, change his entire goddamn worldview. This dude fucking hates my ass. He's a fucking, I remember him like, he's like a Hutch style weirdo. So I don't know if he's actually organically turning to the left. If he is, then that's great. If he personally recognizes the flaws in Destiny's style of politics, which is like basically a rehashing of what the Democratic Party has been repeating over and over again, because he has no like unique individual ideas of his own. He's just like a regime defender unconditionally. If he's like moving away from that and recognizing that maybe it's better to fucking advocate for things that improve people's material conditions, and that's like a smart way to fucking run a campaign, then that's good. I'll have him. I think that 2028 will be 2016 all over. Bernie-like figure versus establishment them. Yeah, I just don't know. Anyway. His brain just works differently. I don't understand why people think Bradley's lying. You can see it all on his face. He would have been told by people to trust. He doesn't even know what Trump says like we do. I know. I mean, I've had this conversation with you guys so many times. Like 90% of Trump support comes from Trump supporters themselves not knowing what Trump's policies are, or not ever thinking about what the impact of those policies are. That's it. Like, so many fucking people just don't know.
I wanted to watch AOC's Instagram live last night. I watched like 50% of it. I don't want to put on another Hasan React video. This is not a this isn't meant to just I'm not meant to just replay. Oh, that's the play. I'm Hasan's waiting room.
Philly D, baby. That's right. I'm gearing up my union for the May Day 2028 general strike. I mean, dude, I'm of two different minds of like talking about May Day 2028, because I'm like low-key kind of scared to just even talk about it right now until it gets to a point where like it's until it's like materialized. You know what I mean? I'm a little worried about like talking about it out loud. I'm waiting. All I'm going to say is General Secretary Sean Fain, Chairman Fain, I'm ready, okay? Put me in a missile and fucking throw me directly headfirst into the suburbs, sir. I'm ready to do your bidding. I'll do whatever I can, material support, financial support. Launch me into the goddamn suburbs like a fucking missile, okay? So, first in the draft, yeah, I know. This is like, everyone is talking about this. And I think so many people just don't understand that. Like, so many people don't understand like some of the fundamental flaws here. Like, for me, okay, the easiest route here is to just, the most self-serving route is to basically be like, yeah, I'm that guy. Give me the fucking money. I'll be that guy. But because I'm such a fucking stubborn asshole, every time people ask me this question, I'm like, it's not just podcasts. It can't be just podcast. You cannot message with just podcasts. Oh, 34 MKD 50's back. 100 gifted subs. It's not just fucking podcasts. Like, it's not. You can't just like make a liberal Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan didn't become Joe Rogan and then and then, you know, right wing gave him money and he became an operative or something. It was clips out of podcasts on TikTok. No, people just don't understand the situation. People don't understand the situation. 250,000 viewers says you are fucking wrong, bro. What? Cope more. You are the chosen one. No. Okay, listen. Let me just blast off and we'll get into it. Okay. Let me just blast off and we'll get into it. Hold on. First of all, I'm doing this new thing where I'm changing. Well, I'm not changing my shooting, but like in order to warm up when I'm activating, like in order to use my legs more when I'm shooting, I wanted to show you guys this here. First of all, a couple things. Mind Lolly is now obviously the fucking VP. And this is the never-ending cycle. Uninspiring centrist refuses to tackle the underlying social problems that led to the rise of the far right. Boom. Stagnating living standards creates fertile ground for fascism. Far right wins the elections. Boom. Far right drives the economy off a cliff. Lower standards of public life generally makes everything objectively worse. And then boom, uninspiring centrist comes back in, defeats far right with a promise of change. 34 MKD 50. Thank you for another 100 gifted subs. 200, 300 gifted subs. He's back, baby. The Turks are back. Now that Erdogan's favored candidate, Donald Trump, is back in office, the Turks are back in the fucking building and they're doing the damn thing, dude. They're fucking gifting like crazy. Thank you for your financial support. Subscribing is the best way to support me. I am no longer running ads and farming revenue that way. I might get back to it. I might fucking keep running ads. Who knows? But for the time being, I will not be. The entire point of the content creator economy is that you get views outside of mainstream media. You can't do counterculture shit if your politics are the same as Chuck Todd's. And then I just watch the TV like my grandma. People don't get it. Yes, that's part of it. Okay, that's part of it. I'm going to get into that in a second. Hold on. I just wanted to show you. Mind Lolly. I can't believe this ugly fuck is now the vice president. How the fuck did we do this? And then last but not least, I said top two are Rumble and most likely bought it, but this list is insane. I'm the only person on the left on this list. Right-wing media is incredibly dominant. Incredibly dominant. People don't understand it, okay? People do not recognize what the fuck's going on. People do not recognize what the fuck is going on. And they're already writing think pieces where they're like, ooh, maybe we should wag the finger at the fucking media diet of these people without like trying to figure out what the real underlying issue is. Okay. All of these guys literally love Bernie Sanders. They love Bernard Sanders. Okay. That's something you got to remember always and forever. Maybe not Aiden Ross, but don't matter. Anyway, let's blast off. Election station. Right-wing media dominates the news cycle. How to defeat it. Will the Dems learn the right lessons? Get in now. Can you explain people's journey from Bernie to Trump? I mean, dude, people do not make complex political decisions. They're not like hyper informed and making these decisions off of like real ideological standing. Okay, they're just kind of dumb. Most people are kind of dumb or too busy to fucking pay attention to whatever is going on, right? So that's it. That's how it works. Another 100 gifted subs from 34 MKD50. He's going to be peppering all day. Liz, like, Dan Bongino is an insane person, right? He blocked me many, many years ago because I said that I wanted his steroid regimen. Like, he never told me what it was, and then he just like fucking blocked me instead of answering me. Steven Crowder, again, lame as fuck, right? Mr. Wife Brutalizer, Mr. Pregnant Wife Brutalizer himself, Mr. What is this? Did you see ACP celebrating your sarcastic response to my critique of electoralism? Hassan Piker has endorsed the ACP, says the American Communist Party will win the next election. Stop. I'm never doing that. I'm never bringing that shit up again. That's crazy. All right. You see, Don Lemon was watching my stream on TikTok. I heard. Hold up. Where is it? Is it this?
No, you're right. That's famously what women always say. They hate dudes who are 6'4" and brolic.
53,000 likes. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what helps right after working those out is if you do this. You're welcome, chat.
Wait, oh, you were just.
If not. Anyway, thoughts on the Adam Friedland show becoming the Joe Rogan style media operation for the Democratic Party? It's just like so funny to be like, podcasts are gonna save us. Yeah, Lebanon has gone crazy. Obama, when Trump removes the 22nd Amendment and runs it back in 2028. Yeah, dude, Obama's gonna come back. He's gonna win for sure. Definitely for sure. Don Lemon was watching me. Let's see what he said.
Right-wing ideology and talking points, and they don't even realize it. Here it is.
Massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces. Everything is completely dominated by right-wing politics. If you're a dude under the age of 30 and you have any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, every single facet of that is just completely dominated by center right to, I wouldn't say far right in the same way that it was back in like the 2016 era at the end of like Obama's administration, but like definitely center right to Trumpian right, like openly Trump right, not like genuinely neo-Nazi. That part is quieted down a little bit, but like they're like 90% of the way there for the most part. And that's it. Everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic, thought leaders, influencers that they subscribe to. And I think
TikTok,
that is
how are you?
some of the reason why you see this movement.
Cry me a river. So I agree. That's why you see this movement. He's 100% right. Whether folks want to believe it or realize it or not, whether you want to admit to it.
And it's not like I want to expand on this, and I have in all the interviews that I've given on this issue so far, because a lot of people have been reaching out, because like out of the hundreds of things that I've said in this past election cycle, many of which happen to be correct, I would say that the stickiest ones for the liberals and in the media specifically have been this take, right? And also the Democratic Party has like a real problem with younger men in general, and they've pushed them aside, and that right-wing media dominates all the podcasts and all the independent media. Okay? And I think a lot of people are looking for like an easy solution on this, where they think like, oh, I guess it's because like people just saw Joe Rogan and became right wing or something like that. And that's not how this works, right? Like you also have to change the message that the Democratic Party is communicating. And if their goal is to simply be like, oh, we got to drop this trans shit, we just got to be transphobic, you're a fucking idiot. Okay? I'm sorry. You're an absolute dumbass. There's a way to defend trans people and not like aesthetically pander to trans people. And I think a lot of that comes from universality, okay, as a principle. Human rights is unconditional, right? You got to be like, listen, Medicare for all is happening, whether you want it or not. That means it's for every single person. I want every single person to have health care. Okay, doesn't matter if you're a Nazi, doesn't matter what your background is, you're going to get health care. Okay? That's the entire purpose. That is how you're supposed to message it. You're not supposed to hyper target your messaging to be like, I am going to offer $50,000 in tax credits to startups created by trans people who only are non-binary. No female to male, no male to female, just non-binary trans people get the $50,000 tax credit. Like, that is an incredibly fucking stupid way to message. Okay? It's unnecessarily divisive. It's bad politics. It's bad policy. The MBs do not deserve the $50,000 in tax credits. That's what I'm saying. Okay? No more MB podcasts. But like, but the Democratic Party doesn't understand that. And not only do they not understand that, but they also have like actively hit Bernie on this shit. They actively hit Bernie on this shit to be like, Bernie is so sexist. Bernie is so racist. Like, he wants, he's not pandering in a stupid ass way to each individual marginalized group. He wants like everyone to do well, and he's communicating a broader, more universal message. And then people are shocked like why that message works. People are shocked why the Democratic Party's message, on the other hand, that is like hyper specific, hyper targeted, is just not good, especially because they also come across very disingenuous, right? Liberals make the mistake thinking you need, for example, a pro-trans person that won't shut up about trans rights. But what you really need is a pro-trans person who won't stop talking about working class issues. Exactly. Because at the end of the day, trans people are working class. Like, they're not magic. You know what I mean? They're not like magically above the same material fucking harms that a white dude who's in the same age group is experiencing, right? Like, that's just, it's always so stupid when people just like hyper focus on marginalized identities in a way that like kind of doesn't make sense. And they do it for like aesthetic reasons, and then they drop it all the time. There has never been a moment in my career, okay? There's never been a moment in my career where I've been like, yeah, we got to drop this trans stuff, guys. Like, that's insane. If I were to do that, okay, you would be completely correct in shitting on me. You know what I mean? And it's not just trans people. People go, oh, why are you talking about trans people? It's like, it's just one aspect of it, right? It's one aspect of the conversation. It's not just trans people. It's the same principle for undocumented immigrants, right? Like, I'm not dropping that shit. I care about those people. I don't want them to get mass deported. They've done nothing wrong, right? So people don't understand that like there is a way to communicate a progressive message without like coming across as a cynical panderer who at any moment could just drop that conditional allyship that they've represented. And the Democrats are fake. They're phony. They are always only aesthetically tokenizing certain marginalized identities, and then are constantly just going, which group should we shit on today? Which group could we drop today? And then they refuse to learn their lessons. They refuse to learn from these lessons. You know what I mean? Jamie Harrison right here. This is straight up bullshit. Biden was the most pro-worker president of my life. Saved union pensions, created millions of good paying jobs, and even marched in a picket line. And some MVP's plans would have fundamentally transformed the quality of life and closed the racial wealth gap for working people across the country. From child tax credit to $25K for a down payment for a house to Medicare covering the cost of senior health care in their homes. There are a lot of post-election takes, and this one ain't a good one. First of all, hey, Jamie Harrison, you're gone, bitch. So why the fuck are you still chirping, okay? No longer the chair of Democrats, okay? Why are you still chirping, Jamie? Bye-bye, Jamie. Fucking loser. Okay, that's number one. Jamie Harrison, perpetual loser. Why the fuck did they elevate him? Who knows? Number two, while there is truth to some of the things that he's saying in terms of Biden's agenda, you didn't communicate it. And also, these things are like, they are not immediate, right? There is no like immediate impact. There is no immediate impact in people's lives. Like, they can't comprehend it, right? It's kind of like saying, well, the economy is rebounding. It's like, it doesn't matter, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, unemployment is low. It's like, okay, well, guess what, dude? Unemployment is low sounds great, but the problem is, if people are still struggling and you're not addressing that, Then they don't give a fuck about unemployment. This is not a culture war that you can just win by doing fucking podcasts. Meatloaf's Wikipedia drama, eating disorder, Twitter turns on Trump, DDG on Kai Cenat. Yeah. I just don't think people understand. Yale-educated former lobbyist for Bank of America, Lockheed Martin, Wells Fargo, Boeing, BP, etc. thinks concerns about the Democratic Party abandoning the working class is straight up bullshit. Yeah, I wonder why. Now, the thing is, the right also has their own Jamie Harrisons. The problem is they just message better. Okay? Celinda Lake, a Democratic pollster on talking to voter focus groups. Everybody knows what Trump economics is. China tariffs, tax cuts. Then you go to ask them, what are the Democratic economics? And someone will make a joke about welfare, and then half the people can't name anything. It's nothing like the Republican brand. Like, the Democrats do not campaign outside of every 4 years. The Republicans campaign every fucking day. That's the problem. Okay? It's so out of touch. Yeah. That's it. There ain't never a moment where a Republican won't fucking tell you about how the border crisis is happening. You know, every single goddamn day. They're doing rapes. They're doing mass rapes, everybody. They're lying too. It's not like it's true, but it doesn't matter. They say it every fucking day until it becomes reality. Democrats, on the other hand, shut the fuck up and wait for the Republicans to run the table and then respond. They always find themselves on the back foot for no reason. Yeah. They do not understand because the Democratic Party does not communicate it. Another House Dem aide gets in touch. Our party must learn that outside of our tiny insular bubble, AOC's toxic Democratic brand with swing voters, her primetime DNC speaking slot played directly into the narratives that lost us this election. Yeah, I don't think these guys are going to learn. I don't think they're going to learn. I think they're going to wait and allow the Trump Republican Party to just like fucking destroy the country so that the unpopularity of the Trump Republican Party will then let them put forward another very crowded field, okay, of Democratic primaries where they'll inevitably elevate one of the worst dumbasses. Like, it's going to be Pete Buttigieg, dude. It's going to be like a Pete Buttigieg, fucking Josh Shapiro, Gavin Newsom ticket. Like, it's going to be one of those guys, and I'm going to fucking die. I'm just going to light on fire, okay? I'm just going to... Imagining that in and of itself is just... Anti-intellectualism is so bad.
I think my real big prediction for the next 4 years is that anti-intellectualism is in. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of niggas is gonna think that they are being counterculture and think they're being punk rock. I mean, I guess that's not gonna be in. That's already kind of in right now. I'm pretty like come to terms with the fact that we might be entering the new dark ages as far as just like art quality goes and intellectualism goes and just like progressive thought as a whole. But
right.
That's only if we let it be. I'm seeing so many cowardly ass, bitch ass, hoe ass niggas. It's over. They win. Get your bitch ass off the floor, nigga. Ain't nothing over until the motherfucking cows come home. This shit ain't over until Allah rings the motherfucking bell. And I ain't heard the bell yet. And just to see so many people like,
he's right.
It's over. Nah, shit finna get dark. But that's why we gonna be needing more niggas to light the way. Like, I don't know. I see too many niggas giving up. I guess it's my main thing.
He's right. He's absolutely right. It's a great take. The NC doesn't realize how you need simple communications plans. There's reporting a lot of people didn't realize Biden wasn't on the ballot. AOC and other progressives have clear messages. Kamala pushed Trump agenda and didn't know why people didn't show up for them. Yeah, there are so many fucking issues with the Democratic Party, man. So many goddamn issues, but like it comes from this, okay? It is their fucking inability It is their inability, or rather their ideological goals, that stop them from recognizing their fucking errors. They just don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. I'm seeing it over and over again. This is why I said to Michael from Pennsylvania before the election, when he was like, it's better when the Democrats lose because then there's an opportunity to organize. I agree with him that there is an opportunity to organize, but I just don't think the Democratic Party is going to fucking turn around and like allow there to be any organizing, right? We shall see. We shall see. But you know, it's just, they're so fucking annoying, man. They are literally flooding mainstream media with this narrative right now. They're literally, at this very moment, you go on any of the major news networks, right now, you are going to hear the most insane shit from people like Cuck Todd, okay? And they're blue pilling your grandmothers and your mom and your dad by telling them this insane narrative that like Kamala Harris actually lost because she was so pro-trans. Like, when the fuck was she pro-trans, dude? She never said no damn thing about trans people. Not once. The fuck are you talking about? Kamala Harris lost because she wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel. That's a take I heard. To me, that take is QAnon, okay? There is no difference in the lack of mental fortitude, the utter insanity, than just being a straight up QAnon supporter who's like, Donald Trump is fighting the deep state pedophiles, brother. Let me tell you, that's why I voted for him. It is that same level of delulu. You are the most delusional person on the fucking planet. I saw another take. Okay, I'm going to run this back. I need you to hear how insane this is.
And I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. Yeah. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected. There was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money running her own ad.
Yeah, dude, shut the fuck up. You're such a bought and sold charlatan, Van Jones. Suck my fucking dick. Whatever her name is from Zioness. You went to that special interest group's fucking party because you want to do this. This is why he's doing this, okay? His entire fucking goal on this panel is to just like try and spear dick this obviously fucking completely ridiculous narrative to be like, actually, Kamala Harris wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel. It's so really damaging for the campaign. And then the absolute fucking idiots that watch this shit, that work at the top of the Democratic Party, are like, I guess that's true. Like, who are you fooling, dude? What are you doing? This is, for the record, part of the reason why people don't want to watch the news anymore. They don't want to watch your shit because when you are sitting and watching a CNN panel, and I love CNN. I watch CNN all the goddamn time. Okay, you know this. I have friends that work at CNN. I think CNN is fine overall. But like when I hear this shit, I'm like, come on. Who is this for, brother? What are you saying? Kamala Harris wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel? What the fuck? What are you saying? Oh, I'm sorry. She didn't say Am Israel Chai on fucking at the DNC platform. I guess that's why she wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel. Like who? Who is this for, brother? Who is this for? I know who is for. I know what you're doing. Let me tell you who this is not for. American Jews who voted overwhelmingly for the Democratic Party. 80%. Overwhelmingly. Okay? Because guess what? Turns out the Haaretz poll, or I think it was the Times of Israel poll that came out a couple months prior, was correct. Israel is not their top priority. Okay? You know why? Because they're American Jews. Okay? They're not Jews in Israel. They are Jews in America. They're American citizens. I hate this fucking woke dual loyalty narrative coming from these fucking dumb fucks. They don't live there. If they cared about Israel that much, they'd be living in fucking Israel, okay? What the fuck? Every single fucking poll kept saying, hey, if you tackle this Israel shit, you are going to get rewarded, okay? 200,000 Muslims, Arabs in Dearborn in Michigan, largest representation. What happened? What happened in Michigan? I thought you were going to win Michigan with the suburbs. What the fuck happened? You lost Michigan because you lost the fucking Arab and Muslim vote, but it's not just the Arabs and the Muslims. You lost a shit ton of people who cared about this, who just didn't go out and vote. Okay? They just didn't vote because they were like, why the fuck would I do this? They're not responsive to anything. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that they were just like, they let Trump claim that he was anti-war. Like, I cannot begin to tell you how psychotic that is. One day, Democrats will understand, hopefully, that lesser evil voting and harm reduction narratives do not get asses off seats. Okay? And if they don't learn this, they're going to constantly have a lighter version of they're going to just do fascism light. It's going to be a Republican primary all day, every day. Yeah, he's talking about Zionist. I went to a launch party of Zionist, a new Dem-targeted pro-Israel political fund, which promised to be raucous and overflowing with a star-studded congressional cast. What I found was a very unhappy Mondaire Jones, a few people in anxiety about Kamala. But hey, this is how special interest works, okay? You got a lot of fucking money. So what do? You set up a party at the DNC, and then you get Van Jones at the party. You grease him up. Get him a couple cocktails. Talk to him. Talk about how wonderful you are. Now Van Jones is open-minded to your fucking perspective. Now, a couple months later, boom, there you go. Dropping Zionist as a special interest group on election night coverage at CNN. That's how this shit works. It's not even like nefarious or secret. It's very above board. It is happening every single fucking day directly in front of our eyes. These guys are so used to being farmed like this that they don't even see a world outside of it. Like they do not, I can't think of a single damn conclusion that a lot of these dudes arrive at on their own, that a lobbyist hasn't just communicated to them, okay? What a psychotic take that is so immediately at odds with the reality and purposely works to try and actively lie to the audience that's watching. Okay? That's it. That's fucked up. That, to me, is QAnon shit. No different than QAnon shit.
Had trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So, but listen, you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird, and it was not a good
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before before we've called the race and before she dropped out. But, you know, one thing on that, the answer on I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it and whether she just felt she did not want to.
Loyalty.
Yes, loyalty. And so she should have just said, look, I'm grateful to him. I'm proud of many of the things we did together, and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future. Would have been.
Dude, what are you saying, man? Oh my God, the fucking autopsy, dude. It is so unimaginably wrong. It is so unimaginably wrong. It's so bad. These guys literally are actively pushing the wrong thing. And they're priming the base. They're tuning the base that watches these television networks into believing a false reality, okay? It's very frustrating to see this. Like, I'm telling you right now, like, they're so in a bubble. Like, it's so crazy. And I say this as a guy who spends 10 hours a day online. Like, I spend 10 hours a day online. I'm live all the goddamn time. How the fuck do I have a better understanding of what the hell's going on than these guys do? They're so locked in on the DC bubble. Talk to a person who's not a fucking lobbyist, please, for once in your fucking lives, dude. They all go to the same parties. They all talk to the same fucking people. There's just nothing. There's nothing that like talk to some Trump supporters. And I don't mean like fucking dipshit billionaires, okay? Talk to some Trump supporters. Talk to some disenfranchised voters who feel like they're not going to vote because they just don't have, the party doesn't have their best interest in mind. Like, please interact with normal people, okay? Go to a goddamn public park, please. Talk to a crazy person. I do it all the time at the public parks I go to. It's not great. It's not always the best, experience, but do it. Just fucking do it. But yeah, that's how it works. I'm glad that he brought up Zionist specifically because it's like a failed interest group that was trying to reinstill, a commitment, an extra commitment to Israel from the Democratic Party from a progressive side. It's like the progressive anti-abortion interest group, right? Like, they exist. These things exist. They don't got no motion, right? But they did it. They won. Like, that's a massive way to get a call out like this, you know? You bring Van Jones to your party. He sucks down a couple cocktails, and then he fucking says, like, oh, yeah, Zionist was doing a great job, actually, trying to assure people that, like, Kamala Harris was pro-Israel, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. It's like, dude, you are out of your fucking mind. Like, what are you talking about? Pro-Israel? Motherfucker. What do you mean pro-Israel? Kamala Harris was already super pro-Israel. And not only that, but she also was anti-Palestinian. So much so that she fucking lost Michigan. And possibly other places as well. Like, this probably played a role in Pennsylvania as well, in Georgia as well. There were plenty of fucking young voters who cared about this shit. And Kamala Harris was like, this is what you get. We cannot let these fucking clowns run the clown show in this way. I'm losing my damn mind, dude. I'm losing it. Another House Dem. Our party must learn from our tiny insular bubble. AOC's toxic to the Democratic brand and swing voters. Her primetime DNC speaking slot played directly into the narratives that lost this election. Like, what are you saying? What did the Democrats do that was like even remotely pro AOC? If anything, they're constantly fucking using AOC to try to whip up the progressive base of support. Okay, which she does to much success, really, which then pisses off the leftists because they're like, why are you fucking riding so hard with this like bloodthirsty administration? Okay, they just use her. They just use her like a rag. Like, they literally will like roll her out every now and then to be like, come on, get some fucking progressive voters in. Come on, go ahead. Lie to them. Tell them that we're working tirelessly around the clock to fucking do a ceasefire. They don't even use her. They think that she is toxic. This is real, by the way. This sentiment from this aide, this House aide, is not a joke. Okay? It's not. It's real. They genuinely are so fucking stupid that they think she is toxic. If the Dems learn the right lessons, does Waltz run in 2028? What's insane was the base was on their knees begging for Kamala to acknowledge their concerns regarding Palestine. So much that they'd accept the 3-minute speech of the DNC that ultimately endorsed her. and she wouldn't do it, then topping it off by telling you to pack up your shit and bounce. Yeah. Yeah, also, raw votes in New York 14, AOC 123,239, Kamala 122,455, raw votes in New York 15, Richie Torres 121,318, Kamala 127,000. So Richie Torres underperformed Kamala Harris, AOC overperformed Kamala Harris in their districts. Maybe Richie Torres should have been, working, I guess, a little bit harder on his own fucking race in the poorest congressional district in the goddamn country, instead of trying to ban the only fucking progressive voice that is able to penetrate any of these goddamn right-wing spaces, because I've been too much of a meanie bobini to Israel. What a fucking freak he is, dude. Remember that? 5 days before the election, this dumb fuck is running around being like, what Twitch must do is ban this guy. Yeah, you want only Asmongold should be able to talk about politics. Like, what the fuck? That's so insane, dude. That's so fucking insane. Like, you saw the numbers. You saw the numbers. Richie Torres, 5 days out from an election, alongside Ethan Klein and Destiny, these guys who are like supposedly progressive, supposedly, pro-Democratic Party, they were so invested in making sure that this list did not have one single progressive person on it. Talk to me about your fucking priorities, please. Talk to me about your fucking priorities. 5 days out from a fucking election. You think it would have been more successful if Twitch banned me? You think it would have been better overall? That's crazy to me. Like, that's actually crazy. I could not believe it. I didn't want to talk about it too much because, like, there was a lot of like obvious insanity happening behind the scenes, but I was trying to be as laser focused on the upcoming election as possible. But it blew my mind. It blew my fucking mind that Richie Torres was so stupid that he like aligned with a dude who personally has propped up Nicolas fucking Fuentes, like deliberately revitalized Nicolas Fuentes' dead career. Can you imagine? Who the fuck's on Rumble? Yeah, I mean, this is botted into oblivion. Can you explain the Dems try to ban you? Yes. Destiny's community actively fucking went to every advertiser and tried to get me, try to apply pressure. It didn't work, but they tried to apply pressure to Twitch. They went to the ADL with the express purpose of trying to get me banned before the election. Okay? They did a mass brigading campaign, and very openly so. They did it very openly. And they knew that I don't have any advertisers, so they can't fucking get me, right? Personally, they can't go to my advertisers. Apparently they went to the Majority Report advertisers and got their advertisers to pull out right before the election. Okay? They openly said, we are going to start a active brigading campaign, Gamergate style, and try to get Hasan banned from Twitch before the election. And they also very openly said that they were doing it as a troll. Like, they thought it would be very funny if they were able to do this. And it got so fucking insane because they went to every news outlet and tried to shop this story. And of course, journalists were like, the fuck? What are you talking about? There's an election in 5 days. Shut the fuck up. So they got nothing from those news outlets. And the only one dumb enough to bite it was literally Richie Torres, who is supposed to be a somewhat progressive member of the Democratic Party. What is this? Here's a clip of D's right-hand man saying,
Yes. You would bend the knee?
Yes. Instead of dying? Yes.
Never bend the knee.
Oh, I will bend the knee. I have no fucking... I'll do anything, whatever it takes.
Okay, of the things that Trump has said...
I will never give up until Dan Clancy is dead. I will bend whatever...
Like, they actively targeted Dan Clancy directly. They actively targeted people who are in the trust and safety team on Twitch directly. Okay. One of those morons said they would go after everyone who appears on your show, fucking loser behavior. Yeah. They spam emailed everyone. They spam emailed advertisers being like, look at these out of context clips. This person is promoting anti-Semitism, right? Democrats need someone who can speak to the youth, someone with consistently progressive politics, someone who knows how to debate, someone who will, as a white guy, defend saying the N-word, someone who will almost always victim blame in instances of a woman being sexually assaulted. That's the kind of guy, someone who has advocated for white supremacists to kill Black Lives Matter protesters because he thought that it would be hurting Biden's chances of re-election or hurting Biden's chances in the 2020 election. That's the kind of guy. Someone who's called trans people mentally ill, someone who platforms Nazis. Like, these people are so fucking delusional. They don't understand. They just like live in this like warped reality, okay? They live in this fucking warped ass reality. They see a couple, like a lot of people probably see a couple clips on TikTok here and there of him like owning a dumbass right winger and go, this guy seems good. And then they personally understand exactly what the fuck this dude is about. And they go, never mind. I've never had a more viscerally unpleasant reaction to meeting someone than I did with this man. The level of aggressive arrogance and incuriosity about other perspectives is off the charts. Can't imagine how anyone would want to spend time with him unless it was their job. There was so little warmth or empathy in him. I found it quite disturbing. I do some debate myself, and I understand why people get satisfaction from crushing and destroying others in argument. But I found his personality more off-putting even than Trump or Vance. I once met a hairless cat that did nothing but attack you. You'd walk into a room. The cat would just run at you and start biting you for pleasure. It was horrible. Like, why is this thing alive? Why would anyone want it around? Among humans, Destiny is the closest I've met to that cat. Truly a legitimately toxic individual with a genuinely toxic community who does the exact same shit that they used to do back in the day on 4chan Poll, on Kiwi Farms, on anonymous forums where they just like actively target, create entire files of like propaganda, of clips out of context, and they go after every single person with such viciousness until, until they can successfully turn them into what they consider a lol cow. And it's insane. It's like it's just mentally unhinged behavior. Okay? Yeah. I mean, fist bumping Nazis. I don't even know if that photo is real, but I know that he did go and eat chicken and waffles with him. And worse than that, he fucking openly admitted to revitalizing his career. Like, time and time again. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. There's just like, please mention the reason why E has a new enemy every day is because D people stalk everyone you've ever talked positively about. I know. I've seen so many libs calling D the only liberal podcaster on our side. Yeah. And here's the thing, okay? Here's the issue. here's the issue. If your entire politics revolves around spite, okay? If your entire politics is just like pure spite, pure vitriol, pure animus, and no like, it has no basis in like empathy, and you just kind of, I guess, use the Democratic Party or liberalism as like your what is this? I mean, yeah, it's gross. It makes gross fucking jokes like that all the time. Whatever. The point is, and we're gonna get back to like obviously the Trump stuff in a second, but now that the election is done, I did briefly want to talk about this because it was so insane. It was so incredibly insane that, like, again, look at that list. Every single person on the list is either center right or far right. Most of them are far right. Okay? And these guys were so invested in just like having this spite-driven campaign to deplatform one of the largest fucking voices of progressive politics online 5 days out from a fucking election. That's crazy. Like, if you hyper focused on the larger problems, I wouldn't even bring this person up. You know what I mean? If he just like only cared about like taking out Ben Shapiro or right wingers instead of spending his community's time actively and deliberately trying to come after me with false smears and attacking even like reporters who write about me, attacking my moderation team, attacking people who used to be on my mod team who are content creators themselves, people who I react to, people who I see in the real world. If they weren't so fucking busy doing all this shit, I wouldn't care. You know what I mean? It's just so psychotic. And there's no legislation surrounding like cyber stalking and doing these like cyber harassment campaigns. There's just nothing. You just have to rely on people knowing what like Gamergate style cyber harassment campaigns look like. And many people do. So they know exactly what it looks like and they kind of understand it. There are certain people who don't. You know, executives get like fearful when they see any kind of motion in any direction. But overall, there is no power. Like, you can brigade Reddit, but it's not penetrating the real world. No, defamation doesn't work that way. So it's just like a sad state of affairs. Ethan was telling your audience, you told your audience not to vote. Yeah, dude, sure. I think this is here.
And and Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like, I represent.
He's talking about neo-Nazi Nicholas Fuentes here and how he revitalized his career. That is the person that Democratic Party's very own Congressperson Richie Torres was aligned with to try and fucking take the only large progressive voice out from the equation, to cancel and try to get to ban the only large left-wing progressive content creator. That's who Richie Torres was aligned with, using clips from his fucking subreddit, like 17-second clips. Think about how insane that is for a second, please. And then we turn around and we talk about like how crazy it is that there are no left-wing voices out there. Wow, the entire space is dominated by right-wing charlatans.
Presented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the fuck you would do that. Like, he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my bitch or anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, like, bro, who the fuck are you? Like, I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like, I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the fuck would you like burn my shit so hard? Like, you're so stupid.
Why isn't the neo-Nazi that I am prominently fucking propping up, openly admitting that I'm propping up, being nicer to me? That is the person that Richie Torres was working with, alongside the ADL. Okay? Five days out from a goddamn election. Doesn't he also ban people from his community for calling Nick Fuentes a Nazi and said he's not a Nazi, he's just a Christian nationalist? Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. Also, the masks are fully off now is so funny to say about Nicholas Fuentes. He's always been this booger-eating Nazi. This is normal. This is normal for him. He's never had the mask on. Anyway. It's crazy. I just hate how Ethan is brigading smaller content creators like the D program because he couldn't get to you. It's fucking gross how he keeps picking smaller content creators that are just getting by, and he is sitting on his golden throne. Is just straight up harassment. I know he's just. It's. I'm sure he'll eventually stop when he realizes that like there's nothing to farm there, or until he successfully changes his entire fucking community into one that is just as toxic as like Divorcelli's community is. Like aligning with all these fucking drama peddlers like Keemstar and shit in an effort to try and get me fucking banned is psychotic to me, you know? I just don't get it. I don't understand it. It's so insane. I didn't talk about it, like I said, all that much because like I had, you know, more important things to worry about. But yeah, I saw this as well. This is from the Don't Worry Pod, the guys in Lebanon that I platformed before.
Talk a lot, and BB's become a lot like Trump.
Yeah, BB's his guy. They're like homies. BB's celebrating last night.
Just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
The person that they're talking about is Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant, alongside Benjamin Netanyahu, has an active petition for his arrest by the ICC. Now, of course, the Israeli government and the American government have been able to actively suppress this investigation from the ICC, the International Criminal Court. ICJ is prosecuting Israel. ICC prosecutes people for war crimes. Prosecutor Karim Khan has launched an investigation into both Yoav Gallant, the defense minister that they're talking about right now, that Benjamin Netanyahu just fired, and Benjamin Netanyahu for war crimes. Okay? The person that they are talking about here, before getting fired by Benjamin Netanyahu, the person that they're calling a moderating voice, said this, which is the reason why there is an active petition, an active application for a warrant for his arrest by the ICC. I have ordered a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no fuel, no water. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals. And we act accordingly. That is not a good guy. I'm sorry. It's not. And it's like shocking to see Ethan say this stuff.
Yeah.
And he got rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy. Just recognize his picture. He looked mean.
I don't know how you don't know anything about Yoav Gallant, brother. This has been 12 months. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who has once again an active court case against him for war crimes by the ICC. He is mentioned by name.
Mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
But I'm the radical extremist. I liked Ethan because he would go after the evil people no one would touch, but he keeps going after genuinely kind-hearted good people. So icky. He's been so used to being on the right side of things that are so easy to be on the right side about anti-trans incels, etc., that he can't fathom. Maybe he's championing the wrong side. I don't know. I don't know. I'm legitimately shocked. Bro hasn't said anything in a year about this until now, and whenever he speaks about it, it's to out himself as either apologetic or completely ignorant towards anything going on in Palestine. It's disappointing. That's all I can say. Very disappointing. Anyway, like I said, it is shocking that so many people got like looped into this fucking hate campaign that has just been ongoing for an entire month at this point, and it went nowhere. And it was, in some ways, it was hurtful. In other ways, it was expected. But I still couldn't believe it. Like, I couldn't believe that there were people out there who are so stupid, like Richie Torres, that would just like get in line for this because they're so viciously pro-Israel. Like, they are so openly not cognizant of anything else, that like anger and that resentment and that interest outweighed like his own personal fucking election that was coming up. Like, there is a fucking general election happening in 5 days, and this motherfucker was like using the congressional header with clips that he got from Destiny's Community out of context to be like, this guy is the arch terrorist. He must be banned immediately. It was so insane. You have no idea how many posts like this I've seen. It's so sad to see. Decided checking on how liberals are handling the loss and immediately regretted that decision. For the next 4 years, I'm drinking all the Starbucks. I want to spite you all. Two can play that game. I just don't like a lot of this stuff is unnecessarily divisive. Okay. And I think people will get whipped into shape eventually because there is a far greater threat to the entire world and every American with the upcoming Trump administration once this lame duck session is over. And right now, everyone is hurting. Right now, people are trying to pick up the pieces and try to understand like how we got here. What happened? How could this have happened? How could Donald Trump have won again? And I think there is a deep inability within the top of the Democratic Party. Like, they do not want to address the root causes at all. Did Ethan write the letter to Congress trying to ban you? No, Richie Torres did. He just supported Richie Torres, which was insane. My out of the loop live friend casually asked me if I'd heard the Hasan Piker controversy this past week, citing the front pages of Reddit as a source. Exactly. And with how easily brigaded Reddit can be, but also beyond that, how echo chambered everyone is at this point online. You can have people who are just like totally oblivious. Most people are totally oblivious to this reality, but it's just, I don't know. Like we gotta become reasonable again. It's really fucked up. Will they? Aren't you tired of false predictions? Liberals are fascist best friends. All that is left is the left, and the left has no institutional power at all. Yeah, my goal is to try and try and change that as best as I can. They admitted they don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism and are just doing... Oh yeah, this is the last thing I wanted to show you. Twitch's terms of service already protects against hate speech. It's actually a good document that is applied well. None of these people attacking Twitch even cared about hate speech or anti-Semitism. If they did, they'd be going after Kick or X, not anti-Zionist creators on Twitch.
You know, it's sad because I've dedicated the last 2 weeks of my life basically to Steve's cause.
This, by the way, it was happening, again, 5, 4, 2, 3 days out from the election with the sole purpose of he's going to get a lot of views on election day. We got to get him banned before that happens.
What? Which one? You're talking about the Twitch thing?
Yeah, destroying Twitch.
I thought that was more your thing than...
Why the fuck do I care about Twitch? I'm not banned there.
I thought you cared because they were anti-Semitic and being weird.
Nah, it's just fun.
Oh, okay. I care. I thought you cared, bro.
I mean, I care that I want to win. I care that it would be fucking awesome and funny if I won.
It would be awesome and funny.
It would be fucking hysterical if a company... Imagine if we trolled a CEO out of his job.
They're just doing Gamergate shit openly in broad daylight, and they're confident enough to just say it out loud, knowing full well that most people, are not going to fucking dive deeper into this. They're just going to see they're going to just see the high notes, the highlights. And they can just endlessly brigade LSF, which is now run by a head moderator that is a part of Destiny's community, that used to be a former Twitch staffer. And they can just keep fucking brigading it over and over and over again, but it just goes nowhere. An ex-mod, yeah, this guy is an ex-mod who harassed other mods, and a jaded Destiny orbiter who loved talking to you until his favorite daddy had an issue with you. Exactly. And we've also seen what his fans look like in public. Like his orbiters and his fans, like people in his community, have come up to me in the real world, and it's like a 1 second interaction when it happens, and then we go back and we find that like he's been unimaginably racist, saying shit like this in the fucking Discord, in the Destiny Discord. It's Hasan. He's right there. I'm shaking. Yeah, turns out this was the type of shit that he was saying too. That's the Hasan Stream. He fucking named himself Hasan Stream Sniper. That was such a pivotal moment in his life. This is the type of people he has in his community. Like this is the community that he has cultivated. Destiny has cultivated. Fucking 4chan losers, basically. Just all the most pathetic like Kiwi Farms and fucking 4chan poll idiots gathered around. Yeah. And that interaction was so fucking stupid in and of itself. But it didn't matter, you know? Destiny retweeted that clip of that interaction, encouraging people to harass me in real life. And it didn't really go anywhere. But it's just crazy. It's just like not a normal thing to do. So just remember, when you see something that doesn't make fucking sense, when you're like, you see a clip that doesn't make sense at all about me, where people are just like really priming it, you know? Where people are like, look at this guy, Hasan, he fucking sucks. Understand that it is most likely out of context and is directly coming from that community that has not stopped cyber stalking me or cyber harassing me for the past fucking 5 years. And it's never gone anywhere, but it doesn't stop them because there is no way to stop it. Like there's not really anything you can do about it. It is what it is. Just fucking weirdo behavior, and he has a material benefit like that he gains out of this. I mean, he gets ad revenue from this kind of activity. Hopefully one day they'll stop. I don't know. I don't think the world needs another why Trump one take, at least not for me. And obviously there's no one answer, but I do have a piece on print this week, and here are a few paragraphs that might be relevant. The Tucker Carlson Road Show. Yeah. Anyway, when you hear people say we need to move to the center, let's get back to the Democratic Party now, okay? I already went through how fucking stupid this was. But Moving back to American politics and the Democratic Party, now that we're done with the drama portion of this broadcast, the brief blip of drama. Simone Sanders asked Donnie Deutsch what he means by the Democrats have to move to the center.
A lot of young people,
which is good. I'm glad that Simone Sanders is asking this question, because this is a question that should be asked of every single person that goes, no, you don't understand. We got to abandon some of these causes. They keep saying it, but what do they mean by that? Does that mean you have to be more racist? Does that mean you have to be transphobic? Because it's not like they were openly and outwardly pro-trans. They didn't prominently display pro-trans sentiment all over their campaign. That didn't happen. So what do they mean by that?
we're also fed up with very super progressive attitudes. I think the Democrats, Joe, going back to your initial question, and you may disagree with this, I think they need to move to the center. I think the
center. What does that mean, though? When you say they need to move to the center, what do they need? Are you saying that they should not support trans people? Like, let's just be specific, because that's what the ads are doing.
That's on MSNBC, by the way. That's on MSNBC. He's saying we got to move to the center on MSNBC. It's supposed to be the Fox News of the left.
So if the analysis and the immediate aftermath,
it's wild to openly be able to say this without like any consideration to what just took place. Kamala Harris did this already, and she got fucking destroyed. And you got charlatans on the main stage going, no. The problem is real liberalism hasn't been tried yet. Real tacking to the center, real moderation hasn't been tried yet. Kamala Harris's campaign in 2024 was objectively to the right of Joe Biden's successful campaign in 2020. The way she communicated about immigrants versus the way he communicated about immigrants. Okay? Real centrism has not been tried. We will get there. Now, I want you to understand something. I want the Democrats to be a counterweight towards accelerating fascism, okay? I want there to be a competent, fighting Democratic Party. Because if they are not, if they keep losing, they are going to keep letting the Republican charlatans run the goddamn show. That's what I want. I don't care about ideological purity. I don't care about not agreeing with most of the Democratic Party's platform. I don't care. I just want them to actually fight. When I say harm reduction as a strategy is unsuccessful in motivating people to go out and vote for you, I'm not just saying that because I'm cynically proposing this because I'm like some secret leftist and I want the Democrats to be Marxist, Leninist. I'm saying that because I know that it has been a demonstrable failure time and time again. And I want the Democrats to not fucking lose to the Republicans every fucking time. I want them to fight. Okay? At the very least, fight. And yet, instead of running an autopsy on what took place, these guys are immediately rushing to every mainstream outlet they can go to deliver this false narrative that like they just didn't do the right kind of centrism. They didn't go far enough with the centrism. They were too woke. That's what the issue was. Look how red the country is. And it's like, no, dumbass. The country is not shifting to the right on priorities or the way that they're voting. There's plenty of people who you are just leaving aside, that you have written out of the calculation because you are making a false choice. You think you can win with the suburbs. You think you can win with just like the rich white people. And you can't. Historically, that has not been the Democratic Party's bread and butter. I said this over and over again. I said that this move, this Liz Cheney hug and kiss the Republican strategy, is going to hemorrhage the base of support. The bottom is going to fall out. You're not going to have high urban turnout. You're not going to have black turnout. You're not going to have you're not going to have black and brown turnout, youth turnout. You're not going to have white people that normally would go out and vote for you go out and vote for you because you're not saying something to them directly. You're not addressing the issues that they're experiencing. You're just talking about fucking civility. You're just making vague gestures towards how the system is actually fine. We just got to fix it. The economy's rebounding. The economy's rebounding. If people are fucking feeling the pain, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times you say the economy is rebounding. Yeah, if someone is making $100,000 a year, they're probably in a better position overall than many of the people that don't feel that way. And for them, institutions must be defended, sure. But for many others, it's pretty obvious. Wages have remained stagnant for far too long, and now inflation has outpaced the wage growth that people have seen. Weeks before the election, I've been arguing with my dad about how the Dems should tack left instead of right to win more votes. He would not budge. After Tuesday's results, he agreed with me that the Dems need to go more left to win in 2028. I think the liberals on the ground are starting to see this while the pundits and analysts don't. Yeah, the liberals on the ground are shaking from this experience, this defeat. But you need to understand something. They're still primed. They're still tuned into MSNBC. So all it's going to take is like 8 weeks of MSNBC coverage talking about how fucking Liz Cheney and Kamala Harris did a fantastic job. And it was America that was far too racist to vote for her. And there is some truth to that, that narrative, but you have to fucking outcompete that. There's nothing you can do. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and advocate that like a black person can never run for the highest office. It's fucking insane, right? But if you do, you have to overcome that hurdle with charisma. You have to overcome that hurdle with good policies. You have to overcome that hurdle by actively communicating to every single person that you see them, you hear them, you know exactly what their pain is, and you are going to do something to solve that problem that they're experiencing. If you got no fucking answers for the housing crisis that people are living under right now, 600,000 people are fucking sleeping outside every goddamn night. If you have no answers for that, okay, if you have no answers for any of the issues that people are experiencing, then yeah, they're going to fucking punish you. They're not going to vote. They're not going to vote at all. You cannot always rely on the Republican Party increasingly making the situation worse and worse and worse and worse year after year to then win an election, okay, marginally, by the way, and then tack to the center, where the ratchet effect happens every fucking cycle. Republicans fuck shit up. Democrats fix some of it, but barely. People are still hurting. Republicans win again. Fuck shit up further. Countries move to the right in the process over and over and over again.
As
Post Matt Bai writes in part, I do think the prosecutions fed a narrative of Trump as a victim. I also think Democrats dug themselves into a hole on cultural issues and identity politics. Trump's vicious transgender ad in the closing weeks, she's for they, them, he's for you, was probably the most effective of the cycle. I think that...
How can you say neoliberalism failed when Trump won with massive taxes and deregulation platform? The issue is most people blame inflation on Dems and their spending. For their spending, this is a messaging and media problem. Brother, Trump doesn't communicate as a neoliberal, even though his policies are neoliberal. Well, some of it, tariffs are not neoliberal at all. Okay? Trump is a populist through and through. He's a right-wing populist, but he even engages in, every now and then when he's lying, when he's campaigning, on left-wing populism as well. The anti-war narrative, for example, that he's a peaceful dove, that he started no new wars. Like, that's literally, what are you talking about? That's like what the Democrats are supposed to say, not the Republicans. The Republicans did the war on terror. What are you talking about? He doesn't present himself as a technocratic neoliberal. That's the Democrats. They always are like, we're the adults in the room. Listen, what do you want, a fucking pony? You're not going to get it. And they're talking about healthcare when they're saying that. And it's like an insane thing to say when you're running. Like, obviously, I first and foremost want them to actively push for good policies and pass it, when they're in power. But beyond that, they don't even fucking lie about it. Or when they're lying about what kind of policies they do want to pass, even then, they're focus group testing every single fucking message. And the only thing they have to show for that is means-tested policies. $50,000 in tax cuts for small businesses. It's like, are you fucking stupid? You think that's a solution? I'm a small business. I love small businesses. $50,000 in tax cuts for small businesses. That was your banger fucking economic proposal? How many times did I hear that? That was your banger economic proposal? If you're going to fucking lie, then lie about something good, please.
Probably landed with a lot of traditionally Democratic voters who feel like the party is consumed with the cultural issues, while the economic issues don't really.
You always backtrack on your positions and move the goalposts. I know. Always. Which is really interesting because you can literally look at the past 10 years of my political commentary and point to any random video and you will hear the things that I'm saying verbatim, like the exact same things verbatim. It's just interesting that people always say that, but then, people claim I'm a grifter or I lie about my positions or whatever, but, it's all out there, readily available.
Really change. I think people needed a reason to feel good and hopeful about voting for her, and absent that, a lot of frustrated voters apparently decided to go with the guy who wants to burn it all down.
Let's dig a little deeper, because you have that stacked on top of what happened on college campuses this fall, stacked on top of what's been happening on college campuses over the past 4 or 5 years. I have said this on the air, and every time I've said it, people said, oh, you're just saying that because you're a white conservative. No, I'm just saying it because every Democrat that we have ever sat down with dinner with over the past 5 years who have kids that go to colleges say their kids are afraid to speak in class because they'll be canceled.
What are you saying? This is not even an issue that tracks. It didn't even track in 2016 when the media was constantly talking about it. There was polling conducted on the matter that showed that, college students, I remember because this was a big part of the culture war in 2016, which is funny that Joe Scarborough is going back to 2016 era culture war narratives, but this time he's on the right wing. Former Republican, by the way. Still a Republican, if you ask me. At the time, that was a big narrative in 2016, okay? A lot of you were too young to remember. It was like the massive thing. College campus panics about free speech. Free speech is under attack on college campuses. This was the right wing's way of trying to get people like Ben Shapiro, Milo Yiannopoulos, open, overt white supremacists to come and speak on college campuses, okay? They would say college campuses are too woke and there's no free speech happening on college campuses. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? We got to stop this. And at the time, I remember, because I'm a fucking dumbass nerd who likes to look at these sorts of messaging polls and overall attitudes that people have. I remember seeing that this entire thing was concocted not only by the media, but it was only the fucking boomers, people that were completely outside of the college age range that had these sorts of opinions. Most college students, on the other hand, were saying that they wanted free speech in the college classroom because they wanted to have an educational experience that showed diversity of opinion. It was actually simply a point that was concocted by mainstream press. That's it. Wait, Jordan Peterson was right all along? Yeah, totally. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that this is still a narrative that they're going with. They're just like repackaging it. They are adopting the positions of like right-wing weirdos from, at Tufts University, our Republican club got desanctioned for lack of members. It's not censorship. The youth just don't share the worldview of a 60-year-old boomer who bought their home for $10K. Or rather, there are plenty of fucking right-wing people in college campuses, especially nowadays. They're just not nerdy enough to be like, I'm going to join the Young Americans for Freedom Foundation. You know what I mean? They're too busy in frats, okay? They're too busy partying and watching fucking Barstool. They don't give a fuck about being a goddamn nerd. What is this? John Cusack responding to Jank brings up Bernie. Here's my message to Democratic voters. Let's go. Get up. No point in being sad. The good news is that the Democratic establishment that has been leading you astray have been exposed to complete frauds. Rebuild the People's Party, serve the average American, and bring hope back. Here's an idea. Let's listen to Bernie Sanders, whose agenda won the Biden White House. Won Biden the White House, whose policies are enormously popular, 80 to 90% popular. His was always the way to beat fascism. Maybe now people will accept the truth. I don't think they will, for the record. Shat on lefty losers, hashtag Trump won, says Rue the Peasant. My man's name is literally the Peasant. Jen got a buff when Kamala lost.
Let me say that again. And they're all Democrats. Everybody that we've had dinner with, if they have a kid in college, you go, how the Red Sox going? Yeah, fine. Yeah. Sitting there eating. Beautiful day today, wasn't it? Yeah. You know, my daughter at University of Virginia, she's afraid to raise her hand in class because if she says something that's politically incorrect, she will immediately be canceled. She'll be shunned from class.
I doubt that this is a real story. It's kind of fucked up that he is. It's kind of fucked up that he's like chirping like this and blasting his own daughter like this to do a fucking stupid ass talking point. The only people that get quote unquote canceled on college campuses are not even the fucking neo-Nazis who are overtly anti-Semitic. They're actually oftentimes Jewish anti-Zionists. Okay? Shut the fuck up. And you loved when they were actually brutalizing those protesters. So what the fuck are you talking about? People are too afraid to speak out on college campuses. My fucking ass. Okay? There's only one group of people who get silenced aggressively, oftentimes by security, by literally government soldiers, okay? The police. And those people are anti-Zionists. That's it.
She'll be destroyed in social media by noon. So they just sit in class quiet. Now,
like what could your why are you calling out your daughter on MSNBC? Like the only thing she could say in a college classroom that could get her like genuinely canceled is probably just like screaming the N-word or something. Okay? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you have to be, like, overtly transphobic or overtly racist, like, overtly white supremacist to actually get, quote-unquote, yelled at or canceled in a fucking college classroom. He's more detached from reality than the fucking DNC? No, he is the DNC. That's the point. A lot of these guys have this exact same mindset, okay? They have the exact same mindset. It is genuinely shocking, okay? Some wild quotes in this article. And they're doing a full court press right now to actively cover their ass. And of course, because there's no adversarial media on the matter, there isn't really anyone to just like go on mainstream media and be like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? You lost. You lost in 2016 because you did this. And then you lost in 2024 again because you did this. Okay? Twice to Donald Trump. Stop tacking to the right. You call us idealists. We're pragmatic. You're the idealist. You want to revitalize this dead ideology at every step. You want to act like this idiotic third way neoliberalism, a technocratic approach, and a vague gesturing to like our institutions and civility is going to push you across the fucking finish line. It's clearly a failure. There's a lot of resentment. There's a lot of pain that people are experiencing, and there's a lot of resentment that they have for those elite institutions. You're so goddamn out of touch. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
If any of you, which camera? Give me a camera to look at. Boom! Oh, look at that one. If any of you out there say, oh, that's just like a conservative, white, Southern guy, da-da-da, that's what you're losing. That's what you're losing. Because that's what I heard. And
You want to know why I think like New York and California are becoming like more and more right-wing, by the way? There's still plenty of room for them to not go in that direction. I think it's the exact same problems that are happening within the Democratic Party, but in the opposite direction. What I mean by that is the Democratic Party, like all of the liberal elites, the well-read, college-educated whites, right? And college-educated people across the board, the parts of the professional managerial class that live in California and live in New York are tuned into this shit. And this shit actively pushes them further and further right. And I don't mean like, oh, they start experiencing resentment. No, this is like straightforward right-wing propaganda. What he's saying right here, college campuses are far too woke. We got to drop this shit. We got to drop this shit, is right-wing propaganda. This is something that Ben Shapiro was talking about all the way back in 2016. Okay? The constant crime panics, the constant immigration panics. When Democrats are mainlining this kind of overt reactionary propaganda every single fucking day, they become tuned. They become primed into believing it. And when you believe that right-wing propaganda, you're not going to vote for the Democrats any longer. Why the fuck would you? The party is right there. They will welcome you with open arms. And that's what you're seeing. All of this mainstream fabrications surrounding organized crime, surrounding immigration, that they're doing so many crimes. They're just like, they're doing unimaginable amounts of crimes. And paired up with the visible aspect of what people perceive as crime in big cities, which is, of course, homelessness, which is a direct consequence of obviously the housing market. You got all these people whose brains are getting broken. Terrifying stuff overall. So, on the one hand, the Democratic Party's media apparatus is actively priming its own base, its own solid blue wall base of support into being more committed to a right-wing agenda. And simultaneously, they are pushing away all of these people who are like, just fix my problems, man. What the fuck? I just want healthcare, please. They're actively pushing those guys away who are very progressive. So they're effectively burning the candle on both ends. Jasmine Crockett, let me just say, I'm thankful for the text and the calls, but nothing that I do has ever been about me. The pain that I feel is for us collectively. I never like being wrong. I've seen this. My daughter just shared this screenshot. This text was sent out to some black student. Some of the black students at Duke University today. This is just the beginning. Greeting. You have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Be ready by 5 p.m. EST. Executive slaves will come get you in a black van. Be prepared to be searched down. Once you enter plantation, you are plantation group 4. Yeah, right-wing troll shit. Classic. People are very, very comfortable And before people say like, oh, I don't know if this is real or not, like, I mean, I get text messages like this from time to time. You know what I mean? I know people who get text messages like this from time to time. I know it's definitely a thing that people do. Okay. They are very, very, they're getting comfortable again. They're getting ready. They're getting ready once again to behave in the same exact fucking ways that they did with like Unite the Right rallies and shit like that. Trump is their guy. He gets into office. Now they're going to be more and more comfortable just openly expressing their white supremacist desires. And why shouldn't they? Trump is saying it at the top of the ticket. You know? Of course. Doors open. Not today, DHL. Not today. You ain't slick. Hold on.
Didn't hear it from Republicans. I didn't hear it from Trumpers. I heard it from Democrats over the past 3 or 4 years. Their kids were afraid to talk in class and say something unpopular because they would be canceled. And it's an epidemic. Willie will tell you it happens in New York City schools. It happens in colleges. And all of this adds up to people going, come on, this is crazy. And Mike, it's having an impact from, again, the trans ad to, the athletics. And by the way, as we've said on the show 1,000 times, Democrats should be smarter on the women's athletics thing. 85% of Americans oppose men transitioning after puberty and
that's, again, this is supposed to be the woke media, okay? They are so not, though. It's funny. These are the most annoying people we all know watching Ben Shapiro. Yes. Like, can you imagine, dude? Look at this. Look at this guy. This is a non-issue. Okay? This is straight up a fucking non-issue. There's like 3 different right-wing cultural touch points that he added into this. DHL, I'm surprised they even hit the brakes. No. I saw the dude literally ring the doorbell and immediately walk away, as DHL is known to do. For those of you who don't know, DHL is a delivery service, is like usually international packages, and they're notorious for just like knocking once and then running away. I don't know why. It's the only fucking, they're fast as fuck. But I think they have like a straightforward policy of just like lightly touching your door and then running away with the package. This is completely unrelated to the, issue that we were just talking about, but they got quotas to meet. They got places to be, dog. I know, but I caught them. I was like, not today. Bro went from talking about Latino and black men yesterday to now not talking about cancel culture. This is why I can't trust a liberal more than a conservative. I mean, he is a conservative, for the record. He is obviously a conservative. Anyway, it is it's crazy. Every single thing. This is a Ben Shapiro video, but it's being displayed on MSNBC. Look at how quickly these fucking right-wing charlatans, who are literal Republicans, by the way. Joe Scarborough is a Republican from the state of Florida. Just remember that. Half of the people at any given moment that is doing commentary on CNN MSNBC, or even ABC or CBS, any number of these different like mainstream institutions, these legacy publishers, are former or current right-wing Republicans. Okay? That is not right-wing. Everything he said, the hyper focus on non-issues like this is right-wing. That's all this is. I can show you every single thing that he brought up is directly bar for bar, verbatim, a Ben Shapiro video.
It happens in colleges, and all of this adds up to people going, come on, this is crazy. And Mike, it's having an impact from, again, the trans ad to, the athletics. And by the way, as we've said on the show 1,000.
What? You're muted? I'm not muted. What's happening? What? It wasn't even one guy. It was like a couple of guys.
Sometimes Democrats should be smarter on the women's athletics thing. 85% of Americans oppose men transitioning after puberty and competing against women. And I'm not just saying this the day after the election. I've been saying this for years. This is not a hard call. You can show compassion and you can show grace. And as the Republican governor of Utah said, let's figure out a way to do this. But one way we don't do this is by allowing men who transition after puberty competing against young girls who have been working their entire lives to be as good as they can be, and then they get destroyed in the pool, on the track, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Was this even a top 50 issue? Nope. So one must ask the question, if this is not even remotely important. The question after this autopsy of what went wrong in this campaign should be, is this going to put more food on people's tables and more money in their pockets? Because that was the most significant problem in every single district where people went out and voted for Trump by larger numbers. So the question I always ask people is this. Let's say you stopped the 4 trans 14-year-olds from participating in the high school swim meet. How does that impact your life? Okay? Are you going to have more money in your pocket? Are you now more secure in your educational attainment, in your job? Did this actually even remotely improve your material circumstances? Here is Utah's very own governor. Why I'm vetoing HB 11. This was a very famous thing that happened in 2022 on March 22nd. Governor Cox vetoed HB 11, student eligibility in interscholastic activities, and issued a call for a special legislative session to consider financial and legal issues regarding the bill. In the bill, he said this, and this is Utah's Governor Spencer J. Cox. It's not like he's a fucking woke guy. Okay? Not a good guy at all. Very bad, as a matter of fact. This was a right-wing anti-trans bill. When I say you're writing these bills at the state legislature level specifically to like dunk on 4 people, 4 young students, I mean it. Like, you literally are doing that against 4 fucking people. Okay? I believe in fairness and protecting the integrity of women's sports. I know both of you are committed to these same ideals and that we have worked very hard together to resolve many issues surrounding transgender student participation in sports. Unfortunately, HB 11 has several fundamental flaws that should be reconsidered. Because the bill was substantially changed in the final hours of the legislative session with no public input in a way that will literally bankrupt the Utah High School Athletic Association and result in millions of dollars of legal fees for local school districts with no state protection, and for several other reasons, I have chosen to veto this bill. The transgender sports participation issue is one of the most divisive of our time. The fact that like this is even a statement blows my goddamn mind. Okay? Because there are logical and passionate arguments by many parties, finding compromise or common ground can be difficult. Sadly, there's very little room for nuance in this debate, but I hope you will permit me an opportunity to explain my reasons for vetoing HB 11. This is a tactic that the right applies all the time. This is a right-wing governor of the right-wing state of Utah, but I want to explain something to you. Sometimes it's good to take a deep breath, okay, and say, do I really care about this? Is this an issue that matters at all? Or am I being primed to hyper focus on this random fucking thing? Am I? Trans panic stuff fits so firmly in this category where people will turn around and go like, oh, dude, like some fucking, some random like healthcare facility, healthcare clinic in England actually changed the verbiage of vagina in a medical setting to other hole or something, the third hole, whatever the fuck, some kind of random nonsensical bullshit, right? When you hear that, if your first response is, well, I guess this trans stuff has gotten out of control, everybody's doing this, right? You might be getting fucking duped by the right. Okay? Birthing person memes. Yeah, exactly. Joe is right. I'm broke because of the trans barista 5 states away. Exactly. Republicans love doing this thing where they will get you primed to be fucking angry at something so nonsensical. Okay? Something so stupid that normal people should look at and go, the fuck? Why are you telling me this? I don't give a shit. Move on. Okay? They do this all the time. And it's like, it's usually something that is like indefensible for the record, right? Something that is just like too stupid. It's like looking at, I don't know, discourse on eating disorder Twitter, okay? And then being like, this is what the left wants. It's like, no, man, those are some fucked up people, okay? Like, that's just, those are fucking loony bin shit. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, what do you mean? Like, that's not a broad movement that is occurring. That has nothing to do with like, yikes, bro. No, that's like it's just, I saw that. I remember seeing like someone being like, here are the accounts on eating disorder Twitter and self-harm Twitter that are supportive of Donald Trump. So we have to, we have to make sure that we unfollow them. And I'm like, you okay? The fuck? I just saw a tweet about that, so I thought it was funny. So it was in my mind right now. But it's like hyper focusing on something like that, something that's just like objectively silly and not even remotely a part of the platform at all. Okay? It's just so stupid. And people get unimaginably invested. Like, how many hours of debates have occurred over trans people in sports? Like, an objectively stupid fucking conversation to have. How many hours spent? That's why for me, it was always like, why do you fucking care about this? You don't actually fucking care about this. Shut the fuck up. That's why that was, I think, the best way to just never have this conversation. It does not matter. And I think if people were better at dealing with this issue, they would just be like, this doesn't put food in your fucking belly, okay? This doesn't put food on your table. This doesn't, like, secure housing for you. Just, it is a simple distraction. And that's what it is. So when Joe Scarborough and others personally are invested in this distraction and talk about it like it's the main source of grievance that people have with the Democratic Party, they're just priming their base for reactionary attitudes. That's all this is. Like, these kinds of attitudes are exactly why the Democratic Party lost. I have just convinced my right-wing friend that carrying on trans drama is fucking stupid and bigoted thanks to your messaging. Yeah. They are personally laundering anti-trans and trans panic narratives into what is otherwise supposed to be like left-wing liberal discourse, progressive discourse on MSNBC. It's alarming.
This, they have to move to the center. I mean, what is the center? Because I disagree that is it, but I want to hear what is the center. Because you're not the only person, to be clear, I've heard say that. Yeah. I've heard, the Democrats been in my phone this morning.
The center are of the people I described before. I'm not even talking about an issue. We can talk about issues. The people I described before who bounce back and forth, who play between the 45-yard lines, that tends to win elections if you look historically where it is. So that's my feeling. And we can agree to disagree.
All right. So we also have with us U.S. Special Correspondent for BBC.
A lot of young.
Yeah, he had no answer. He had no answer for it. It's so dumb. It's just like such a stupid argument. It is one where you are slated for defeat regardless. If you say like you care about trans people, then everyone's gonna be like, oh, I guess you want everyone to be trans. It's like, dude, I'm not gonna argue with your hallucinations, okay? That's not how this works. It's the same shit as like gay people, okay? Shut the fuck up. There's a finite amount of people who are trans. There's a finite amount of people who are gay. Okay. And yes, when society inevitably progresses and we're more open-minded and we update the way we understand gender and shit, yeah, the finite amount of trans people are going to be comfortable coming out and being trans. As a trans provider, I wish more guys like you were more secure in their masculinity, protect trans kids and peoples. You are legit on it. Yeah, it's just so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb to like hyper focus on the shit. You're a fucking weird loser, okay? You're either a weird loser who has been primed by other fucking weird losers that are deliberately trying to get you to hyper focus on this and be extremely invested in this because they don't want you to recognize who's actually robbing you fucking blind, okay? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. What? We should stop talking about transgender issues, though, and talk more on economic issues. Who cares if they kick trans people out of sports? Their rights should not matter to the left. Focus on real shit. You're joking, right? Was that your takeaway from this conversation? Their rights should not matter? Yeah, you're right, man. We should just fucking kill the trans people. Like, good argument, man. Thank you. Thank you for your leftist position. Like, I can't tell if you're, like, baiting me. Oh, no, ignore that? The fuck? What are you saying? There's never been a moment where I've compromised on trans rights in general, okay? The argument is not what I'm saying. That is not the argument I'm making. What a fucking stupid attitude to have. No, I'm not ignoring it. Explain what you meant. You're a 14-month subscriber. I want to hear it. This is a very pro-trans community in general. Okay? I am trans, lol. I'm being a weirdo, lol. I use this to vent, lol. Oh. No, I don't. I believe it. I don't think they're lying. I believe it. 100% I believe it. No shot they're trans? No, they're not. I don't think they're lying. No, they're saying that to be like, this is what people should do. Ace the Degenerate? I don't think this is them, brother. They don't even follow me. They're a 14-month subscriber. I think you just found a random account. That's not their actual Twitter account. I think the chatter was being sarcastic. Yeah, it's just gallows humor. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. The point I was going to make with this Utah, like, transgender panic shit was, like, this guy literally is a transphobic person himself. The heart of the matter here. Where is it? He basically ends up, oh, here it is. Finally, there's one more important reason for this veto. I must admit, I'm not an expert on transgenderism. I struggle to understand so much of it, and the science is conflicting. When in doubt, however, I always try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. I also try to get proximate, and I'm learning so much from our transgender community. They are great kids who face enormous struggles. Here are the numbers that have most impacted my decision. 75,000, 4, 1, 86, and 56. 75,000 high school kids are participating in high school sports in Utah. 4 transgender kids playing high school sports in Utah. 1 transgender student is playing girls' sports. So 3 of the transgender students are playing in boys' sports. 86% of trans youth report suicidality. 56% of trans youth have attempted suicide. 4 kids and only 1 of them is playing girls' sports. That's what all of this is about. 4 kids who aren't dominating or winning trophies or taking scholarships. 4 kids who are just trying to find some friends and feel like they are a part of something. 4 kids trying to get through each day. Rarely has so much fear and anger been directed at so few. I don't understand what they are going through or why they feel the way they do, but I want them to live. And all the research shows that even a little acceptance and connection can reduce suicidality significantly. For that reason, as much as any other, I have taken this action in the hope that we can continue to work together and find a better way. If a veto override occurs, I hope we can work to find ways to show these 4 kids that we love them and they have a place in our state. I recognize that the political realities of my decision politically it would be much easier and better for me to simply sign the bill. I've always tried to do what I feel is the right thing regardless of the consequences. I live in Moab, Utah for 10 years, still live there part-time. No one who voted for Trump cared about Cox's veto on this bill. Do you understand how fucking stupid it is to write an entire bill to dunk on 4 trans students? Like 4 out of 75,000, 4 trans students. Specifically tailoring your language around 4 fucking students. 4 underage students. That is just simple cruelty. There's nothing else there. It's about being cruel. Cruelty is the purpose. Like, that's insane. It is an insane waste of fucking resources. Anyway, brutal words for her fellow liberals from Democratic strategist Julie Rajinsky. Let's hear what this is about.
Now, I'm going to speak some hard truths to my friends in the Democratic Party. This is not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Kamala Harris's fault.
I mean, it is. It is on both accounts.
It's not Barack Obama's fault. It is the fault of the Democratic Party in not knowing how to communicate effectively to voters. We are not the party of common sense, which is the message that voters sent to us, for a number of reasons.
Oh, let me guess. Is it? Wait, hold on. Is she gonna say it's because we're not common sense party because we're too pro-trans? That's what it is, right?
For a number of reasons, we don't know how to speak to voters. When we address Latino and language, listen, language has meaning. When we address Latino voters as Latinx.
No, who's doing that? Like, are they doing that? I don't even know who's doing this shit. I've never done it. Okay, I don't know who they are talking about. Why are they literally going, you know what? It's just the Democrats are too fucking woke. Do these guys only watch the Ben Shapiro show? Are they the only people who watch Daily Wire? They all watch Bill Maher and the Daily Wire, and they're just like getting all their talking points from these fucking charlatans. I think there was one fucking time where Kamala Harris said pronouns she, her, hers. You know, that's it. And they lasered in on it. A video from like, I don't know, fucking 6-7 years ago. What the fuck? Who gives a shit, man? Who cares? Who fucking cares? People are saying Latinx more, though, but yeah, that's not why people didn't vote. Yeah, it's just dumb as fuck, dude. It's dumb as fuck. To say, first of all, I'm just imagining Joe Biden saying Latinx, and that's pretty funny, okay? To all the Latinx out there, Jack, I'm sending your ass back over the border, too. We have the most right-wing border bill. And all you Latinx folk, you're going to learn today. Wake the fuck up. This is what the narrative war will look like. These are not honest comments. These are neoliberals crafting the narrative to maintain control. They cannot acknowledge this is a lack of class focus, universal policy goals. No, I am awake. What do you mean? I'm very much seeing that. That's why I'm spending a decent amount of time explaining exactly why the fuck it's happening, saying exactly what you just said, and telling you that, like, this is idiotic. Okay? This is a cynical right-wing framing instead of accurately addressing the real problems that the Democratic Party has. Okay? They're just going, it's because we were too woke. It's because we were too fucking woke. No, it's not.
For instance, because that's the politically correct thing to do. It makes them think that we don't even live on the same planet as they do. When we are too afraid to say that, hey, college kids, if you're trashing a campus at Columbia University because you're unhappy about some sort of policy and you're taking over a university, and
it's because the college campus students were too woke? Dude, I'm done. Dude, you need to be exiled, okay? You need to be humiliated every day for the rest of your life. You need to be tarred and feathered if you legitimately think that this is why the Democratic Party lost. It's the opposite, you fucking idiot. They just kept sidestepping the Palestine question every single fucking time. What are you talking about? We're talking about a country where 80% of the Democratic Party's base of support wants a ceasefire and knows that stopping weapons transfers is the only way to fucking stop Benjamin Netanyahu from doing a genocide. 54% of Republicans agree with this, okay? 70% of independents. And this fucking dipshit is like, we just weren't sufficiently pro-Israel. That's what the issue is. We should have killed those students, you know? That's how we would have won the election. It's like, yeah, you're so fucking evil. You're evil. You're an evil person, okay? You are an evil charlatan. You're not only incompetent, but you're malicious. And this is the only thing your parents are watching. Just remember that. The only thing your parents are watching is this kind of dumb, nonsensical bullshit that deflects the actual responsibility away and just looks at the problem and says, you know what it is? We just didn't do more of the thing that actually made people annoyed with us. This is terrifying. I did not assume that they would be so quick to immediately go, no. What you don't understand is we weren't right-wing enough.
And you're trashing it and preventing other students from learning, that is unacceptable. But we're so worried about alienating one or another cohort in our coalition that we don't know what to say when normal.
Yeah, we were worried about alienating the Palestinians. Oh my God! We were so worried about alienating the pro-Palestinian movement. These people are speaking to zero constituencies. Days before the 2012 election in Florida, Biden called trans rights the civil rights issue of our time. Have these Biden allies met Joe Biden? Biden allies say would have clearly rejected the idea of trans women competing in women's sports. Of course, he never staked out that position in his presidency. America's first trans congresswoman started off working Biden's office, and he's called her a member of the family. And the first trans person elected the state government, Danica Rome. Biden was her first major endorser and returned to help her with her reelection in 2019. The idea that Biden secretly believed this and would have said something but didn't is not credible. Biden has the perfect method on the trans shit, okay? When people try to get him on this, when they're like, how many genders, Mr. President? You go, at least 3. That's it. At least 3, Jack. Shut the fuck up. I don't know what's going on. I just got here. That's it. I think these people are fucking insane. Like, there is no constituency for this kind of sentiment, and they're actively trying to create one within the Democratic Party. The real constituency for this kind of sentiment is in the Republican Party. And what they're doing is going on CNN to actively get your parents to agree with this reactionary attitude. Okay.
Normal people look at that and say, wait a second, I send my kids to college so they can learn, not so that they can burn buildings and trash lawns, right? And so on and so forth. When we put pronouns after names and say she, her, as opposed to saying, you know what, if I call you by the wrong pronoun, call me out, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. But stop with the virtue signaling and just speak to people like they're normal. There's nothing I'm going to say to Michael that I'm not going to say to you, that I'm not going to say to somebody else. I speak the same language to everybody.
Stop with the virtue signaling. Stop with the woke mind virus. That's awesome. These guys are deeply unserious, dude. There's never a moment where you are supposed to talk about this, okay? There's no reason to talk about this. It's not a real issue. Republicans desperately try to turn this into a real issue. And when you actually respond to it, you are a fucking idiot, okay? And responding to it, even to defend it, is stupid. Just so you understand. I need you to understand it. Responding to it, even to defend it, is stupid. You're losing the argument, okay? Responding to it and agreeing with it is not only stupid, but also cruel, okay? And I know that this person is deliberately doing this because this is the exit ramp for these careerist pieces of shit in the Democratic Party. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. It's the activists. We hired the activists. We listened to the activists too much. You're a fucking asshole. You're a goddamn charlatan, and you lost the fucking fascists again. And you're going to lose to them again and again and again. And in every single defeat, you're going to marginally creep towards their direction every single fucking time, year over year. Shut the fuck up about this woke nonsense, okay? You dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. This is not a real issue at all. People want more money in their pockets. People want health care. People want housing that is affordable and readily available. And you're over here being like, it's because the college campus students were protesting too hard. You lost Michigan, dumbass. Think about why. It's so fucking stupid. It is so goddamn infuriating to see these fucking demons every single day, just without a shred of doubt, without even just no self-reflection whatsoever. Just go on television, put on your fucking suit, and just go, you know, real centrism hasn't been tried. The problem is we're not close enough to the Republican Party. When Kamala Harris literally was like, I am Nikki Haley, okay? I am Nikki Slaley. Please vote for me. I am Nikki Haley. I love Liz Cheney. Please vote for me. And then the voters looked at that and were like, no, I'm not actually. I'm just going to sit at home. Fuck you. This is insane. Every single one of these fucking dipshits need to be fired immediately. Every single one. Oh my God.
But that's not what Democrats do. We constantly try to parse out different ways of speaking to different cohorts because our focus groups or our polling shows that so-and-so appeals to such and such. That's not how normal people think. It's not common sense. And we need to start being the party of common sense.
Like masquerading right-wing sentiment as common sense, also another like very obvious strategy of the right. For the record, very obvious strategy of the right.
Sense again. Joe Biden is not responsible for that. Neither is Kamala Harris. It is a problem that Democrats have had for years. I've been banging the drum on this for, I don't know how, probably 10 years, if not longer on this. We need to get back to being the party of common sense, that people look at us and say, we understand you. We appreciate what you say because you speak our language. And until we do that, we should stop blaming other people for our own mistakes.
This is from the Newsbusters, by the way. The managing editor of Newsbusters posted this. I wonder why. Yeah, if you look at people that are replying and agreeing with it, it's because Newsbusters is a fucking right-wing outlet. What are you talking about? It's like this is a hatchet job. She was a Fox contributor on The Five. Democratic strategist, dude. Nice. I mean, these guys why are they in the Democratic Party? Like, what the fuck is going on? They're not Democrats. They're not even remotely woke. They're not liberal at all. They don't give a shit. How the fuck did the Trump era excise all the country club Republicans and the Democrats were like, oh my God, this is amazing. Please come to my party. Please. Please. We will hire all of you. I despise these fucking demons, dude. I despise them. It's so insane. Yeah, here's the outcome, by the way, of, consistently tailoring your message around how Arab voters and Muslim voters and their fucking family members need to be killed. Okay? Harris lost Michigan by 82,000 votes. 100,000 Michiganders voted uncommitted in the primary. It was crazy to me because their solution to like the housing market problems was also just like deregulation. It was insane. We're going to do a public-private partnership. It's like, no, dude, just build fucking houses, okay? Federal jobs program, federal housing program, start it tomorrow. I promise you, people do not give a fuck, okay? If someone came out there and said, I'm doing a federal jobs program. We're hiring as many people as possible. They're going to get great fucking salaries. And we're going to build 3 million new housing units in areas that need it with federal funds and federal contracted employees that are unionized. And we are going to make these houses not only affordable, but free for people who need it. Okay? If you said that tomorrow, which will then adjust the rest of the fucking housing market and normalize prices, 100% of voters would approve of that. Okay? It is like, I'm telling you, there is already an example of this. There is already an example of this policy, okay? Or how successful of a message it is when you directly look at a fucking problem, when you directly look at a goddamn issue and say, I'm going to fix it. And that issue is prices at the grocery store, okay? Kamala Harris came out and was like, I am going to tackle prices at the grocery store. I see you. I hear you. We're going to fix it. I'm going to go after grocery stores for price gouging. It's already existing law. And we are going to make the calculation to figure out who's unfairly adjusting their rates or adjusting their prices. Okay? No more of that. It's already existing law. We're going to apply it, right? That policy, when she unveiled it, was sitting at 73, 74, I think 79% approval. Then the Republicans turned around and said, that's Venezuela. That's Venezuela. That's Venezuela. You're doing Venezuela. That's price caps. Oh, that's price caps. That's unacceptable. Okay. Weeks after that, weeks after the New York Times saying this is, voodoo economics, this is not going to work. You're fucking crazy. This is communism, and relentless attacks from the Republican side. That policy was sitting at 83% approval, because when people are hurting and you address that, they don't give a fuck if you say it's socialist or communist. That's it. Okay? That's it. Republicans were so scared when they did that, they whipped out Vuvuzela so fast. That's what I mean. They whipped it out and it failed. But you know how it succeeded? It caused the Democrats to dial it back on that issue. There was polling conducted on this matter after as well, where they asked the same people, what do you think about price caps? It was like fucking 50% disapproval. Then they asked those same people, what do you think about tackling price gouging? 63% or 67% approval rating from the same fucking group. When you address the policies, okay, it's not the same. Yes, it is. What are you talking about? Max prices is not good economics. Oh my God, dude. It is the same problem with the way people receive. Yeah, if you're in Michigan, don't continue to patronize those corner stores, shops, bakeries, gas stations owned by Arab Americans. They showed you who they are. Yeah, Dems are going to look at themselves in the mirror, take a deep breath, and tell themselves, we got to get more racist. So the other thing I wanted to show you was in terms of the way people view shit, okay? Where is it? I talked about the messaging. I thought maybe I never actually hit tweet on that. But I remember seeing something where people were talking about like 44% of the country thinks Kamala Harris is too liberal. Okay? 44% of the country thinks Kamala Harris was too liberal. And it's like, oh. Relevant representation of what the Dems are doing. 44% of the 44%, sorry, of the country said Kamala Harris is too liberal, right? And there was reasons for that. The reasons for that were obviously because Kamala Harris is a black woman from California. Okay? That is why people thought that way. It's not like she was communicating liberal policies or progressive policies at all. Now, the thing is, they didn't see Bernie as that, right? Most voters never tracked or read Bernie as that as well. Stop hyper-focusing on people's false understandings of what liberalism or any of that shit is, okay? People think the ACA provisions are very popular, but the very same people think Obamacare is very unpopular. Okay? You have a state like Missouri that went to Trump by 18 points. 18 fucking points. Okay? That same state also approved through a ballot measure an increase of minimum wage to $15 by 2026. They also approved, with popular support, another ballot measure that protected abortion, enshrined abortion protections in the Constitution of the state. People don't like the Democratic Party. They like progressive policies. They just don't like the Democratic Party. Okay? That's it. They fucking hate the Democrats. And it's understandable why they hate the Democrats. Because half the fucking time, the Democrats are now outwardly communicating all of the progressive policies that they should be associating themselves with. It's that simple. That's it. That's it. Missouri also did mandatory sick leave. Yeah, I think they did that alongside $15 minimum wage. Yeah. Earned sick leave, not mandatory. A few days before the election, but the core Democrat voter was so detached.
Stake here. We're all investing in America's agenda.
Has anyone else noticed that Biden has killed it at every single public appearance since the debate, and the media has never apologized for pushing him out of the presidential race? That's crazy. These people are fucking delusional, man. Several Democrats tried this, got backlash from trans people and activists and lost. Both Allred and Brown did better than Harris, but both had weaker opponents than Trump. Democrats struggled to respond. At one point, former President Bill Clinton told an associate, "We have to answer it and say we won't do it." Clinton even raised the issue in a conversation with the campaign and was told the Trump ads were not necessarily having an impact, according to two people familiar with his conversations. They weren't. The ad with its vivid tagline, Kamala is for they, them, President Trump is for you, broke through in Mr. Trump's testing to an extent that stunned some of his aides. The Charlemagne ad ranked as one of Trump team's most effective 30-second spots. According to an analysis by Future Forward, Ms. Harris is leading Super PAC. It shifted the race 2.7 percentage points in Mr. Trump's favor after viewers watched it. The media is so fucking primed to uplifting certain narratives that they just will never see the world outside of their bubble. I swear to fucking God. Like, they just don't. They're like, nah, dude, we hate trans people too. And it seems like this shit had a major impact. Trans issues consistently do not make the top 20 priorities when people are voting. It's so fucking stupid. Democrats are too afraid to even counter message by deflecting away from it. Also, this is horrifying. Elon Musk has a favorability with independent voters at 42-43, -1. That's shocking. Please answer my question. Genuine question. Are Republican voters just too stupid to understand what is good for them? Even when Dems did good things under Biden, the voters don't acknowledge the good things that was done. It just feels a little bit hopeless, even with good messaging. No, it's the fault of the campaign and it's the fault of the administration for not flexing hard enough. 100%. I've done more defense of the Biden campaign and the Biden administration than they have. They're too afraid. They're too afraid to come across as like radical at all. Straight up, I have always 10 toes down defended Biden's pull out of Afghanistan. They should have done that as well. They should have had Pete Buttigieg, that little fucking pit bull, that little attack dog, on every fucking news outlet going up and being like, what do you mean? The Republicans are cynically talking about how 13 of our best soldiers died. Not a single soldier should ever die, and that's precisely the reason why we had to pull out of Afghanistan. The fact that they're playing fast and loose and trying to do political football on this issue, even though it was a conditional withdrawal that the previous administration had put together that never had the political courage to actually do this, is incredible to me. So disingenuous. So disingenuous. And you in the media should also have a sense of shame and decency for criticizing and consistently talking about how we had to remain in Afghanistan. Let me tell you about some numbers. 13 number, right? The number 13. 13 of our best soldiers died in Afghanistan. Not a single soldier should ever die. Okay? I'm Pete Buttigieg right now. I'm saying that. I was in Afghanistan. I had the mineral maps in my fucking desk to prove it. Okay? 13 of our soldiers died in Afghanistan, and that was it. 67 died under the Trump administration in the 4 years that he refused to pull out of Afghanistan. 67. Why no mention of the 67? Why is it that only when a president demonstrates the decency and the political courage to go out and say, no more war, do you come after him like this? I'm sick and tired of it. It's unacceptable. He did the right thing. He did the brave thing. And he did the best thing for our brave boys and girls that are serving in the American military. That's what I would say. That's what I would do. I'm Pete Buttigieg, okay? Pete Buttigieg, transportation secretary, right? I mean, yeah, he's in charge of all that shit. He should have fucking gone and talked about how the railway strike was stopped by the Biden administration, and that, I think, had to be done due to fucking, I don't know, like due to the damage it would have caused, not just to the global economy, or not just to the American economy, but also like the fact that, you know, people that need chlorine delivered would not be able to get it, right? Like, and we knew that was really important. We knew that it was absolutely the most important thing to get these railroad workers the necessary time, like the paid leave and the sick leave that they definitely deserved. And it was unconscionable that they wouldn't do it. And that's precisely why we went back to those fucking railway companies, worked with the railway unions specifically to meet those demands. And we got those demands out of the fucking the railway companies. That's true. You shouldn't only have to hear about the fact that the Biden administration turned around and got some of the demands made by the railroad unions in industry, or not industry, but in union publications in the trade papers. That's the only place that they ever mention that. Progressive people, pro-labor people are even oblivious to this reality. And it's crazy. It's crazy. Why wasn't the Biden administration talking about that? Republicans love talking about fentanyl. Okay, fentanyl deaths. Opioid deaths are a massive problem. First administration where the opioid deaths and opioid overdoses have gone down. Did you ever hear about it? I mean, you might have heard it here because I talked about it. Why didn't they talk about it? It makes no fucking sense. This is bad. They don't ever want to fucking fight. They don't ever want to put up a fight. They're terrified of everything. They're scared of their own goddamn shadows. Okay? Lena Khan, the IRS. The IRS went after Coca-Cola, found them avoiding $16 billion in taxes. Did you ever hear about it? No. Why is the Democratic Party not communicating that? Republicans complain about 85,000 IRS agents that are going to come and you know, take your guns away, or they're going to come to your house and fucking steal your trailer, okay, or your jet ski. That's not what happened. The IRS extracted billions of dollars from tax avoiders who made millions of dollars a year successfully. And on top of that, they prosecuted Coca-Cola, found them avoiding $16 billion in taxes. That's what the IRS does. That's what you're not paying attention to. Okay? Why did the Biden administration not talk about that? Why did I talk about that? Lena Khan went after trusts for the first time ever in American history in quite a while. Why did the Democratic Party not talk about that? Why did they not put her in the forefront of the campaign? Why was it left to someone like myself? Why did the media rarely ever cover it? CHIPS Act, the IRA, tremendous dollars were spent on infrastructure and rebuilding American manufacturing. Rarely a fucking blip. And it's not just that. It's not just that either, right? Because there were still plenty of issues. There were still plenty of issues beyond that. Affordability crisis was a major one. They didn't address it. There were major flaws in terms of making promises about student loan debt relief. I mean, certain parts of that were achieved, not all. But it kills me that they just did not even do a good enough job defending the things that they did. Republicans campaign year-round. Democrats campaign once every 4 years, and they do a shit-ass job with it when they do that. That's it. And then we're like, oh, why are Americans so stupid? It's just like Americans are stupid. Americans are so dumb. Americans are not woke enough to vote for the Democratic Party because we just kept telling them, like, Trump is bad. Trump is bad. Yeah, he is. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for a lot of people when they're like, I don't give a fuck. He was president already. You're not going to convince me that he's going to be a fucking fascist. He was already president. He didn't do any of that shit. And you're also advocating for half of his policies from 2020. So what the fuck does that make you? That's it. That's it. You can't say the wall is fucking racist and then turn around and be like, I want to build the wall. Trump is not serious about building the wall. You can't say that. You're a fucking idiot for saying that. Even the dumbest American is going to hear that and go, what? I thought the wall was racist. Hold up. Now it's not racist? Now you want to build the wall? It's not racist anymore? Are you fucking stupid? I mean, you are. You are stupid if you believe that that was a successful strategy. I kept yelling about it over and over and over again. I was 100% right on it, by the way. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to this. Why vote for a diet Republican when you can vote for the real thing?
This massive rightward shift, and I think there are a few things that we need to keep in mind as we
Friend of the
think
show,
about
Prem
what went
Tucker is
wrong,
right.
if indeed it does end up going wrong tomorrow or over the coming days. There's this baseline, yes, of course, of racism and misogyny, but more broadly of leaders across the globe, really, regardless of ideology, and in some cases, losing amid this sort of post-pandemic inflation bubble. And Biden, fairly or not, was massively unpopular in part due to his association with this bubble. So to your point, Harris, when she becomes the nominee 108 odd days ago, had this fortuitous momentary blip of momentum, unprecedented, really. And the first few weeks, she surges all over the country.
Yep.
But then after those first few weeks, there had been compounding decisions that were just so incredibly notable. You know, first the move to sort of toss out the line of calling Republicans weird that really, you know, sailed Tim Walz to be VP in the first place. Then making Liz Cheney her functional second VP. I believe in October, she appeared with Liz Cheney more than any other surrogate on the trail.
Insane.
Then you see the campaign sending Bill Clinton last week, 7 days ago, to Michigan to lecture people mourning their families. They didn't throw a bone to uncommitted voters at the DNC. They decided to be diet Republicans on issues like immigration in an election where, when things like immigration and inflation scratch an itch for voters, if you want to give them an opposition to that, you need to give them an affirmative opposition. Otherwise, if they're feeling scratched, why would they choose for a diet option instead of the real thing? And of course, importantly, the campaign repeatedly dismissed opportunities to differentiate herself from Biden, taking us back to that first point. And I think that's important, back to your point, because this election in July was shaping up to essentially just be a referendum on how people felt about Biden. And so to then, in some ways, replicate those conditions towards the very end.
Yeah.
I mean, just in the past few weeks, over and over again, Harris saying,
Yeah.
actually, I wouldn't do that much differently than Biden, or there wasn't that much I regretted from that time.
She said, here's something I would do differently to Joe Biden. I'd put a Republican in my cabinet.
So fucking stupid. So unimaginably dumb. What a major mistake. And before people come in here to say, well, it's hindsight, it's not hindsight, okay? I've been saying these exact same things even before Kamala Harris came in, okay? Because it was Joe Biden's right-wing immigration policy that he thought was a fantastic opportunity to show how hypocritical the Republicans are. What a fucking stupid ass mistake. It's not even a mistake. I don't know. I go back and forth. I go back and forth in thinking that this is a mistake, or maybe it's actually deliberately done to prime the base into having firm commitments with reactionary sentiment, right? Like, I think they're just like priming their base sometimes, but then I talk to people, I talk to consultants, I talk to staffers, and I'm like, oh my God, no, they just are like genuinely oblivious. Yeah, this is the other type of cope. His name is Gavin. The Dems and progressives might need a sociopath. His name is Gavin Christopher Newsom, and he's the governor of California. He's been telegraphing a run for president for like 20 years and is ready to do it in 2028. He also probably drinks the blood of infants for daily substance. I hate this. I hate it so much. I hate this shit so much. Why is Gavin Newsom bad? Gavin Newsom is, I guess, not as bad as Kathy Hochul, but is as bad as Andrew Cuomo was in terms of policy. I don't think he's like groping people, right? But he is a bloodless neoliberal through and through. And there are plenty of weaknesses being from California, some of which are obviously made up conspiracies. Others are very valid concerns like homelessness. The housing market is dog shit in this fucking state. It is directly a consequence. It is directly a fucking consequence of Gavin Newsom vetoing bills all the goddamn time. He sucks. He's Governor Veto. Peter Hamby, a lot of young men are worried about global conflict because they're of draft age. That comes up over and over and over again in conversations I've been having over the last few weeks when I've been traveling through all these states on campuses. When I reported this last month, just relaying what young men were telling me, I immediately got texts from half a dozen Democrats telling me these kids were fucking stupid. People really need to leave their
thing
bubbles.
that keeps coming up too, that you don't hear a lot about in the national media, Dana, is a lot of young men are worried about global conflict because they are of draft age. That comes up over and over and over again in conversations that I've been having over the last few weeks when I've been traveling through.
Like, they're wrong for thinking that they're going to get fucking drafted, but it doesn't matter. That still means that they're like worried about global conflict, and they're right to be worried about global conflict.
All these states on campuses.
What's really crazy about this, and I see this all the fucking time, maybe it's because like God, hold on. I'm trying to get Osita was supposed to come on today, Nornevu. And also I'm trying to get Dave Weigel here because he's been tracking a lot of these like Democrat Party flack that we're looking at. Hold on. Y'all thoughts on Trump rigging the election? No, he did not fucking rig the election. It was too big to rig, baby. Too big to rig. Hold on. Come on. Anyway. We were accepted role in the Antifa army. Yeah, I'm the fucking general, dude. Osita is Friday? No, Ested Herndon will be on tomorrow, and so will Rashida Tlaib.
I think one of the things is that people really see because it empowers their family. It shows it. I think the paid family and medical leave. We're the last nation on earth basically to not do this. It is so foundational to just basic decency and financial well-being. I think we should do paid family medical leave across the country. And I think that would start to change both finances, attitude, strengthen the family. This is one, if J.D. Vance is right about this, that we should make it easier for families to be together, then make sure that after your child's born that you can spend a little time with them. That'd be a great thing.
Great way of also.
I think one of the things is that people really see because it empowers their family.
What is this? I think the left is constitutionally incapable of appealing to young men at the moment. Why? Because for significant numbers of them, prestige bias is a thing they look up to, listen to, sometimes imitate those they associate with success. The American right really understands this. Hasan does too. Much of the left not only does not play by those rules, they either don't think those rules exist or they want to actively work against them. Don't capitulate to gravity. Then they ask why some young men are modeling Andrew Tate. There's your answer. Too many virgins, not enough Chads. I need people to understand, like, I don't craft a persona. Okay? This is just who I am. And it's who I am unapologetically. It just happens to work. Okay? That's it. And it's no different than like how Joe Rogan has become a like right-wing figure. That happened organically. Like he fucking cooked his own goddamn brain. You can't recreate it with money. It's just not going to work. And my point is to the aesthetics of this stuff. A lot of people, because of like dedicated haters that I have that actively work in real time, all the time, in overtime, trying to make me look like a person who doesn't believe the things that he believes, with out of context clips and shit like that. But outside of all that, like there are a lot of progressive people who don't want to come in here and watch because they see me or they see clips and they see the way that I speak, right? And they go, he's too broy. Okay, he's too broy for me. And it's like, what am I supposed to do? Appeal to your sensibilities? Like change who the fuck I am? You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen. This is who I am. This is who the fuck I am. Okay? You might not like it. It might not be for you, and that's fine. But I think you can be a bro and still be uncompromising on your values. I'm not urging other progressives to like imitate this and become like fake bros. Okay? Be who you are. There's no reason to try and change who you are in order to appeal to a larger audience, which is so funny because like all my fucking haters will always be like, he's so audience captured. Yeah, dude, totally. I could not have personally arrived at these conclusions on my own. It must have been my audience that's urging me, even though I spend 8 hours a fucking day yelling at them when we have marginal disagreements and people think I'm the worst thing that has ever existed when those marginal disagreements happen. Just be your authentic self. That's it. And don't compromise on your values. My stepmom thinks you're too angry. I tried to explain it's hard not to be when you do coverage like this for so long. Anyway. Yeah, this is also funny. The girlies are fighting. The girls are fighting. Kamala was so loyal to Biden that she stood by his record, costing her any chance she had at winning the presidency. And this is how the Biden administration thanks her.
Around him for advising him to do what he did. Can you address that criticism?
To do what he did, meaning
Running again, not stepping aside faster, and showing what some people say, quoting folks here, an arrogance of believing he was the only one who could beat Donald Trump.
I mean,
You just glossed over the draft thing, but why is it dumb/wrong? I mean, the American military is already pretty effective in terms of its poverty draft, even though the recruitment numbers are down. But all it takes is a little 9/11, maybe like a half of a 9/11 to gear up Americans to go fucking slaughter a bunch of Muslims in completely irrelevant nations, right? You know? It feels like the one thing that the right and left actually get along and agree on is why the Democrats lost this race. Like a lot of the right want to come back to the left. I don't think that they want to come back to the left, but I think there are plenty of voters that voted for Donald Trump because they believe his fucking lies, that he's going to fix their lives. He's going to make the economy great again. These motherfuckers want you to be a Harvard academic that is always dunking on the uneducated right-wingers in order to feed their own egos. Meanwhile, a dude in the middle of Ohio is getting 99% of your average dude because he knows what his coworkers love.
You said something at the end that I do want to just kind of reiterate and remind folks, and it was a good reminder to me, which is like, look, this is the president who has been the only person has been able to beat Donald Trump. I mean, that is true. In 2020, he was.
That's crazy. That's shade, dude. Wow. Drama. Yeah, we fucking got this stupid dummy Kamala Harris on the ticket. And it was a big mistake. She don't know how to fucking defeat Donald Trump. We do. She's not even sneak dissing. She's just openly dissing.
Was able to do that. There were more than 20 candidates who tried to beat him, and he was the one that has been able to do that.
That's awesome. That's amazing. Fake friends, dude. Fucking phony ass, fake ass friends.
To do that. I talked about what happened in the midterms, how it was historical for a new administration in more than 60 years to have been able to have that type of outcome from the 2022 midterms when everybody said it would be a red wave.
This is the most visible Democratic infighting since the Vietnam War and isn't even between pro and anti-war sects of the party. They're both pro-genocide. They're just petty bitches. Yeah. Oh, Biden subtweeted his press secretary after this fucking landed on the timeline. Vice President Kamala Harris ran an inspiring campaign that allowed everyone to see something I learned early on. She has a backbone like a ramrod and a great character. True character. She gave her whole heart and effort, and she and her entire team should be proud. Wait, liberals stop the steal? John Fetterman, we still have tens of thousands of votes to be counted across the Commonwealth. AP Politics shouldn't make a call in this race until every Pennsylvanian has their vote counted. Dude, he's so stupid.
What I will also say is that he's incredibly proud of the campaign.
If I'm being honest, Biden only dropped because his debate performance was so bad, but Trump's debate performance against Harris was bad too, and it didn't seem to make a difference. Maybe he could have run. I don't know. I've still got a crumb of crope. Guys, what are you talking about? Biden's debate performance against Donald Trump wasn't bad because Donald Trump cooked Biden. Biden's debate performance against Donald Trump was bad because everybody understood that Biden was mentally deficient. What are you talking about? The reason why Trump's debate performance against Kamala was bad was because, yeah, he's lost his step, but also Kamala actually actively peppered him, okay? Actively goaded him into traps over and over and over again, which he fell into willingly and said unhinged shit. Biden did that to himself. Trump didn't have to do anything. Bro, Biden said we beat Medicare. What are you talking about? Biden was asked a question on abortion, and his response was literally, immigrants are raping people. Are you kidding me? This I do agree with, for the record. One big regret from the Biden world, that Harris abandoned the anti-big business populism of the campaign. That is valid criticisms, okay? Listen, I call balls and strikes. Not a fan of Brandon, okay? He is Mr. Genocide. Never forget. So is Kamala, but, you know, certainly Biden. And he's abso-fucking-lutely right on this. While Harris was stuck defending the Biden economy and hobbled by lingering anger over inflation, attacking big business allowed her to go on the offense. Then, quite suddenly, this strain of populism disappeared. I wonder why. Why did this strain of populism disappear? One Biden aide told me that Harris steered away from such hard-edged messaging at the urging of her brother-in-law, Tony West, Uber's chief legal officer. West did not immediately respond to a request for comment. To win the support of CEOs, Harris jettisoned the strong argument that deflected the attention from one of her weakest issues. Instead, the campaign elevated Mark Cuban as one of his chief surrogates, the very sort of rich guy she had recently attacked. I told y'all I fucking hated Mark Cuban being on the campaign trail. Inconsistencies everywhere. Inconsistencies everywhere. On the one hand, okay, this is the only part of this fucking idiotic Atlantic article that I agree with, okay? This is cope mode, big time. And they went to Biden world and basically got like as many juicy quotes as possible about how Brandon could have won still. But this part is correct. Is correct. Bro, you couldn't be more wrong on all this. We all know the Dems lost because they didn't put a big boy like Pritzker forward. Okay, fair. Due respect, I'm also very tired about being lectured by a socialist whose only electoral purchase is in Vermont. I'll be the first to admit, wait, first of all, Bernie Sanders won significantly more primaries than fucking Kamala Harris. Suck my dick. Suck my whole ass dick. Get the fuck out of here. Bernie Sanders has significantly fucking higher approval ratings. This is a Fetterman staffer? Yeah. One should ask him why he doesn't have it in his fucking bio. Careerist charlatans. Now head Senate snob, previously deputy Senate snob, director of Lavender Scare Vengeance, opinions mine, duh, he, him. Why don't you have the person who you work for on your bio? Also, the green dipshits vote helping elect the GOP. Those are your constituents you're denigrating. I know. He's so fucking stupid. He took it out of his bio months ago so that he could do exactly this on social media and get away with it. Yeah, I will not be lectured. I will not be lectured by a motherfucker who's propping up a brain dead person, like I mean medically, okay? And is too embarrassed to do so. You can't even put the name on your fucking bio because you also know what everyone else knows. What is this? This one will be studied in political science class. Oh yeah, this was so good. This was such a good moment. Remember when this happened and I was like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire damn life?
Well, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact. Listen, I plan on having a Republican in my cabinet. You asked
I got
me,
a list.
Yeah, right. You asked me what's the difference between Joe Biden and me. Well, that will be one of the differences. I'm going to have a Republican in my cabinet because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea.
Yeah. Right. Well, if anything,
Well, no worries. Many Republicans in the cabinet now. You can sleep easy. You can rest easy. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. But if you've had a decade and 2 failed attempts at convincing even the most nominally sympathetic audience of your arguments, perhaps you too are a part of the problem and not the solution. Oh. Thank you. We need a strong Republican Party. Don't worry. You lost so handily. They're stronger than ever. Nice. All right, let's look at this. MAGA supporter cries about the markets.
Do you think it's as simple as the economy?
Yes, I do. And I think what simply happened, the word is freedom. And I think the markets are feeling freedom because, and I get very emotional about this because I think these underlying...
Bro's crying about the markets, dude. Wow. Wow. Dude, when I think about the markets behaving free of any pesky government intervention, unless it favors the markets, then I like it. I say to myself, I'm going to cry tears, real tears. Like, this is worse than Jordan Peterson crying about men.
Tenets and platforms of our country are so important. And it's not about the money. What you're seeing is freedom. You're seeing markets saying, we're not going to be regulated, constricted, and legislated against. And you're seeing markets feeling that they're going to be free and they're going to be able to go conduct business and they're going to be able to grow. And that's what markets want to do.
Do you think it's as simple as the economy?
Yes, I do. And I think what...
This is also funny. I'm here for it. First time I found out about this guy, he donated $10,000 to my local police department because a black creator from my city dared to disagree with him. Please keep him as far away from the youth as possible. Yeah, I'm there. There's just so much shit that he's done that I fucking don't even remember, you know? Just an endless well of depravity. Dude, you're just mad Trump y'all can't expect people's opinions. Bro, please learn how to fucking type. You're literally proving something that I'm trying to actively argue against. That, like, you know, maybe some people who voted for Trump aren't really thinking about, like, the impact of the policy and stuff. And they're not just, like, dumb, virulent racists. And you come in here and you're like, you're just mad. Y'all can't expect people's opinion. Like, what the fuck? Open the schools! Abolish homeschooling. Open the schools. Typing with his tongue sticking out. Papa Pate, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What is this? Don't worry, pod. Oops, I guess Ethan saw the clip. This quote is from October 8th and is a direct response for October 7th terror attacks. I think it's a responsible assumption that he was talking about the Hamas militants that killed civilians the day before. Either way, this is the guy in Bibi's cabinet that wanted to end the war, and he was just fired. If you care about the war ending, then you agree with him. He doesn't know a lot about politics, but she knows that Golan opposed to Bibi and wants to end the war. dude, what are you doing, man? This conversation literally started with like whether Ethan was pro-Israel or not, okay? And I kept saying for a year over and over again, like, come on, guys, he's very critical of Israel. You don't understand. And this man has actively been like, excuse me, he was really the fucking defense minister who said we are fighting human animals, was actually just really passionate in the moment, in the heat of the moment. He had a heated gaming moment, which extended into a 12-month genocide. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, dude. Running defense for Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, again, actively named in the ICC court case as a war criminal. There is a application for a warrant out for his arrest as we speak. That's insane, dude. That's crazy. What the fuck? What is this? Final updated. There are multiple occurrences of Yoav Gallant saying crazy shit, and this list is old. I mean, this is, wait, where is this from? 11/11/2023. I am saying here to the citizens of Lebanon, I already see the citizens of Gaza walking with white flags along the coast. If Hezbollah makes the mistakes of this kind, the ones who will pay the price are first, all of the citizens of Lebanon. What we are doing in Gaza, we know how to do in Beirut. 11/11/2023. Like, that is crazy. Whenever you start to criticize the right, someone distracts you in the chat. Yeah, he's just having a extended heating gaming moment, you know? Statement from the ICC prosecutor Karim A. Khan. Applications for arrest warrants in the situation in the state of Palestine. Yeah. This went hard. This was sick. This is like album cover shit right here. Yeah. From the people that brought you, saying Sabra hummus is bad is actually the most anti-Semitic thing you can say. When Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, a war criminal, doing a war crime, genocide in Gaza, and also pummeling Lebanon, he's actually just having a heated gaming moment when he said that they were fighting human animals, and also was unveiling his policy of denying the civilian population of Gaza food, water, and electricity. It is necessary to make cultural changes in Gaza, such as in Japan and Germany following World War II. Oh no, that's Benjamin Netanyahu that said that. We will end things inside Gaza. I have removed all restraints. You are allowed to attack everything. Kill those who fight us. Whether there is one terrorist or there are hundreds of terrorists ordering to attack through the air, land, with tanks, with bulldozers, by all means, there are no compromises. Gaza will not return to what it was. The Patriots on Channel 14 posted on October 9th, 2023. Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant, 10:10. Gallant meets with soldiers in the Gaza Strip. I've removed all restraints. We are moving on to attack. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant toured the Gaza Strip today and spoke with soldiers on the ground. Gallant told the soldiers of the Gaza border, I have removed all restraints. We have taken control of the sector, meaning the Gaza Strip, and are moving on to a full attack. Hamas want to change in Gaza. You will have the right to turn the wheel against them, meaning turn that against them. We consider that since the day the war has begun, the final and complete destruction of the Hamas organization began. The Patriots on Channel 14 posted. Israeli officials have said, following the 4-day pause, they will continue bombardment of Gaza for at least another 2 months. Background information. This followed after the Israeli families of the hostages gathered with the cabinet prior to the truce, where some left saying that the release of the hostages does not seem like a priority, which subsequently pushed Netanyahu and the cabinet to agree to a truce to release some, not all, hostages. Golan's statement regarding the resuming of the inaccurate bombardment of Gaza without distinction between civilians and fighters comes as reassurance for the family's feelings regarding the matter. I have ordered the complete siege of the Gaza Strip. You already know those, you know. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take 1 day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places. There is no way that our brothers, our children, our parents will be killed, and we won't react because we are a state. They will regret it. This is where it's coming from. Anyway. Yeah. It's wild that he God. You posted more saying that he is a bad guy without looking at a news article is disingenuous with a video of your reaction. Oh, he has an issue with, people looking at clips from his fucking stream. That's crazy because I feel like he did the Destiny community's bidding by literally taking clips titled Hasan Abi from the psychotic cyber stalking website that they have propped up with 15-second fucking clips out of context. 50-second clips out of context to consistently smear me as a person who was creating an anti-Semitic community primed with anti-Semitism. What? Hasan is a pathetic propagandist. He doesn't give a single fuck about any nuance. We never said we oppose the ICC arrest warrant. If he did war crimes, good, investigate him. And by characterizing him as simply the bad guy without acknowledging he's trying to end the war, you are prolonging the war. You don't understand. I'm trying to end the war by saying the defense minister Yoav Golan is a good guy. I just didn't do my research. He's not watching me, dog. He's watching the Destiny subreddit. And I'm sure they're fucking giving him. Yeah, I'm suspiciously, I wanted Kamala to lose. I want to prolong the war, which is not a war. It's a genocide, by the way. I am now the IDF. Apparently he was telling his fucking community that I was urging people not to vote and shit. And then even his crew was pushing back and being like, that's not true. He literally, in front of 100,000 people, filled out his fucking ballot. Yeah. These Discord mods are sending Ethan videos. I mean, that's not surprising to me at all. I don't know why he's so embarrassed to admit that, over the past year, he very clearly has been browsing Destiny's subreddit and doing his bidding for him. Is it perhaps because he, created a pretty progressive, open-minded community filled to the brim with people who would despise Destiny? It's just dude, you're cooking your own fan base for no fucking reason when you do this, This is something that I tried to explain to Ethan from the start. It's just, I don't know. What is this? His community is extremely progressive, and until about a year ago, until the D community brigaded his community, pretend to be fans against you. No, I'm sure there was people who were like, you know, inactive fans that have been fans of Ethan. Ethan is a massive content creator over many years at this point. They just, you know, decided to activate. I just, you know, I don't get it. I don't know why he's spending this much fucking time on me. It's not going to change. It's not going to change the way people feel about what Israel is doing in Gaza, or the only thing he's doing is basically making people feel like he is absolutely in the tank defending Israel. Yeah, I saw like a fan channel of his being like, I can no longer in good conscience be a fan. This screenshot Ethan Klein posted on his IG story is from Destiny. Is this a soft endorsement of Trump? A quick reminder that Breonna Joy Gray is a spite-driven lunatic who would rather see more Gazans die than vote for Kamala. Like, this screenshot Ethan Klein posted is from, what is this? I don't think it's healthy for a nation to be held hostage by the hallucinations of a rabid cult that lives in an entirely separate reality. So what do you think they should do to avoid that? What? Who is this person? I don't even know who the fuck this person is. Oh, come on, LeMafair, you're the biggest content creator on the left. Take some responsibility. Say what you mean with your chest. I don't like the fascist guys. Then why don't you tell people to vote? I don't even know who this person is. Wait. Why is Ethan Klein posting on his Instagram account about fucking random people replying to me with 11 likes? Has Hasan ever said on stream, go vote? I thought this was funny. Yes, I literally consistently have said that. Why does this have 1.8? Bro, they are just living on a totally separate reality. It's so crazy. I don't know what the fuck to say. He was using this to say you're shutting out people who criticize you and harming the vote. This was on election day. Wait, first of all, I ban motherfuckers on Twitter all the damn time, dude. Are you kidding me? I block people on Twitter all the time. I have no fucking clue who this person is. Is a fake block screenshot too? Twitter removed blocks when that person replied? How is this even a point of contention? This is what I don't understand. Like, what is going on? I mean, this is like QAnon shit, dude. Is he all right? I was really going to sit out this vote, but you constantly remind us of the importance of voting, especially down ballot. Yeah, I know. There's never been a moment. There's never been a fucking moment where I'm like, anti-voting. So it's just so funny to be like, yeah, Hasan hates voting. Without acknowledging he's trying to end the war, you're prolonging the war and empowering the radical pro-war voices in the government. Hasan does not give a fuck. Yeah, Ethan actually cares about... That's right. Guys, this is correct. Ethan cares about freeing Palestine, which is why he has talked about how from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free as anti-Semitic. Because that's what you do when you're truly in favor of defending Palestinian emancipation, you know? What is this? What? Bro, I have not seen a single one of his fucking Instagram stories. I didn't know he was posting about me this much. Like, oh my God. This might genuinely be one of the funniest things I've ever seen from him. How is this not satire? I'm really stupid. Can you educate me a little on Marxism? I don't know what it is for real. Part 3. Oh. Oh my God. Every day? Every single day? No. No fucking way. There is... What the fuck? Dude. Dude. Calm down, man. What the fuck? You were blamed for the low turnout for Kamala because you have 2 million followers, but don't advocate the vote for Kamala. He also said you'd be friends with JT was a red flag because he sees him in his podcast host as extremists. All right, man. Yeah. Keep crashing out, I guess. I'm done with this thing. Whatever the fuck's going on here. I did see that his own his own fucking fan accounts. Why I can't support Ethan Klein anymore. Ethan's Basement. Sorry if you're disappointed. I just wanted to explain why I stopped making my videos. Like, his own fan accounts are like literally going, dude, please stop. Like, this is not good. What is this? It's hilarious how he thinks this makes him and his fans look bad. What is this? What? Part 1. Who is this person? Oh, nice. Why didn't anyone ask in the Q&A how she felt knowing she took part in the dehumanization of Palestinians and the apartheid as a member of the Israeli occupying force? Part 2. Here is their profile. Let's click the link. This person has 57 followers. And then part 3. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what does this say about... What is this? Am I missing something? What? The YouTube link. What? So he clicked on the YouTube link, and the YouTube link is What Really Is Marxism? A video I made 3 years ago. I'm really stupid. Can you educate me a little on Marxism? I don't know what it is for real. What? I'm having a hard time, like... Doors open. He's saying, wow, this person is anti-genocide. Wonder why. Then saying it's an aha when they're a follower of yours, as though that's bad. What the fuck?
Hey, it's been a while since I saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break.
So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true, though.
Just as long as it's entertaining to you.
Also, I think it's amazing that an hour of the content we've made carefully criticizing him, this is the clip he finally decides to watch. What a pathetic coward. Or maybe it's because finally the fucking election, which, was perhaps a little bit more significant for someone like myself, a political commentator, and not one that is just LARPing as one for a little bit and crashing the fuck out in the process by regurgitating talking points that you're getting from fucking Destiny, running your own like McCarthyist operation for some weird reason. Now I do have the adequate bandwidth and time and place to be able to actually fucking look at how stupid any of this nonsensical bullshit is. Oh my God. If you don't want people to think you're a Zionist, then fucking stop saying insane shit. What the fuck?
Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem. Host Hasan Piker. You're a good Jew. Challenge him.
Why can't I support Ethan Klein anymore? And I'm ashamed I ever did. Hold on, let me get my food to watch this.
Better than this.
In this video, I just want to explain why I stopped watching H3 over the past few months. What made me go from a pretty big fan of the show to, I guess, what Ethan would call a fallen fan. I've always known Ethan had his shortcomings, and I could usually look past them and still enjoy the show. But lately, it's been way too much. The hypocrisy and double standards have just piled up. So I figured, why not make a video about this to highlight what's been bothering me and why, after all these years, I've decided to stop supporting Ethan.
Why are people mad at me? I want someone, please, to explain it. Explain why you're mad at me. Go ahead. I'm dying. Please. Tell me why. I'd love to know why. If you actually articulated why you were mad at me, it wouldn't make any sense. So I'm dying. Please write it. Not even disagreeing, frankly, just trying to have a conversation. So, in short, you know, suck my f***ing dick. Echo chamber.
So, Ethan has been on a crusade against several creators, including his former co-host Hasan, and recently he's criticized Hasan specifically for not watching the videos or addressing the points Ethan raised against him.
Been talking a lot about my former co-host Hasan Piker.
I just want to point out this is literally the first time I'm actually seeing this video. Which I'm sure will be frustrating for Ethan, I guess. Because he's going to be like, oh, you never watched my video. It's like, yeah, dude, because I've addressed all of those fake concerns that people have had for a year. You know?
And leveling some pretty serious criticism against him.
Like, go back to comedy. I don't know. Like, just like, do your comedy podcast. You know? Like, I don't know why he's doing this. It's just so easy for him to just be like, you know what, guys? Yeah, I've been crashing out a little bit on this stuff. You know, it's time to go back to the basics and like, let's just have fun or something. I don't know. I'm sure people in his fan base would appreciate it. Just that they're not gonna fucking magically be convinced that like the arguments that you're presenting are super valid and not coming from a separate place. All you're doing is probably creating more resentment amongst your audience. I'm sure there's plenty of people in his audience that really love him that also hate me now because of the fucking smears, and they probably believe it. But you're hemorrhaging your fan base for no reason, thinking that this is a righteous cause.
I knew that he wasn't going to take it well and wasn't going to respond to any of the points made. In fact, Hasan, I'm sad to say, did not watch he didn't watch a single point I made. Instead, he took to saying that I'm crazy.
But about a month ago, I recall Ethan having a meltdown over a video made about him from a smaller creator called North Star Radio. So let's see if Ethan watched it and how he responded to the points made in the video.
This dude, Comrade Casey, okay, he made a video about the end of Leftovers. I haven't watched the whole thing. It's long as fuck, and I generally don't like watching videos like this because it's usually depressing. Bring back the Ethan Klein channel. Bro, are you okay?
I mean, all jokes aside, I mean, clearly not. Like, I feel so of two minds about all this stuff. Because, like, obviously, you know, from a practical standpoint, these people, their level of obsession and harassment is a detriment to our lives. But, like, that's when you see under the mask and you see the person and just, like, there's obviously a lot going on.
I'm out of sympathy.
Yeah, I get it.
Fuck this guy forever.
You don't need to
cactus sideways.
I got you.
As you can see, instead of watching the video, Ethan's first reaction is to go through the creator's Reddit account and show his audience some of his old comments. I hope you are starting to understand my point, but again, here's Ethan a few days ago calling out Hasan.
Now, instead of actually addressing a single point, he stops it before he gets there. I hope it's clear to everybody just how bad faith this is.
No, dude. It wasn't bad faith. My initial reaction was to not be distracted so close to the election with an ongoing act of genocide. It felt like it would be an unimaginable disservice to the people that I speak about. But I'm sure you never heard any of that stuff because the Destiny subreddit didn't clip it for you. Or maybe you did, and it didn't suit your purposes of smearing me. But it was very clear why I didn't respond to it. It's not like I'm afraid of a guy who openly admits he doesn't know who the fuck Yoav Gallant is in terms of like having a political back and forth. Okay? Like, narcissism aside, it's like peak Dunning-Kruger to assume that you are going to be able to just utilize Destiny's talking points in a subject matter that I'm more knowledgeable on than Destiny is, for sure. Like, it makes no sense. Yeah, it wasn't worth my time. I thought it was silly. I thought it was a disservice to the more serious subject matter that I wanted to cover. It wasn't because I was afraid. And in terms of charitability, I do also want to mention something to you guys, because I did reach out. I reached out to Ethan and I said, I don't think you respect me that much, but I really, really seriously hope you talk to Sam Cedar. I texted him that. He didn't respond. I was like, look, it's obvious to me that you don't respect me, but I think you probably still respect Sam Cedar. Please talk to him privately. That's what I said. That was like while he was in the process of crashing out like this, for the record. That didn't stop him from using that message against you. He said it was anti-Semitic to have a Jew talk to a Jew. All right.
Right now, and how desperately he's trying not to respond to any of the actual criticism.
Like, he thinks he has like a banger. You know what I mean? I think he's like deluded himself into thinking that like this shit that he has that has been consistently propped up by like the Keemstars of the fucking world and all these like drama perverts are actually just, he's sitting on this like mountain of damning indictments that I'm too afraid to respond to. I did respond to it. There's a YouTube video of it. I took all the highlights, all the bullet points, and it wasn't even me responding to it. It's because my track record on this shit is so fucking clean and so goddamn public that it was an effort post a fan of mine had made on Reddit, clipping direct responses to it. It's over here somewhere. I think it's called Ethan Klein Drama Explained. Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker Explained. Yeah. If you want to know what's going on, you know, you can figure this shit out on your own.
that I've made.
This is also after me being like unimaginably beyond good faith to him for a year. I didn't care. I didn't think that I didn't think there was anything but a simple distraction. I didn't like, you know, I had the fucking Teddy Fresh bear behind me for most of this process. Okay. Like that's how little I cared about all these instances where he was like kind of daggering me a little bit left and right. And I guess me not responding made him more and more angry. I yelled at my community for not being charitable to Ethan. None of that mattered, it seems.
This video one more chance. After all, he's the one that brought it up during the podcast.
Twitch streamer on the platform was blown.
Oh, hey guys, what's up? I'm North Star Commie Radio, and Ethan's a Zionist pig. It's like
Ethan hates me now.
It's like Charlie, but like not funny.
So yeah, 12 seconds in, and Ethan stops it to make a personal attack, and that's it. He won't show anything else from the video, and instead will go back to Reddit to comb through his comment history.
So anyway, this guy who made this video that's like super weird and biased towards Hasan and is like mega commie, tanky. So this guy looked into him.
So a video
I think he
hasn't
literally
watched
became a
is
fan of mine
apparently
after Ethan,
super
by the way.
weird and biased towards Hasan. But of course, Ethan doesn't have to watch or show the video. It's way more effective to just tell his audience that this guy is a communist, so his points don't matter. This is a classic Tim Pool move, by the way. So let's go back to Ethan's recent video calling out Hasan.
You can see there's layers and layers and layers of character assassination, propaganda, logical fallacies, and not.
Wait, I'm the one doing character assassination? Why don't you play my video addressing the talking points? Fuck you mean? What? Bro, what? What the fuck? He wouldn't do reacts. It's unethical. I love that he was on his IG story trying to argue whether or not Bernie's a socialist. Bernie Sanders? Bernard, I'm a Democratic Socialist Sanders? Yeah, I think he's a social. I mean, he said he is.
One response to any of the points that I've actually made. And it seems obvious to me that he's trying to poison his audience against me.
Character assassination and not one response to the actual criticisms? I really wonder who would do that.
This fucking doughy white bitch is making content that is biased against me. And also, apparently, he hates Jewish people. Comrade Casey, you bitch-ass weirdo. You look like a weirdo. And I don't hate mustaches, but man, that's a weirdo mustache. So this guy looked into him.
Wait, why is he saying that Comrade Casey hates Jewish people?
This guy who runs North Star Radio, Comrade Casey, they found his Reddit account. He's a big Hasan fan and clearly developed a deep hatred for Ethan and Hila since October 7th.
So he's made a video about Ethan that he hasn't watched because it's too long, but he took the time to look into him and read every comments this guy's ever posted, and that's what Ethan will focus on to debunk the video. Now here's Ethan just a few days ago complaining that Hasan should watch the videos he made about him instead of relying on his chat to tell him what was said in these videos.
He didn't watch any of it. He's basing this based on, like, I guess, chat. And, you know, it's like, what do you... Talk about it or don't, man. You know? Don't do this shit.
Let's see if Ethan would rely on other people to watch the videos for him, because I have a big problem with this next clip.
He made a video. I haven't watched the whole thing. It's long as fuck. And I think everybody noticed as they were watching through it, even Hasan, I think, commented on it, that this video is a little fucking weird.
Yeah.
You had mentioned you had watched it.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing. It is biased towards Hasan.
Even Hasan was getting like frustrated watching it, and he was
Yeah, I was getting frustrated watching it because like chat was not being normal about it.
confused, and he was like, "This is fucking weird."
Yeah, Hasan didn't like the video at all, from what I recall. He thought it was weird, and
That didn't stop Ethan from still going fucking full tilt. Hasan is an anti-Semite on me shortly thereafter, did it?
the more it went on, the more he kind of like disliked it.
I was so disappointed by the crew when I saw that. I don't know if it's just bad faith or if they also didn't really watch Hasan's reaction, but I will show you a clip of him talking about this video.
What is it? Oh, I gotta go. I gotta finish. I'll finish this tomorrow. I gotta do the podcast. Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast. We watched a YouTube video that was really good, and I highly recommend you guys check it out. It's by Comrade Casey in the chat, also known as, I believe, North Star Radio. Is that what it is? Is that what his YouTube name is? I forget.
Since we were talking about Hasan's chat, let's talk about it more because that's one of the main point of criticism Ethan has. He thinks his chat should challenge him more.
It makes me sad that people in his audience let him get away with this types of like hand waving. And once again, if you're a Hasan fan, challenge him to do better than this. This is
I've never once told Ethan's fan base to challenge him for any number of different like takes that he has. Just for the record, And I don't suggest you do that at all. But you probably can't do it anyway, because I feel like he always fucking bans, he always shuts off the chat. And even saw that the comments were not favoring him in that first fuck Hasan video, and he immediately shut off the comments in its entirety. So much of this is just pure projection. Also, my chat challenges me all the fucking time.
Dishonest. And more than that, I'd like for him to just respond to one of the points I made, just directly.
The do better part of this statement is really important because we recently had a great example of Ethan being challenged by his own chat to do better.
Truly disgusting, disappointed in you and the crew. Do better! The crew! If you had a dog, y'all wouldn't have thought twice, but it was a cat and you don't care. Shut up, you fucking freak, weirdo, loser.
So following Ethan's logic, how does he react to his own audience when they try to hold him accountable? He often uses two techniques. Here's the first one. Also, here's a clip I found interesting from just a few days before they turned off comments on all their recent videos. It's just too good.
He also started turning off replies.
I have no idea what any of this other shit is. I don't know what the fuck any of this stuff is, like the cat comments or whatever. But I have seen, I mean, I know that he's turned off his comments. Bro, how many times a day do you DoorDash? I do not DoorDash. But I get food delivered once a day. It's all videos he heavily criticized you in. Name one time a chatter challenged you, liar. Good one. By the way, the Reddit post that appears on the video about North Star Radio was made by an account that posts on the D-Cell Reddit. Yeah, of course. Dude, that's all. That's where he's getting his stuff from. And it's like kind of a funny situation to be in because like his community knows what Destiny's all about. Destiny has called Ethan the R word like numerous times when we had leftovers together, when we first started it. Destiny and his community fucking despised Ethan. They harassed him nonstop. Destiny himself has also aligned himself with the likes of Sam Hyde, who is a pedophile Nazi. Why did Destiny do such a thing? Sam Hyde hates both me and Ethan. Why did Destiny do such a thing? Oh, that's right, because Sam Hyde was saying he wanted to kill me. That's what he did. He literally welcomed him with open arms. A fucking straight up Nazi and a pedophile. So it's kind of odd for him to pull up the enemy of my enemy is my friend moment here, where I'm all of a sudden the enemy.
Ooh, that's cringy.
Yeah.
Logan did?
Logan turned off replies.
Oh,
yeah.
you know you lost.
Yep.
When you did that.
That's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough.
But apparently another problem Ethan has with Hasan is how he sometimes loses it and yells at his chat.
I fucking despise all of you, dude.
And you know, is it really cute the way that he like says crazy shit to his chat? I don't think it's really that cute. I don't know why.
Wait, was that a video of me yelling at my chat for doing like weird drama baity shit with Ethan? That was his takeaway? That was me literally yelling at my chat for saying like, you guys go above and beyond. No, it's probably not. I don't think it's from that. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Lamau, bro, you are insanely off-putting. You're great at curating clips though. Thanks, man. I like that you put a nice little compliment in there. Yeah, you're right. I'm a very off-putting person. I'm sure your favorite internet debate guy is definitely not seen as off-putting. Also, you are usually right. Oh, okay. I'll take it. Glaze.
Why people let him get away with that.
Now let's see how Ethan responded to the pushback from his chat the day after he made jokes about Aaron Bushnell, who set himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy. And I want to remind you, the people in the live chat are all paying members.
Well, unless I'm misunderstanding, tell me why. I'd love to know why.
What I saw.
Because you made fun of him burning. Okay, dummy. I joke about all this shit every fucking day. And now all of a sudden you gotta get all bitched out? Like, give me a break, dude. You know, suck my fucking dick. Give me a fucking break. Look in the mirror, loser. You're the problem. You are the problem. You are. Fuck you. Fuck you people. So why are you expressing such dumb fucking thoughts in my chat? Go somewhere else. Like, seriously, if you're that sensitive. So
I'm sure you've already answered this, and it's probably a dumb question, but how do you respond to haters that say you interacted with them knowing he lives in the IDF, asking out of total ignorance and genuineness? Also, I'm a dumbass. Great question. I've talked about this with respect to American veterans as well as Israeli veterans. There are plenty of former IDF veterans that, for example, created the organization called Breaking the Silence, which is an anti-occupation organization in Israel. I do not fault people for their past actions as long as they are they're doing everything they can to work against it. And I did not know what Hila's perspective on the Israeli occupying force was at all at the time. We had never talked about it. And even in our first conversation, I believe she was in the background. And at that point, it wasn't like she didn't say too much in that Leftovers episode. So for me in particular, I never fault people for things that they've done in the past. I'm a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And I think that, yes, even if you were a part of the American military, even if you were part of the Israeli military, it does not matter. After all, if you recall, one of the first people that I actually interviewed, Dr. Ofer Kassev, was someone who served in the Israeli military originally. He also got arrested for becoming a conscientious objector later down the line. But Dr. Ofer Kassev is a member of the Knesset in Israel. That was like one of the first people that I interviewed. Like, Israel has mandatory conscription. I'm Turkish. Turkey also has it. So I'm much more understanding of like people that served, as long as they look at that and they recognize that it was not good and actively become allies and even show their own personal experiences as a way to make a further argument against Israel's genocidal actions or Israel's apartheid state. So it was never even a question for me. Also, because I'm a fucking normal person. Okay? The fuck do you mean? There are millions of fucking people that have served in the U.S. military. What the fuck would I be like, oh, you're a veteran? You're a baby killer. Like, I would never do that until someone tells me that they have no issue with that, or that they have no issue with that at all. Like, they're not conflicted with their service whatsoever. And in which case, like, yeah, I'm still not going to be like a weirdo about it, but I probably will look at you a little differently. Well, I said the same thing in your chat once, and someone called me insane and asked if I feel the same about Nazis immediately. Yeah, I mean, it's just, people get passionate about this, people get heated about this shit. But yeah, if there was a fucking former Nazi soldier who then actively worked against the Nazi government, then yeah, you would want that person to do that. That's the entire point. Okay? Like, that's literally that. What do you mean? And I'm sure there were people like that. I'm confused. Are you implying that anyone in the U.S. military is doing something wrong? Are you assuming that everyone in the military is just doing combat roles? No, I'm not. First of all, I did not say that. I know that like a massive amount of the American military is not actively in combat, but that doesn't change the reality that they're still facilitating a lot of the horrible shit that the American military does. Having said that, I didn't even tell you that I fault people for going and serving in the military. So I don't know why you got that shit. I'm even saying that even those who were active duty combat, like who saw direct war, I do not fault for their experiences. Some of my favorite people on the planet, like some people I grew up with, literally have. I mean, were Marine Corps veterans, like straightforward, active duty combat veterans. There's plenty of them in this fucking community who I love. There's plenty of people who are active duty service members right now. The way you worded it is recognize what they did is wrong, made it seem like everyone did something wrong. I'm just mean broadly, brother. I don't know why you're getting lost in the fucking weeds. It seems like you're a little bit conflicted about maybe your personal experience, so that's why you're lashing out a little bit right now. You know? I don't know if you know this, but you're surrounded by other veterans and even active duty service members right now in the chat that are watching, so. Sorry, I'm just misunderstanding. I know. All right, let's continue.
Well, give me a fucking break. Who's the problem? Scumbag. Scumbag. So you're a fake fucking fan. Fuck you. Get lost. I'm sick of it.
But maybe it's just the chat that is overly sensitive, right? Ethan is known to make edgy jokes and to make fun of all different groups of people. We call it goblin mode, and that's why people love him.
Go somewhere else. Like, seriously, if you're that sensitive, then you need to go the fuck away and go to a community that is going to just tell you everything you want to hear all the time and never make you feel uncomfy. There's plenty of them out there. Go. It's really annoying.
So wait, this is about him, like, he made fun of Aaron Bushnell. Is that what happened? Like, is that what it was? I mean, that's pretty fucked up. Like,
that like people just they stand by like just waiting for any reason to call me. And by the way, why? Because I made one stupid insensitive joke. If you can't deal with it, then you know you're a fucking hypocrite, because I make these jokes about all different topics.
why didn't nobody tell him to stop? No, his chat was telling him to stop. I think it was in they're saying that the chat was in members only mode. What is this?
My first reaction is this. It was absolutely insane how he like stood the whole time. That was crazy. I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at fucking burning alive. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does that sound bad that he was really good? I mean, but I mean that as a compliment. What the fuck are you guys angry about, you weirdos? What did I do? My God, stop.
As Ethan Clown's cracking jokes about Aaron Bushnell immediately after his death, who was a veteran too, and then getting sensitive and sharing drama alert tweets whipping up hate against Rogan for saying U.S. soldiers get PTSD. Oh.
About all different sensitive things, about all different groups of people, every fucking show. And then when it lightly brushes on your shoulder, you freak the fuck out and you bitch and you cry and you go and you try to find any reason to you know what I mean, to get angry.
After hearing all that, I wonder how Ethan would react if he was the subject of a joke. Like he said, he makes jokes about all different groups of people. He's a free speech absolutist after all.
It's a panel hosted by Frogan and 4 of her friends, in which they have a tier list where they rate people where good is Arab and bottom is loves Sabra. Sabra is a very popular hummus brand. I know in Israel, it's pretty much in everybody's refrigerator, and it's kosher. They're an American company, but they've been the subject of the pro-Palestine boycott.
I saw some of this.
I mean, it's kind of just Arab good, Jew bad.
Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one.
We're very proud of you, Denims, for bringing anti-Semitism right on stage, and you guys are killing it. And may I point out here, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. Do you know?
This was so insane. Like, that was so crazy. That, oh my God. I still can't fucking believe that like led to Twitch responding by banning them for a fucking month. And then what did everybody fucking do afterwards? They went doubly hard. He turned around and was like, Dan Clancy is a Nazi. Jesus Christ, dude. Call him a pedophile Nazi? No.
That there is an Arab to Jew tier list happening in front of your sponsor.
This tier list isn't about being Jewish.
It's so funny because there's a Jewish Arab. There are plenty of Arabs who are Jewish. One of them is directly on the panel and got banned because of Ethan's fucking nonsense.
Jewish at all. Not only is one of the panelists Jewish, but in the Love Sabra category, people from all different races and religions were included alongside Ethan. It's more about not knowing much about Arabic culture and therefore eating shitty hummus.
What is it? Ramadan what?
Lena. Yeah, Ramadan Kareem or Ramadan Mubarak.
Bike?
Mubarak.
Oh, Mubarak. Mubarak.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, you said it good.
What does it mean?
Mubarak Obama.
Happy Ramadan.
Mubarak Obama?
I want to address one last point in this video, and it's about the H3 Snark subreddit. For more than a year now, Ethan has been talking about it and saying how toxic this place is, how they promote harassment, doxing, stalking, and why it should be banned.
Because I believe these Snark subreddits on Reddit should be banned. It's literally fostering the most psychopathic. It encourages harassment, doxing, stalking. It's just...
I guess it's fine as long as it's not the Destiny subreddit. Or, I mean, I guess he's like unleashed the H3H3 subreddit too, I suspect, against me in a similar vein now. So,
This is like, it's not as bad as jailbait, but it's like giving like, I have a feeling it's going to be banned, and then everyone will be like, that was insane. Why the fuck was that allowed on the website for so long? These people are literally fucking, it's cult behavior. I don't think they're allowed to like straight up brigade, so they're doing like a very loud dog whistle, being like, hey, let's put a compilation of Ethan. The whole Snark phenomenon is so pathetic that Reddit allows this shit to continue, because it feels like every Snark subreddit leans into like,
see, when it happens to you, it's just you're not capable of taking criticism what Ethan is as a victim. I mean, the irony is that I do think that like Snark style subreddits are unhealthy, and I've talked about it personally as well. Like, the issue here is that like he quite literally utilizes my own personal Snark subreddit r/Destiny. Once again, a man who has defended the most important civil rights movement of our generation, at least, a white person's right to say the N-word over and over again, and has consistently said the N-word as a white guy. It's just weird. I don't know. I feel like this is going to accelerate the crash out. I don't know why he doesn't realize that. He said that you have Twitch in your pocket because of the birthday video, even though he met and talked to Susan Wojcicki, which Gnome Star used to accuse him of having YouTube in his pocket. Yeah, but also he's now like aligned with Gnome Star. Keemstar and Destiny are just like this with Ethan right now.
Straight up psychopathy in terms of like the harassment and the intention to try to ruin somebody's life.
Dude, this is my favorite type of guy. Ethan's bigotry has been legitimized by your tolerance. Remember when he dismissed your take on Israel? He asked you for a realist POV, and since he didn't understand it, he dismissed it. You often let him brush off others' perspectives without calling him out. Yeah, dude. You know who you should be mad at? The guy who Ethan Klein, Destiny, Congressperson Richie Torres, and like everyone in Destiny's like psychotic cyber harassment community cult has been actively targeting for being a prominent voice that is critical of Israel. I'm the guy who you should be mad at. Thank you. This is what I mean, by the way, when you are a person a ton of people look up to. No, this is what I mean when I say like a lot of people are exclusively focused on like drama. Because like the only way that you personally think that like I wasn't sufficiently critical of Ethan, when we had a literal conversation that left like when we had a conversation, we had a back and forth where we had a disagreement. Okay. When we had a major disagreement that ended up ending the podcast, right? And has unfolded over the course of this past year of genocide into like Ethan just falsely smearing me and trying to take down the entire platform that I'm on for the crime of not fucking banning me for some ridiculous bullshit. Even in that circumstance, like I wasn't sufficiently critical. That's crazy. Like, it's a very weird attitude to have. It is actually quite off-putting to just like be this laser focused on trying to fucking turn this around and be like, you're the reason, you're at fault here. Bro's a cancel culture goblin? Yeah, literally.
And one last time, let's go back to Ethan's reaction of the North Star radio video and how he uses his own subreddit when he faces criticism, even from a way smaller creator.
First of all, shout out to whoever did the ops on this. Lovely Callisto. Thank you. I made an Imager album of his H3 snark posts in chronological order and sprinkled in a few of his cringy main subreddit posts.
I wonder where that guy came from.
Too, along with it. So here's this fucking guy. Let's look at some of his greatest hits. He's also making fan covers and asking Ethan to bring back his personal channel. Grimace Shake and Fortnite folk cover.
How dare you, dude?
Well, guess what, bitch? I know who the fuck you are, and I'm gonna have a conversation about it. Let me take a look at this guy's channel.
Shouting out his fans for screenshotting every comment and collecting every information on this guy and showing everything live. How is this different from what Ethan says the snark sub is doing? I mean, it might be even worse because of the power of a channel as big as Ethan's.
Here's a post. I don't know. Was this the same investigator? By the way, I didn't even mention this guy, and he's like deleting his shit. You should be scared, you fucking scumbag.
What? Wasn't North Star HG fan at first? Yeah, he was. I think. You ignoring these guys for a long time, deprives them of content every now and then, pushing back and then moving on seems to work. Also prevents these communities from becoming drama perverts. Yeah, I don't like building a fan base, and I've been pretty honest and pretty open about this for many years at this point. I've been doing this for quite a while. I don't want to build a fan base around drama and toxicity. I already have enough of that in the real world, in the things that I cover. Like when I'm directly antagonizing or attacking like a right-wing person, like Ben Shapiro, I understand that that could also be features like drama or whatever, but like that's a person who is ideologically my enemy, right? I don't agree with his worldview. I don't agree with anything he says. And so that's entirely separate. I categorize that as like politics. I'm not obsessive about debate culture for that reason, though, because I feel like it's not necessarily about arriving at the truth, but more so about like addressing certain talking points and presenting certain talking points in an effort to like get something clipped out that you can use to consistently bully. Like you can weaponize your fan base to like consistently bully the other person. But even then, I obviously still engage in debates all the time, regardless of gotcha moments. And I will sometimes also engage in those gotcha moments and stuff like that. I just think that when it becomes your primary focus, it's unproductive overall. Are you going to say you're doing the same thing for looking at that Reddit post, Law? Wait, what? Yeah, what do you mean? I went to my own community's Reddit post because they had compiled all of the instances where I personally, not like cyber stalking Ethan, they had compiled my own talking points that are readily available to the public since like since October 7. Do you not understand that this is a little different than just like using the subreddit? I don't know. Like I wasn't using my own subreddit to like attack Ethan or something. Like I wasn't cyber stalking myself, chat. No, I know it's different. I just mean they'll say it's the same. But also, yeah, it was a good pose. It compiled all the shit that I have said already. What the fuck? Oh, he was a Destiny poster? Half of his community just attacks the other half over this. Apparently, if you don't hate Hasan right now, you're not a real fan. I don't agree. I think that there's a lot of people in his fan base who are genuine genuine progressives who probably are at odds with Ethan's perspective. And they just want him to stop, most likely doing this. But he's just like relentlessly using any and every opportunity and any and every avenue to just like keep saying like fuck Hasan, fuck Hasan, fuck Hasan. And the issue with that is I think that probably turns off more people in his own community than like turns them against me because they believe the smears. You know? Because I'm sure there's people who are like, you know what, Ethan, I love you. I don't really know this Hasan guy that well. I trust you. You have made a convincing case that he's a gigantic piece of shit, right? And I believe you, and so I ride with you, right? And that's sad, especially if they're like a progressive-minded person who could otherwise be convinced of seeing the world with my eyes, or rather, develop a better understanding of certain values that we both might have. But outside of that, I think there's a far larger number of people in his community that he has cultivated by being openly progressive, that are most likely looking at this as a crash out and like hoping that it ends at some point. But every time it doesn't end, I suspect that it just, causes people to be even more annoyed. Yeah. It seems like everyone hates you because they ban anyone on their subreddit and live comments who disagrees with or calls out Ethan. Yeah. Like, this is literally, how was you, one, supposed to predict how unhinged you would become, and two, stop it? If you tried, he ignored you and started talking with your chat live on air of very emotional people having to watch a genocide that did happen and even refused to talk about without October 7th as a backdrop. Genuinely asking, what progressive values has he exhibited? I think Ethan had a real change of heart about the kinds of content that he was making, the kinds of commentaries that he was doing. He became unapologetically pro-trans, like pro-LGBTQ across the board. There was always going to be some hangups if you were to look at like the broad swath of things that Ethan says. But beyond that, I think he has been like that for quite some time. And people that say he did it for the money, you're wrong. He could have just been slightly less edgy and he still would have made a fuck ton of money. Look around the internet, chat. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're so wrong. There is plenty of opportunity to keep making money hand over fist for with aggro right-wing ass content. He's not even calling you or Twitch an anti-Semite anymore. He's just openly flaming your general worldview and doing it from behind 24-hour IG stories with no option for pushback is telling that he's no longer calling for a ban after the election. I mean, I'm sure if you agitate him long enough, he will call for a ban again. But I don't know. I just wish he would stop for his own sake, not for mine. I get hate from every sector online. I get hate from every avenue. It's not new. I live in this filth, you know? This is what I'm used to for the most part. Does it suck, or did it originally suck coming from a person that I considered my friend? Yes. Okay. But ultimately, it just becomes noise. Consider the criticism, my G. Sad time to see this. What has he done? He did it. What do you mean? The man has a family. Think where the hate comes from. Not all criticism is the same. Consider the criticism, my G. You're right. I have considered it. I've considered it for the past year when people from the community that's getting a lot of these clips out of context were coming in here to literally keep repeating these points that I'm like in love with Islamist fundamentalist terrorism and I'm backwards or any number of different things, or that I'm like far too critical of Israel and that's actually giving space to anti-Semitism. They're wrong. So, you know, you're wrong, I guess. My G, you're right on that, but can you meet somewhere in the middle with the Russia stuff? I don't know why. I don't even know what the Russia stuff is in air quotes, but if you personally think I'm pro-Russia, you are also wrong. There has never been a moment where I've been pro-Russia. I know that like there's an entire group of content creators that have actively been like, oh, he's pro-Russia, pro-Russia, pro-Russia this, pro-Russia that, with, again, clips out of context. But not only did I immediately apologize for ever saying that I did not think Putin was stupid enough to fucking invade Ukraine, but I also actively fundraised for Ukrainian refugees and have consistently criticized Russia over and over and over again, including but not limited to right now, which I assume you don't actually care about my perspective. I suspect, bear with me here, maybe you're going to prove my point in a second. You're going to move on to the next talking point. And I'm assuming that it'll be Taiwan, Tibet, any number of different things. The apathy towards the plight of Ukrainians is what I felt in the last year. Obviously, during the invasion, you were anti-Putin, full-throated. However, it seems like it's changed the last year. Wait, you think I have apathy towards the plight of Ukrainians in the last year? Wait, so you're... What? Okay, that's actually kind of cool. So you're saying I wasn't pro-Russia back then, which is the clips that they're using from that time frame to claim that I'm pro-Russia, but I'm actually now pro-Russia. Anyway.
Yes, he should be scared because Ethan knows by doing that, he's sending his audience to harass this guy. Him and his crew know what their audience is capable of, even if Ethan plays dumb sometimes.
Well, I hope people don't hold us to the standard of what our community does.
Right.
What does our community do? I mean, you say that, but what do they do? Our community is fantastic. It's all love.
Yeah, no, that's true. Our
Name
community's
one
great.
thing.
They've never caused us any trouble by. I don't even want to go there.
Well, just tell me and I can button it. Even if they did something silly, because I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure it was silly and harmless. If you're
Yes,
thinking of
definitely silly
something.
and harmless. That's what I'm referring to.
But it's not sending like fucking hate and death wishes to supposed friends. Anyway.
Ethan is a snarker. In fact, he's the ultimate snarker, weaponizing his audience to send massive hate waves and his crew to find intel on his enemies. By yelling at his chat when he gets any pushback, turning off comments, paying mods to heavily restrict.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to be mean to a single fucking crew member. I don't even want you to be mean to Ethan. It doesn't really matter. It is what it is. What are you going to do? H3's community has been coordinating a campaign to get you banned, by the way. No, wow. No way. Really? I know.
What can be posted on his own subreddit, he's not letting any other place to have a nuanced conversation about his show or to present any criticism. He's been trying to portray the people who participate in this sub as stalker lunatics, but in reality, most of them are former big fans who are now disappointed in Ethan and were banned when they tried to express any pushback over the past year.
Oh, Comrade Casey just messaged me and said I'd appreciate not being talked about on the show.
Shut up, bitch! Talk about these nuts, motherfucker. You appreciate me not talking about you?
I just
Suck my
responded,
dick,
bruh.
bitch.
He said I'd appreciate not being talked about on the show, and I responded, bruh.
I bet
And
you
then
would,
I blocked him.
motherfucker. Sucks to be outed as a piece of shit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
What is this? Can you explicitly say you don't want us to engage with him and his community so we can't hold that against you later like he did with the not voting shit? Yeah, I don't know what you're saying right now because I've never told people not to vote. What the fuck are you talking about? And also, I did just do that. What? What is happening? I fucking voted on camera, dog. What the hell? And yeah, of course, don't fucking interact. Do not interact with any of these people. And I have much love for the crew regardless, okay? I have no issues with anybody, okay? I have no fucking enemies. The first part explains the second part. Motherfuckers don't listen. Yeah, I know. That's so funny. I know, but he was adamant that you didn't. Yeah, okay, what am I supposed to do if he's hallucinating, dog? What the fuck? I spent like an hour on stream in front of like 100,000 people voting, like literally. I had the fucking sticker on here today. I took it off this morning. What the fuck? No, when you voted on stream, you explicitly said it's okay because you are rich and own property, but that anybody in chat who doesn't shouldn't vote. Yeah, that is famously my take. You are out of the loop on how the crew feels about you, dude. I'm sorry. I will not hold any of that against the crew. And I don't also agree with you either. I don't agree with you at all. Anyway,
How's that feel, Casey? I'm talking to you right now.
Comrade
Casey, we're not comrades anymore.
With all that being said, I know I won't change anyone's mind with this video, but if you felt the same way I did, just know you're not alone. In the past few weeks, all the other H3 fan channels I was in contact with for years, people who were as big of fans as I was, have told me they've also unsubscribed because of Ethan's hateful actions. That's it for this video. Take care and free Palestine.
Anyway. He was doing the Hasan disencouraged people from voting dance live, but he couldn't find any clips, so he moved on to he didn't endorse Kamala. Yeah, I also said time and time again that I would not only endorse Kamala, but I'd be fucking door knocking if Kamala Harris changed trajectory on Gaza, which is ironic because she should have done that for herself regardless of whether or not
but let's
I would endorse her.
start with how young men have swung so heavily towards Donald Trump in
They showed him that exact clip and he ignored it and moved on. Yeah.
this election, and it's raised questions about a major generational shift to the right, and also sparked a debate about the influence of media, job prospects, and education gaps. Because while people have been looking through the data, talking about all the different demos, I want to focus on young men and their turnout for Trump. With NBC News exit polls finding that men 18 to 29 went 49% for Trump and 47% for Kamala Harris, with that gap being way more pronounced in swing states. Right, CBS News found that men under 30 in Pennsylvania, they voted for Trump 56% to 38%. And ABC News finding that in Michigan, Trump had a 20-point lead with young men. And understand, this is a major gender gap nationwide because Harris got 61% of the vote for women in 18 to 29. And while yes, young people in general went to Harris, the Democrats' hold on young voters, it's shrinking. With, for example, CNN finding that the advantage went from 24 points for Biden back in 2020 to just 11 points for Harris. And Axios noting there that this shift, especially considering the turnout from young men, quote, signals that the MAGA movement with the support of a great deal of America's youngest voters has lasting power. And the thing is, right, this shouldn't be a complete shock. There's been coverage of the political gender gap heading into the election. Right? I mean, back in August, the New York Times ran an article titled "Many Gen Z Men Feel Left Behind. Some See Trump as an Answer." And that is 100% something that Trump's campaign was actively trying to tap into, especially in terms of young men's media consumption. You had Trump just bouncing from podcast to podcast of these big male influencers. And hell, even early in the morning when Donald Trump had won the election, Dana White credited these people.
I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Because not only did Trump sit down with these influencers, many of them used their platforms to advocate for it. The Nelk Boys posting frequently about Trump online and condemning Harris, even going on to Fox News to discuss their support. Then, of course, Joe Rogan was easily one of the biggest podcast appearances, and that ultimately ended in a Trump endorsement. Though this also, as some argued, that he didn't even need to appear on the podcast to court the votes. That the popularity of those creators alone was indicative of where young men's politics lean. And all of that, as you've had some influencers ringing the alarms about it for a minute now. With, for example, this clip of Hassan Piker on Crooked Media's Offline podcast that was filmed earlier this year, now gaining some traction.
If you're a dude under the age of 30 and you have any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, every single facet of that is just completely dominated by center right to like definitely center right to Trumpian right, like openly Trump right, not like genuinely neo-Nazi. That part is quieted down a little bit, but like they're like 90% of the way there. It creates a lot of vulnerable men who are looking for answers. And I think a lot of right-wing podcasters and the manosphere and the like take advantage of that. And they do a very good job of taking advantage of it. They're like, oh yeah, you're angry. You're angry because trans people exist. You're angry because women. The part that they clip, the part that they clipped is where I'm actually talking about young men are resentful and angry and feel vulnerable because of their material surroundings, their material conditions. That's where it starts off, where I'm just saying, like, ultimately, too bad this clip didn't pop off before the election. It did. It originally popped off before the election, and it's popping off again after the election. women are taking your jobs. Like they should be. I urge you guys to go watch the Offline with Jon Favreau interview that I did before the election. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to hear a lot of things where you're like, damn, how did this motherfucker know? I'm just saying, you're going to hit that. Turns out it might have not been hindsight. It was just sight. Every single point that I brought forward to Jon Favreau became correct, became true. Going back to a traditional lifestyle.
And then, of course, as people have been discussing the, the so-called manosphere trend, or like kind of this world, a lot of people have then been pointing their fingers at the popularity of Andrew Tate, who is a self-described misogynist, where he's notably celebrated Trump's win by saying he wants to move back to the US and even posting a photo of him as Trump's press secretary. Also cracking jokes about the win, saying things like, I saw a woman crossing the road today, but I just kept my foot down. Right of way, you no longer have rights. And so now you have people arguing, if the Democrats want to win, they need a liberal.
Stop saying, stop bullshitting, you dumb himbo, you pre-watched the election. No, if I pre-watched the election, I would have said that Donald Trump is going to lose. Donald Trump is going to win. And I said that I still slightly favor Kamala Harris, albeit marginally, but I still slightly favor Kamala Harris at the end of this process. Like, I'm always going to be honest with you. I was absolutely 100% on the money with all of my criticisms of the campaign, okay, across the board. I thought, and I said, a lot of people were doing fan fiction, including, but not limited to, a bunch of my peers and friends who I think were very hopeful. And the reality is, there's a reason why so many people in here, in this chat, were saying, there's a reason why so many people in here were saying that, like, at the time they were saying, I'm coping, but understand, like, where I was coming from and don't consistently fucking badger me over it. Because, yeah, all of the things that I said that I thought made Kamala Harris a weaker candidate and potentially slated to fucking lose was correct. So if your hyper focus is on that issue, I don't know what to tell you. It's very stupid. And not only is it stupid, but it's incredibly unproductive. And I see that like a bunch in the chat. I see that a bunch in the chat. Like, yeah, no, Mike, I've said, and I gave him his flowers, that he was correct. I feel like sometimes chat is like maybe jokingly, but not so jokingly, like desperately trying to drive a wedge or some shit like that. Like every single time we had conversations, it was mostly agreement, with me saying he slightly favors Donald Trump winning. I slightly favor Kamala Harris winning, but not by a massive margin or anything like that. The chat was so mad, Lamau. Yeah. No, Mike is right as a community meme. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Sometimes it feels like chatters are like spamming that to just be like, give credit to Mike. I have. Why wouldn't I? I like Mike.
Andrew Tate.
The chat was mad because he admitted to voting for T and complained about a Trump presidency. No, he did not vote for Trump. He voted for Claudia de la Cruz. Okay. On the PSL ticket. And in terms of vote shaming, in terms of people yelling, I think that it was, I've said this already, like it's not like there was a marginal fucking W that Kamala could have gotten there anyway. Regardless, but
hate. And I will say, and I'll expand on this in a moment, yes, I think it is true that Democrats probably need to rethink their media strategies, especially as it pertains to the youth vote. But I think all of this, it could also...
Damn, bro. The moment we moved on away from drama, we went from like 56K to 50K. That's crazy. So we had like 7K drama pervers in the chat. It was like 56.9K. That's crazy.
Be an oversimplification, with, for example, the likes of Bloomberg showing charts about why young men likely voted how they did, noting that after years of stagnation, median weekly real wages for men aged 21 to 35 rose steadily during Trump's first tenure as president. Also, they're noting that many men entered the workforce under Trump, though there was notably a big pandemic drop, and many did enter again later under Biden. But the association of those original jobs, it was there nonetheless. And this is Bloomberg noted that many men are falling behind in education. And if you look at how demographics vote, the no college degree crowd was much more likely to vote right. So you have places like Bloomberg noting that all this made Trump's rhetoric appealing to young men. But then they also argued that Trump may have made young men feel heard during the campaign, and they did experience some genuine improvements during his administration. But then adding the shifts in the job market are real, and it's not clear Trump's policies will help young men adapt. And so with all of this, there are a number of things at play. If you are someone in this demographic that voted for Trump, I would love to hear your thoughts on why you did it, why you didn't do it. And it can be a specific thing or a general thing. But what I will say is, I don't know if the left needs a liberal Andrew Tate, but I do think that the left needs to get better about going to the public square. What I mean by that is if you look from independent to right-wing influencers, they have been embraced by the right-wing political machine. You have right-wing politicians that have podcasts.
Yes!
Right. They also go on other people's podcasts. They also embrace podcasters. Right? They open the doors and fully embrace the likes of Charlie Kirk, lifted him up. And there's a whole range of these.
This is something that I've talked about twice today with both Wired and also Washington Post. Literally exactly this. Charlie Kirk and myself in 2016 were seen as literally the counterparts to one another. Like him on the right, me on the left. We debated one another at Politicon twice. And what's crazy about it is that the Republican machine swallowed him and made him into this fucking political operative for the Republican Party, whereas the Democratic machine would never do that, right? Part of that is because Charlie Kirk is a part of the base, or at least knows what the base wants and is representing the interests of the base. And when he communicates that to the Republican Party, they listen, right? They do not have an antagonistic nature. They will even go so far as to fucking align with Nazis, right? There is no position too far right for the Republican Party. Whereas for the Democratic Party, and I'm not saying this is a moral equivocation here, there is no moral equivalence between far right and far left extremism, right? Like, I am a far left extremist. What do I believe as a consequence of that? My far left extremism? Universal health care, free college education, right? No more endless fucking war. No more billions of dollars going to war. Fix the fucking potholes. Fix our infrastructure. Like, these are my insane extreme radical positions. Okay? People say, oh, re-education camps? Yeah, it's a fucking meme, dog. I don't actually believe in re-education camps. I don't think it would work anyway. Like, I do believe in education, though. Yes, rehabilitation, education. Rehabilitation over incarceration, education. I do believe that. Extreme. So, my point is that the Democratic Party is directly antagonistic to its own base. Okay? The Democratic Party is directly antagonistic to the needs of its own base, to the demands and the desires of its own base. So that's the major problem here.
Folks. Whereas you see that a lot less from the left. Granted, you do have outliers. You have Bernie Sanders. I mean, it was a big deal when he went on Rogan back in 2019. I mean, he's also a great example. He hopped on Theo Vaughn after Trump. AOC is also very skilled in the space. And, you know, in the lead up to the election, the Harris-Walz campaign did some things here and there. But I mean, to give you an anecdotal example, when I went to cover the DNC, there was like this whole official way to try and get access to certain politicians. We got one of the probably, I don't even know how many people we requested. But then separately, even though they told us not to do it, we started reaching out to campaigns. Republicans. And we got Governor Josh Shapiro. He seemingly understood the value of talking to people in our space. We had to film the thing in some like echoey back room, but he took the time. Whereas with, I guess, likely soon to be former Senator Bob Casey, my team worked to get that interview. We had something set up and then they just bailed on us. And it genuinely felt like they thought Casey was the get and not the other way around. That he was being given access to an audience of 18 to 35-year-old voters. Right? And understand, I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm not saying I'm like some crazy big deal, but I'm saying that there seems to be a disconnect for a number of politicians. And I think it feels like more so on.
Notice how you talked about more relatable podcasters, but liberals are thinking about more debate perverts. Democrats will never learn the right lessons. Yeah. Like, I think there is room for debate in general, but I got called a radical by my girlfriend, and I jokingly said, yeah, I'm radical and extreme for wanting people to get free healthcare, which immediately gets people to understand how extremely reasonable that actually is. Yeah. So the thing I was going to say is something else you believe in is multipolarity, which is cynically weaponized against you in the Hassans that take it. Yeah, no, I already addressed that. I'm anti-war. There was another thing I was going to mention. God damn it. Oh. Yeah, this is the most common perspective that I've seen on Twitter outside of people just directly being like, Hasan is that guy. Hasan is the Joe Rogan. Hasan is that guy, and he's actually seen a lot of success. This is the other side of that equation. The issue is that the left-wing alternative to the rightist sphere are people like Hasan who built a brand off Democrats suck. I did not build a brand off Democrats suck. I have not only door knocked for Democrats, I have directly worked with Democratic Party campaigns in the past. Okay? And I still talk to Democratic Party staffers. I went to the literal fucking DNC. This is what I don't understand about these fucking dumbasses. Okay? Yeah, dude, I'm just actively, cynically shitting on the Democrats to be cool. It's like they're doing such good things all the time, and I just simply can't see it. And that's why I'm cynically shitting on them. It's really hard for me because they're so good. No, dude, I'm in a fucking direct disagreement with the Democratic Party. And I also genuinely believe that if they championed some of the things that I'm advocating for, they would be presented better. They would be a more popular party. And I'm not even expecting the Democratic Party to do everything, right? Like, I want them to simply address the issues that people are experiencing with real policies, universality, not fucking means-tested garbo that is just a tax cut. Means-tested tax cuts, or what is it? I mean, what's the other common thing? They love the tax cuts or tax credits, and deregulation and a private-public partnership. Like, that shit sucks. Yeah. Do these fucking morons not hear Shapiro and other right-wing talking heads regularly shit on old Republicans in favor of Trumpism? Never kevers remember. These libs are so blind they can't consider the Democratic Party's fucking cooked. Yeah. Newsflash, they do. They're also spineless and don't follow with their promises. As we saw during the last 2 months of Harris campaign, they love pandering to non-existent Republican demographic. The Republican demographics won the fucking election, moron. Like, this self-assured Dunning-Kruger shit is so goddamn annoying, and it happens on Twitter all the time. Oh, wow. The Republican demographics won the fucking election? That's crazy. Please don't ever look at how many previously Democratic Party voters just chose not to vote for the Democratic Party. You have a baby brain if you think that there's just more Republicans now. That's just how it works. Like, more people agree with the Republican Party. Like, that's not how this works, man. There's a shit ton of people who did not fucking vote at all. And that's because the Democratic Party did not captivate them. That is what we're arguing about. Because we actually want the Democrats to fucking win. Unlike you, you just want to be, I guess, in your mind, a defender of the old guard. This is why I don't pay a lot of attention to these people on Twitter, Remember, I said this time and time again, like once the swap out happens with Kamala Harris, they're all going to be fucking Mamala. They're all going to be pro Mamala. They're going to be coconut pilled. And I was right, because they don't have any sort of ideological convictions, right? They don't actually care about anything. They just care about like defending the Democratic Party. They're regime pilled, if you will. And that's all they care about is like, no, the Democratic Party, whichever way it exists, does not matter what the ideology of the Democratic Party is, doesn't matter what their legislative agenda is. The Democratic Party as it exists is beautiful and great and is infallible as an institution. That's why they so quickly went from being pro Joe Biden to being pro Kamala Harris. And I said that. I told you. I told you they would do that. Like that. There's no fucking Biden or busters out there. They all voted. They all voted for Kamala Harris. Now, ironically enough, there were people that voted for the Democratic Party in 2020 that were like, I'm not voting again. But those people were directly being polled and they were not voting for Biden at all. Kamala at least picked up some of those people. And that's how she even made this a competitive race, because if she hadn't become the candidate with her 100-day truncated campaign, Joe Biden would have gotten wiped out by probably the same numbers. But Kamala's defeat was pretty bad. So I don't know what it would have looked like at the end of that process. Right? I agree with ignoring Twitter libs on the Dem Party strategy, but the problem with MSM universally has the same perspective. And we need to find the way to get this to ordinary primary voters. Yeah, I think that they need to be more open-minded. Like mainstream media needs to be more open-minded to people like myself who are not directly aligned with the party. Okay? Who are not being paid by a fucking think tank to come and communicate to the desires of their clientele, you know? Like, it's so shitty. Dude, if I was ever in charge of the media somehow, one thing that I would immediately institute is the NASCAR jacket policy. You just got to wear them. You got to wear the fucking brands, dude. All of your former employers and your current employers, if you've ever gotten $1 from Raytheon, you need to wear that fucking logo right there. Okay? You got to wear them like a fucking NASCAR racer, dude. It's so goddamn unacceptable that I have to, every single time I hear like, you know, General Spider Rapist Karl Marx or whatever the fuck his name is, go on there. And then I have to search his background to see, one, how the fuck did he get a name like Spider Rapist? Okay. And then two, where has he worked after he was a general? And it's like, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, or like, Institution for Defending American Interest in Resource-Rich Regions, Foundation for Defending Democracy, right? You look at that and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. What's the clientele? What's the client list of Foundation for Defending Democracy? Who is funding this think tank? Whose joke was that? Chappelle? Yeah, I think so. I think it might have been Chappelle. Aren't these Aaron Sorkin, the West Wing virtue of a diverse, vigorous debate inspired me to get into politics? What? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people think like that's just how debates are supposed to operate. Yeah, Aaron Sorkin has had a genuinely devastating consequence on American political discourse, American political culture in general. Hitler equals Hasan Abi. Dog, you are literally a Westbrick fan. Pick a struggle, dude. You can't be out here calling me Hitler while you're simultaneously, unabashedly, a Westbrick fan in the year 2024, dude. That is crazy. That is laugh at him. Laugh at him. Laugh at him, chat. In broad daylight. Motherfucker, you should have changed your name at a certain point. No, this year he's going to get activated. Finally, a team is going to figure out how to utilize him appropriately. The Westbrook hate is crazy. The man won an MVP. Ain't no way you're an r/NBA hater. Westbrook, he will check you with his left hand. Are you kidding me? Did you see your 3-point performance? I turned it off. You were so disgustingly bad. Listen, number one, I'm just memeing. Okay? I'm memeing. Of course, Russell Westbrook would destroy me. Okay? That's number one. Okay, this is how the Harden apologists are too, by the way. I'm noticing a similar trend in the chat. Yo, talk to me when you are as consistent as my GOAT. That's it. Okay? Everybody's like, oh, you don't understand. When Harden went on a tear, it was crazy. It was like nothing. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. It's like, okay, sure, dude. Got it. Okay? Meanwhile, LeBron, aka LeGoat, has been on a never-ending slow burn that you could only consider to be a tear that has spanned across 20 fucking years. That's why he's the GOAT. His son just got sent to the G League. Okay, don't get me started on Tim Duncan. You have no idea how good Tim Duncan is. Also, Les Seaman, not doing so well, but that's fine. You know what I mean? Les Seed. Let come. I say this as a positive. I wish LeBron was my dad, okay? I've said this before. You wish you were Kyrie? Yeah. I mean, he's dope too. I wish I could handle balls like Kyrie. I think if we pivoted more to b-ball talk, we can help save the youth. What do you say? No. Yeah. Speaking of the Joe Rogan shit,
on the left,
hold on.
that they don't understand the value proposition. You go to where the people are. But yeah, like I said.
So he's right. Philip DeFranco's right. The other side of the conversation is that where is it? MAGA already losing their work bonus because of Trump. He hasn't even been elected. Beautiful stuff. Results have already started. This is from an American woman today. My husband worked for a small manufacturing company here in Southwestern PA. That means most employees are Trump voters. When the president of the company sat them down today to tell them their annual Christmas bonus would not come this year because, yo, why are people celebrating this? First of all, this is probably fake. Secondly, why are you celebrating this? Like, I don't want harm to happen to anyone. Like, I don't want harm to happen to even Trump supporters who are literally openly advocating harm upon others. Okay? Partially because, like, I recognize that economic instability, even if this was true and they got cooked, okay? Like, economic instability is going to cause these people to become even more fucking right-wing. They're going to be, like, extra fascist. They need to learn their lesson. Fuck them. Dog, are you on Mars? You're in America too, dummy. If economic hardships are happening to them, it's going to happen to you too. What the fuck do you think class solidarity is? You're not somewhere else, or maybe you are. I don't know. Maybe you're foreign. Maybe you're not an American citizen, but like, I get why people are bitter. I understand it. But I also, I don't know, we deserve it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Listen, no, we don't. We do not. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I'm sorry. We deserve it because the Democratic Party ran a dog shit fucking campaign and has consistently not addressed or examined the anger and resentment people feel towards these institutions and the establishment for multiple fucking decades. So I guess all American citizens can suck shit and die. What a fucking silly argument. It's nobody's fucking fault. Down to the last person. That's why I always say universal health care means everybody gets it. Medicare for all means for every single person, okay? And yes, that even includes fucking Nazis. You can get mad at me all day, every day. It does not matter. This is at the heart of universality. And if there are some dumb neoliberal dipshits out there who are like, actually, a universal healthcare proposal would not be good because my father, who is an executive at Aetna, would be out of a job. He still is going to get that fucking government-sponsored healthcare, and he's going to like it. Okay, I'm going to force that shit on you, dude. That's right. You can go to a fucking checkup without worrying what your copay is going to look like or what your insurance premiums are, whether you fucking like it or not, okay? You understand me? I'm going to force that fucking beautiful healthcare down your throat. That's right. You're going to like it. And you're going to get that free education, a free college education. You're going to be like, no, please don't educate me. I don't want to be educated. Fuck you. Okay? You're going to college. And that's right. You're learning about gender studies. We are making everybody homosexual. Hello. Someone's bored. Oh, are you bored? This is too early. You're too early. This is 5 p.m. It's too early to be bored like this. She's like, excuse me, it's pet time. Okay, place. Kaya. No, place. Kaya. I'm going to need food and shelter if I'm going to college. Hell yeah, dude. And you're going to fucking get it. Okay. You're going to get that shit too. Bro, you're probably missing it, but liberals have become unhinged towards Latinos. It's insane. Yeah, I saw. Multiple writers are now trying to get their MAGA Latino neighbors deported. I think this is just Reddit. So I suspect it's just people talking shit and it's probably not real. But the very fact that they're even like thinking that this is funny or fun is gross. Yeah, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with any of this shit. Like, it don't matter, dude. For me, okay? These sorts of stories are fueling it. Texas Latino men, documented and not, are hopeful for Donald Trump. Here's why. Because they heard the song, Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. That's why. Yeah. ULPT is a meme subreddit. It's still racist, though. Damn, these people are right-wing. This is definitely going to get people to vote Democrat. Yeah, I don't like that at all. All right, let's watch this Onion video. That's funny. Onion's been dropping banger after banger, by the way.
Have another key race alert, this one just coming in from Alabama's 4th Congressional District, where in a major surprise, a neo-Nazi candidate has won in what is typically a deeply Ku Klux Klan district. Jason Copeland has more. Jason, what are you seeing?
Yeah, this is a significant upset, Dwight. Nobody saw this coming. Neo-Nazi Lucas Brennan has defeated three-term incumbent Klansman William Kent. This district has had a KKK representative in Washington for over 5 decades, so this is a huge pickup for the neo-Nazis.
And one that could have massive implications for the future of far-right radical racism in this country. Did the Klan just get overconfident here?
Well, you know, look, the KKK was up in all the polls. I mean, I'm getting texts right now from senior Klan officials who are in shock. This is a deep white district. They thought this was a seat they'd be able to walk away with, but it looks like the neo-Nazis' strong ground game over the last couple of weeks ultimately put them over the top.
Midterm countdown, 80,000 days.
And look, part of this can be attributed, I think, to changing demographics out there. You've got a rising percentage of young voters registered as neo-Nazis. You've got third-party Oath Keeper candidates who may have pulled some of those votes away. But the number one reason, you know, really at the end of the day, why they pulled this out, card-carrying Klansmen who broke here with the establishment and voted neo-Nazi.
Fascinating dynamics emerging. Now, Lucas Brennan has very little experience in politics. Just 1 term under his belt as a local county commissioner.
Study weirdness of ringing strangers' doorbells to talk politics up 3,000%.
Well, look, and I think that only helped him, Dwight. I mean, you know, just look at this exit poll where you have 64% of Alabama voters saying they felt that violent white terrorism in this country was moving in the wrong direction. And this was a race where neo-Nazis were running on a platform of results. And clearly voters were looking for a fresh face in racism.
Brennan.
Please tell me it's a parody news channel. Yes, dude, it's the Onion News Network. Of course it's a parody. I mean, come on, guys. Like, they're not even within the margin of like being even remotely true. God damn, dude. My community is so autistic, bro. I'm sorry. Like, straight up. Takes one to know one, I guess, but like, that's crazy. Like, you cannot look at this and just be like, what? There's a district in Alabama? What is happening, dude? Like, it's a parody of a real life example. It's just that like no one is going to be outwardly a neo-Nazi nor a Klansman. They'll just say, I'm David Duke without the baggage. And then they'll become the majority whip of the Republican Party. That's right. His name is Steve Scalise, and he pees into a colostomy bag for the rest of his life because he got shot at the congressional baseball game. He is the guy who said, I am David Duke without the baggage. That's a real quote from that man.
And also striking a message of unity in his acceptance speech, promising to be a congressman for all Alabamians in his district, saying, quote, we have more in common.
Yeah, you know it's a parody because the neo-Nazis and the Klansmen would never have infighting like this. They would never splinter the ticket like this. They would be solidly on board with one another's ideals. Yeah, I saw this one too. This one was a banger too. People were talking about.
Common than what separates us. We all want to aggressively take control of our country from the blacks, Jews, and gays who are making it less pure.
And it seems like that message was effective, not only in Alabama, but nationwide as more results are pouring in. Looks like it could be a huge night for the neo-Nazis in local races across the country. Still early tonight, of course, but we could be looking at a full-on Aryan wave.
Thank you, Jason. With this congressional pickup, the neo-Nazis now hold a total of 82 seats in the House of Representatives.
Damn, they fucking cleaned out the Klan in Florida, dude. Holy shit. What a fucking disaster for the Klan this has been. Oh my God, dude. Indiana and Florida. Like, Florida, I understand. You know, neo-Nazis made huge pickups in the state. But God damn, I was not suspecting the Mississippi rise too. Wow. That's crazy. What? This entire time I was thinking, like, what would they even disagree over? I guess the Klan would be like, those guys are socialist pussies, you know? They got socialism in the name, brother. What do you mean, national socialist? They got socialism in the name. They're talking about doing socialism for the purity. I don't want it. For the pure American folk. I don't like it. And then that's what they have, like, economic disagreements. Yeah. It has been a tumultuous time for America in general. I think that a lot, like larger and larger swaths of white nationalists and the white working class have been experiencing tremendous financial hardships. And I think that's the real reason why the National Socialist Party was able to put forth a economic populist agenda, regardless of the fact that they're not going to follow through on it, at least, you know, according to history. They really were able to ham that part up. And I think that the Klansmen clearly were not able to combat that message, I think. Yeah, Medicare for whites was seemingly a resounding message that delivered this massive Aryan sweep. I wanted to lean into the memes by, you know, because if this was real world, if this was the real world, this is what I would be like. I'd be adding additional commentary onto it. I'm imagining the liberals that are like, excuse me, at least the neo-Nazis want healthcare for whites. That's the lesser evil. The Klansmen, they don't even want healthcare. They're not only right-wing, okay? They're not only white nationalists, but they don't even want healthcare. At least the National Socialists want whites-only healthcare. You better vote for them, or else you're a person who wants people to die. And it's like, yeah, you vote for them, and you do want people to die. You want all the non-whites to die regardless of who you're voting for in this process.
In the House of Representatives. Now, don't go anywhere, Jason, because when we come back, we're going to break down exactly which results would still need to happen for the election map to make a smiley face. You're watching the Onion News Network, the only cable news network that watches New polling out this week shows a tight race in a handful of hotly contested swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland at the Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now, I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer. Zoom in a little bit more. Right here, right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason. Coming up next,
dude, they're so good. They are so back. They're so good. I love it.
Campaign is in full-on damage control after footage leaked of the candidate being extremely rude.
In perilous times of great uncertainty, across every corner of a helpless world filled with terror and lies, the truth will be shouted by the only cable news channel you can trust. This is news without mercy. This is the Onion News Network.
What are your thoughts on the Dems already releasing COVID version 6.9 out of revenge? 43 monkeys escape. South Carolina research facility. Police warn residents to secure doors and windows. Will RFK be able to stop this with ivermectin? Oh. Link up with them? Yeah, the boss of the Onion boss, is a fan and a friend of the show. Yeah, the top boss. I just DM'd him. Oh shit, I didn't see. Wait, hold on. Dave Weigel DM'd me back, but it was too late at that point. Was that the guy that was in your booth at DNC? I feel like I vaguely remember something like that. No. I'm a shill for the Onion. RFK's been busy lately. Butchered remains of a dolphin with his organs removed found on New Jersey beach. Someone needs to make him stop. Someone needs to make him stop. What is going on? You know the brain work jokes are going to be fire. I hope they get Pete Davidson the voice. Him in SNL. Oh,
George
this is a
W.
great
Bush
one.
may be retired from politics, but he's keeping busy.
This is George W. Bush debuts new paintings of dog's friend's ghost of Iraqi child that still follows
With
him.
his new hobby of painting. Today, the Picasso-in-chief tweeted his latest picture, a turkey sandwich and glass of lemonade in front of the ghost of the Iraqi child that follows him everywhere. Rebecca Mira has been following the painting POTUS's flourishing art career. He's pretty good, Rebecca.
Yeah, well, Rachel, Bush doesn't claim to be a great artist, but as he put it, not bad for an old man, huh?
Not bad at all. He says,
As a Californian, Newsom is an evil psychopathic demon who feeds on the blood of Republicans. I despise everything about him and cannot wait for the day I get to vote for him president. He may be a psycho, but he's our psycho. No, I don't want that. And no, he doesn't actually, I don't think he feeds on the blood of Republicans. I think he feeds on the blood of homeless people, regardless of political ideology. Like, Gavin Newsom is a fucking demon, okay, of the highest variety. He does feast on the blood of the poor. I can't begin to tell you guys, like, as a Californian, this man is everything that is wrong. Okay? This man is everything that is fucking wrong with neoliberalism within the Democratic Party. I've seen a lot of talk about how the left is alienating potential voters due to their scolding, but I also see the necessity of calling out bigoted beliefs. What are their thoughts? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is about, okay? I think people are cry me a river, soy boy. Wait, what? If you're calling me a soy boy, why are you pro Gavin Newsom? What the fuck? Dude, Republicans are hurting themselves in confusion in the chat. I love the pickup. I love the pickup of like hogs in the chat because it's fantastic. I welcome them with open arms, right? We love you. But you got to get a little bit smarter, dog. Like, I'm literally shitting on a guy you're supposed to hate, right? Like, you just... Gavin's trying to help, though? Yeah, he's trying to help kill more homeless people. No, fuck Gavin Newsom. The only people we need to scold are neolibs who only discuss social issues in the left working class to fall in Trump's hands. Bernie was 100% correct. Bro, I put the jacket back on and immediately got called a soy boy. Do I always have to show my fucking ginormous arms, dude? Do you have to see the fucking cannons all day, every day? Is that what it is? Because honestly, MAGA Republicans calling me a soy boy, it kind of feels gay. It's giving gay as fuck, dog, that you're like, nah, take that goddamn shirt off, big boy. I need to see it. I'm going to keep calling you a soy boy all day until you show me that body. Ooh, that body like tea. Girl, I need to see your pits. Hey, Hasan, have you talked about how Donald Trump managed to get 50% of the Latino men vote? I'm a 19-year-old Latino college student, and I know Mexican culture is extremely misogynist, but I honestly never accepted this. Let me just say something, okay? To my fucking Chicanos in the chat, okay? The people who, to La Raza, okay? The fuck do you mean? I know my fellow Mexicans are misogynistic. Brother, literally, Mexico elected a fucking woman. What the hell are y'all talking about? Mexico not only elected a woman, but they elected a Jewish woman in a country that is like 98% Catholic. The fuck do you mean? This kind of analysis is so fucking hollow. Please do not get duped. Yes, are there Latino dudes who are unimaginably racist, okay, and misogynistic? Yeah, of course there are. You know what else exists in the fray that we're just not talking about? White guys, okay? The fuck? Yeah. I think the idea is that like, oh, well, Mexicans should know better. Like, these guys are being racist towards them. It's like, yeah, no, they don't give a fuck. Okay? They don't give a fuck. So you have to figure out
hood rich
how to reach them. That's it. These are all the same demographics that there was one guy who was very successfully captivating, right? His name? Bernard motherfucking Sanders, dude. That's it. Where is it? Where the fuck's that video? I know you know what I'm talking about. Let me see. Go.
Open for some smart progressive to figure out how we're going to overcome that, but I have to imagine that the successful campaigns of the next 10 years will have to look dramatically different than Democratic infrastructure has looked like in the profession that raised Ryan and I.
And I can say, and maybe you had this experience too, as somebody who's in the independent media, you know, our show on Breaking Points last night consistently had close to 100,000 people watching, you know, millions of viewers. No attention from Democrats, lots of attention from Republicans. I hope that this is the last.
Dude, someone in the chat was talking about how big femicides are in Mexico. That further proves my point. Just want to point that out. Okay? I didn't say Mexico elected Claudia Sheinbaum to fucking tell you that they're not misogynistic or woke. My point is, people don't give a fuck. Okay? People don't care when they believe you. Okay? They don't give a shit. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that like Mexico does not have issues with misogyny. Okay? As a Chicano, okay, that sounds like a slur when you put an X at the end of Chicano. Growing up in California, one overwhelming theme among Hispanic men in my area was if they were citizens, was always wanting to be one of the good ones. Unfortunately, I think this allows them to vote against their interests because they always want to go to work and say I voted for Trump. Yeah, I mean, you're just proving the point further that yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. was a banger. That's it. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Economía. You give people what they want, AMLO and Morena, and they show up to vote for you. Only American liberals think that this is a crazy idea.
Democratic nominee who says no to Joe Rogan. Like, even if you have to go to the studio.
I would go further than that, Ryan. Yeah. You need your own Joe Rogan is the bigger point. That's the bigger problem, not
well,
that.
Democrats had their own Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020.
Yeah, he's right. 100p. Here's an example of why the Hispanic vote moved. You want to know what's something? You want to know this something that's funny? Old heads of the show know this very well. I am Mr. Truth Teller on the Texas GOP Latino outreach. For years, I have talked about this. For fucking years. And you want to know who the whisperer was for the Democratic Party on the other side that captured the Latino vote for Bernard Sanders? Chuck Rocha. Am I saying his last name right? I don't know. But he played a pretty significant role. That's the reason why Bernie was so fucking... Bernie was popping in these demographics. Rocha. Chuck Rocha. So, that's it. That's like... Bernardo was beloved by young Latinos. Beloved. Okay? You are literally the only person I've ever talked about it. Yes, that is my autistic hyperfixation. It has for years been Texas GOP Latino outreach. Okay? Texas is straight up just Latino. I think it's one of the states where it's almost majority Latino. All right? It's crazy. How the fuck do Republicans put up LeBron numbers year after year? Yeah. How'd they do that? How'd they do that? Someone's got to figure it out. And I've been saying this for years and years. They have like taken that outreach and basically universalized it. They nationalized that outreach strategy. And it was very effective. But that does not work. Okay? That does not work if there is a competent Democratic response that also goes to the Latinos in Texas and says, what do you need? I got you. That's it. Class reductionist messaging works on Latinos big time, and it's not just them either. Yeah, I mean, it's not. Class reductionism is also stupid because, once again, like the statement of class reductionism is, I think, inherently, it's ironically reductive itself, right? Because the fuck do you mean class reductionism? Like class transcends all of the other markers, okay? When you engage in violence towards black people, especially in this day and age, it is still done through the classist violence. They're subjected to additional harms as a consequence of their race, but it is still primarily done through class war. That's not what class reductionism is, though. Yes, I know what fucking class reductionism is. Class reductionism is when you're like, oh, I only care about class. I don't care about race. I don't care about anything else. Okay? Yeah, I'm not saying that. I've never said that. I don't think that you should write out allies specifically because you want, healthcare. Because when you start writing out allies, then you're going to end up being like, okay, Medicare for all except trans people. And that's ridiculous. Class does not transcend desire. There are poor, gay, and trans people whose oppression transcends economic class. What? Yes, but overall, those poor and gay and trans people, I'm not saying to ever write out like the specific types of bigotries that they experience. I'm simply stating that they're not magic, okay? When you're gay or trans, you're not like living in a vacuum. You're still living in America. So you still got fucking bills to pay, all right? You still got bills to pay. You still got rent. That shit sucks. You're still subjected to economic pressures. You don't have to have bad social issues with policies of class reductionist messaging strategy. It's the difference between politics and policy. You can win elections first and have good social issue policies after you win. No, I don't mind, like, I don't think you should pander to individual groups. Okay? I don't think you should do that. The cynical way in which the Democratic Party does that is dumb. You should always abide by a message of universality. Having said that, however, I still, I'm still going to say you should advocate for people. You can deflect. You don't need to like always address every random dumb shit that has happened in like the trans universe. Okay? And people used to try to like fuck me up on this all the time back in the day. They'd be like, when my community was smaller, chirpers would come in here all the time and they'd be like, what are your opinions on neo-pronouns? I'll be like, I don't care. Shut the fuck up. Okay? I don't give a shit. Don't come to me until the Trans Council of Elders have fucking decided on what is the best pathway forward. Okay? You're coming at me, a cis dude, before the trans community has already like arrived at a conclusion on what the best step forward is. And guess what? I'm glad I did that instead of doing endless debates on neo-pronouns or Z's or Zim or whatever the fuck. Okay? Because nobody cares about that anymore. What happened? But in the time frame that you were really invested in this conversation, every single person was like, oh my God, what are you going to say about this? What are you going to say about this? What are you going to say about this? That's it. Like, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. It is. Oh, fuck. It is funny, though, because, like, it's almost always weirdo fucking transphobes that are, like, waiting in the shadows, like, going into the fucking Hearts of Iron forums to be like, ooh, what's the next innovation in trans drama? How can I make this everyone's problem? It's like, half the shit I talk about that pertain to the trans community, my fucking trans chatters are not even tuned into. Why do I know this? No one should know this. And the only reason why I know it is because those goddamn chasers, Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and the like, are so fucking laser focused on the latest and greatest of trans drama that they're constantly thinking about trans people way more than trans people are. Anyway. So what? There's a race war taking place on TikTok. What else is new?
High class straight music.
Okay, but like, isn't this the exact opposite side of just like being like there's funny versions of this. I saw a tweet about this. It's like, if I ever see a Latino man say the N-word again, I'm killing them. I don't care. Like, I thought that was funny. Okay. Like that's like a humorous way to approach the situation. Like this, not so much. You know what I mean? I don't get it. Chug Rocha's organization has been involved in every House race that's flipped from R to D so far. What? I think this is... Currently, so far, we worked on every house race that flipped from R to D. Brown consultants matter. And he wears a cowboy hat. I saw one that said, this is why we can't let Latinos use the N-word growing up. Yeah.
With more than 30 million eligible voters, Latinos are set to be the largest minority voting group in this year's presidential election. Their support will be essential in ensuring a win in key battleground states like Arizona.
Yeah, just tell Hispanic men that Goku would never fuck with Trump. That's what I'm saying, dude. See, this right here, we're thinking, okay? That's it. You would have flipped it back so fast. It's not even a joke. You would have flipped it back so fast. Just Goku and Kamala Harris holding hands side by side. Okay? God damn, that shit would have slapped, dude. That is so dialed in. They should have hired us. The campaign should have hired us, chat. We would have done it.
Arizona, Florida, Nevada, North Carolina, and Texas. And 2 of those states were big wins for Bernie Sanders this past primary season. In his new book out this month, Chuck Rocha, who served as an advisor to Sanders, gets into the campaign strategy on how it won over those Latino voters during the primaries. And Chuck is joining us now from Washington. So Chuck, thank you so much for joining us. I love the aesthetic, the hat, the whole look that you're rocking. I'm really into it. I remember during the primaries, in particular for me, really realizing, in particular Arizona, how popular Bernie Sanders was in Arizona was kind of like a moment where I was like, oh, wait a minute, he's really doing well.
Nevada too. The Latino Warriors carried him at the Culinary Union, carried him to a fucking dub. Yes.
With Latinos. So let us talk about this. Let's talk about your book, why you wrote it, and how it offers candidates a sort of roadmap into how to tap into the Latino vote.
Well, thank you so much.
The commercials usually cued me to renew my Prime subscription. Don't know how long I've been unsubscribed. How much of a Prime drop-off are you seeing? I don't know. But in order to avoid that Prime drop-off, you can subscribe with Twitch Prime for free. That's right. Twitch Prime is free, folks. You can also subscribe for $6 as well. Prime time, baby. Prime time. Dane, anonymous gifter, thank you for the 10. Dane's and 8, thank you for the 10. A-Cap for Cutie, thank you for the 5. Los Pipos, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, I got to do a call to action for subs. Now that we're not running fucking ads, you know? Are you not allowed to run ads? No, I am. Don't make me do it. Let's continue.
Thank you for having me. And I wrote this book exactly because of what you described. Many people don't see Bernie Sanders as being a Latino icon or somebody that Latinos would just fall in love with. Mm-hmm. Well, it didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen automatically. There was a lot of work that went into it. So I wanted to write the book in kind of open source exactly how we did it, because through my 30-year career in politics, I've always heard, oh, Chuck, Latinos just don't vote. And I wanted to dispel that rumor forever and explain how we actually did it, how we were very intentional about our hiring, how we started very early, how we hired a whole team of culturally competent staff and consultants to actually go into those neighborhoods and through a multi-layered paid communication strategy, talk to Latinos where they're at. If they're a young Latino, talking to them on their cell phones. If they're an older Latino who only speaks Spanish, talking to them on Univision or Spanish radio, going into those weekly newspapers. I want to be very direct to help all the Democrats, all the progressives, and anybody who ever want to reach out to our community again on exactly what that roadmap looks like.
When I was watching the Republican National Convention, one of the things that struck me was the sheer number of Black and Latino speakers. And, some analysts had said, part of that was also about speaking to white voters to sort of indicate that the Republican Party is a big tent party or bigger tent party. But clearly the Latino and Black vote is incredibly important this presidential election. Why is that?
So it was a brilliant strategy, and people don't automatically think of this current president as being somebody that a black voter or a brown voter would give any recommendation to. But what he needs to do in the number of states that you mentioned early on is peel off some of that support and shore up his white support. Again, what you said in your intro of this, and he did all three. Now, everybody out there that's a progressive Democrat, black voter or brown voter goes, Donald Trump is not with us. We're never going to vote for him. And you're right. The majority of black and brown voters, and big majorities with black voters, are not going to vote for him. But what he needs to do is skim off some of that vote. And he knows, like I know, if he's done any polling like I've done all summer long, that there's a little bit of a softness in black men and brown men. So that's exactly who he was talking to, trying to get 1, 2, 3% of those voters to be open to a message and not really open to what he's been doing in the past. Like, don't look behind the screen. Look at me taking and talking to you now.
Oh, that's fascinating. So when it comes to Biden's campaign, especially during the primary, he sort of lagged behind Sanders in organizing Latino voters. What led to the Vermont senator's success in winning the Latino vote in states like California and Texas? Because I got to tell you, that was also another surprise to me, California, because I thought for sure Latino voters in California would be leaning into Biden. And then to hear that this was a strong area for Bernie Sanders was, it caught me off guard. So what did he do right?
Again, I'll put this in the book because it's such a great question, and you hit it the nail on the head. I'd like for your people who are listening right now to know that the very first time we did a poll in Nevada, Joe Biden was beating Bernie Sanders with the Latino vote by 5 points. By caucus day, Bernie Sanders won 73% of the Latino vote. We moved an electorate over 70 points in 6 months. To my point, Joe Biden didn't spend any money. He didn't have any money in that 6 months. And we had money, resources, and a very culturally competent campaign. And we're running, again, that multi-layered approach. And so what I've proven in writing this book and what we did is if you treat a Latino voter like you do that elusive, white, persuadable voter that we love to talk about in the collar counties of big cities and give them the same treatment as a persuadable voter as you do a white voter, they will show up at the same rate as a white voter. So you never have to say that black or brown people underperform when it comes to voting. What we've proved, if you make that investment and you do it with the right group of consultant and employees and folks that are working on the ground from the community who look like the community, you can make great inroads. And that is my cry to the Democratic Party today and to Joe Biden and to all these super PACs out there is that you must invest in this community if you want them to vote.
We talked a little bit about the president and perhaps his challenge with Latino voters is his immigration.
Yeah, Bernie crushed it in Dearborn. The win came following sustained outreach aimed at Arab and Muslim Americans from Zaid Jalali in 2016. Bernie crushed it in Dearborn with Arab voters, Muslim voters. Bro, they had Palestinians rocking the fucking keffiyeh doing, what is it called, the dabka or whatever, the dance, like at his rallies and shit. It's crazy. Bernie absolutely crushed every fucking demographic that went to Trump this election. Every demo. And then the Democrats are like, how did we lose these demos? Like, how do we? Yeah, I don't know. You kept fucking yelling falsely that they were like misogynistic pieces of shit. And I'm not like excusing people for outwardly being not only hostile to the Democratic Party, but then taking it one step further and taking it one step further and like voting for the Republicans, right? Like that's ridiculous. But like as someone who's been called a Bernie bro, misogynist, racist, blah, 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 like, yeah, I don't give a shit that people are saying that. I know where they're coming from when they say that. I think it's like a cynical smear. Just like when people say I'm fucking anti-Semitic, like that's insane. It's an insane position to hold, right? Like, I guess I have a tougher skin for this sort of thing. But I don't expect everyone to have that same kind of resilience. And especially when you're running a fucking campaign, you can't do that. Your job is to open up your arms. And if you can open up your arms to like neocon, warmongering, torturing pieces of shit, monstrous scumbags, which you shouldn't open your fucking arms to, you can damn well open your goddamn arms to average working class Americans who have been duped. It's so fucking annoying. You understand? It's who the Democratic Party opens its fucking arms to, who they want inside of the fucking tent that is a problem. We're so fucked, bro. Look at what these idiots are saying.
Trump gets elected president. Hamas calls to end the war. Bitcoin shoots to the highest it's ever been. The stock market shoots to the sky in record numbers. And then Vladimir Putin says he's ready for negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. He hasn't even stepped in office yet. But yet, he's racist.
Hamas is called to end the war. Brother, Hamas has been calling to end Israel's incursion since October 10. They literally said they would release all the hostages if Israel gave them a fucking port and released the hostages, the Palestinian hostages that they have. The fuck? That was in October 10th, 2023, by the way. He said Putin, didn't he? I don't know about the Putin thing. Wait, he said Putin would release the hostages? What hostages is he talking about?
Ukraine. He hasn't even stepped in office yet. But yet, he's racist, and Kamala Harris is ready to do change when she's been there for 4 years with Biden. And this is why I just get annoyed with people that are fake politicians and just go off social media. Oh, let me...
What is this? They misquoted Hamas statements. Hamas calls for immediate end to war after Trump election win. A senior Hamas official has called for an immediate end. The election of Trump as the 47th president of the USA is a private matter for the Americans, Hamas political bureau member and spokesperson Bassem Naim told Newsweek. But Palestinians look forward to an immediate cessation of the aggression against our people, especially in Gaza, and look for assistance in achieving their legitimate rights of freedom, independence, and the establishment of their independent self-sovereign state with Jerusalem as its capital. The blind support for the Zionist entity Israel and its fascist government at the expense of the future of our people and the security and stability of the region must stop immediately. Okay. Yeah, this is literally the same shit that they've been saying. Hamas released a boilerplate message that they have released 10,000 fucking times since October 10. Russia's Putin says ready for dialogue with courageous Trump. The Russian leader congratulates Trump on winning the U.S. election, saying he was ready for talks with the Republican president-elect. Oh, boy. Kyiv Post, Wall Street Journal. Trump team proposes 20-year freeze on Ukraine's NATO bid in exchange for peace. The alleged peace plan also suggests freezing the current front lines by establishing a demilitarized zone without using U.S. or UN forces to police it. How do you stop people reading that the way they want to? They just want to confirm their bias. You can't. You just got to be truthful. Are we going to start aligning with Russia? I'd be shocked if Donald Trump looked at the situation in Ukraine. Dude, this is a little bit of an L for the Democratic Party because they had, I mean, this seems like a little sensationalist, but the Democratic Party and Western powers, especially after Israel began doing genocide and they focused their attention there, had dialed back their support for Ukraine in a way that like was frustrating and scary for Ukrainian leadership. But if they were going to do that, if they were going to do a managed ceasefire, they should have packed it up and facilitated that before Donald Trump wins the election and then, you know, does whatever the fuck he wants to do. Does that make sense? I said something about this with respect to Israel. Like I fear that, well, not fear because it's ultimately would be a good thing, but I think I've said this a couple times that like Donald Trump gets like a conditional withdrawal from at least certain parts of Gaza. Israel permanently occupies North Gaza. But then they just lap that up as like a massive victory because they're no longer killing every single Palestinian in Gaza, right? And then everybody goes, see, Trump is the peaceful dove. He got it. And then a couple of years later, they gear up to permanently annex the West Bank and sick Israel on Iran. That's what I'm fearful of. Like, no, it is because Ukraine doesn't have the manpower to hold out another year. Also, European right-wing parties growing all around the region. Now, Germany government just collapsed with the right-wing and neo-Nazi party first and second. Both want to end the war. Yeah, you're right. It actually, like, the number one reason is because Ukraine is lacking manpower. But the American State Department should be aware of that, right? Like, they know that. That's why they were gearing towards, like, de-escalation. But then simultaneously, they just kept refusing to say, like, oh, we're just not going to talk to Putin. So Russia is lacking too, though, right? I mean, Russia just simply has more people and can just send more people to the front lines no matter what. So in terms of Donald Trump and the way he analyzes or the way he deals with this, I don't know. Will Ukraine be to Trump what Afghanistan was for Biden? No, Republicans actually counter message against that sort of thing. So even if there was like a conditional ceasefire, all right, ultimately, and it left, and it happened in like a spectacular disaster. I think that ultimately the Republicans would be able to message against it and be like, no, we did a fantastic job. Dude, Ukraine is fucked no matter what. I don't see any good way out of that situation. It's an entire country that's understandably radicalized against Russia. So much of the original nascent, or at least like, not nascent necessarily, but like a lot of the nationalist movements that originally were like regional have become completely nationalized, and not a lot of them are probably excited at Zelensky anyway, and especially if he does like any sort of concessions with Russia, which includes like permanent annexation of Eastern Ukrainian territory. That's going to be a massive problem. Like I don't know how Zelensky survives this. And by that I mean, like, I don't even mean survives this politically. I mean like literally survives this, unless he comes to America. Like, I feel like if Zelensky is forced to concede and then offers up, you know, all the chunks of territory in Ukraine that Russia has like mined and has like built permanent defenses on, they're going to fucking kill him. Like, they're just going to kill him. And then whoever kills him, the next leadership of Ukraine is going to be insanely reactionary. That's what I think. Do you think Trump will lessen or strengthen sanctions on Russia? I have friends in Russia that have been struggling because of the sanctions. We'll see. I think if he does like a, if he puts forward like a quote unquote peace plan that Vladimir Putin is on board with, then yeah, they'll probably lower the sanctions or even stop it altogether. My immediate opinion now is that regardless of the lack of manpower in Ukraine, I've always been a firm believer, and maybe I'm wrong, that while we are on the morally correct side, defending Ukraine, a nation that has been invaded by Russia, our ambitions in Ukraine are not the correct ones. It's not to like stop the Russian invasion. It's more so to just offload all of our old weapons. And that to me is unchanging regardless of which administration holds power. So for that reason, I didn't consider Donald Trump actually pulling out in a significant manner, because these are material interests that are above his pay grade, if so to speak. What should have Biden done? I mean, brought fucking Putin to the table alongside China and Zelensky. What do you mean? I've been saying that in perpetuity. Pack this shit up ASAP from the jump. Alan Lichtman, what? Crashing out and coping live? I don't care. If the new administration is going to look for peace, not for the continuation of the war, it'll be better in comparison to the previous one. Meanwhile, Ukraine is scrambling to put pressure on its allies for more support in its fight against Russia following Trump's victory. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was among the first leaders to congratulate Trump. We agreed to maintain close dialogue and advance our cooperation. Strong and unwavering U.S. leadership is vital for the world and for a just peace. But in his plan to end the war, Trump suggests that Ukraine might have to cede territory to Russia to reach a peace deal, something Ukraine has rejected and U.S. President Joe Biden never suggested. So the problem that we are facing here is that America has geared up. America has accelerated its manufacturing capabilities of artillery shells, for example. That's the reason why Zelensky went to that Scranton munitions factory when he visited the United States. So it has an economic impact beyond like our weapons contractors getting better deals, you know? And I don't know if Trump is going to be like, yeah, we're scaling it back and we're just not going to have those manufacturing facilities that are making artillery shells in operation. That's like thousands of fucking jobs. That's thousands of jobs that would go away. And because we're so tied to the interest of the defense industry, I just don't think that Donald Trump will what is this? That would be a funny way to get banned, but if Twitch moderation is watching this, I'm openly gay and I can prove it. What the fuck did you guys pin? The rise of the right-wing parties in Europe is an election away. Trump advises to set up connections with all of them. With the Ukraine war ending, when Trump advised asking EU to help in his trade war in China in exchange for better deals / less tariffs, we are cooked. Yeah. I think that no matter who is in office, we were gearing up for a war with China to begin with. And now it's going to be the Trump administration doing that. But yeah, permanent war economy, baby. I've said this before. I think America would rather flip the fucking table, okay, than let China win anything. and that much is clear when it comes to our oil and gas interests. Like, we just literally would rather destroy the planet than allow China to have dominance in the field of, in the sector of renewable energy, which they are dominating, right? They're dominating on renewable energy, and they control a shit ton of the raw materials necessary. Like, they focused quite a bit on one, having decent relationships with these countries where you can get these raw materials, and they have a damn near monopoly. And also on top of that, their technological prowess is something to behold. So for America, they see that and they go, you know what? Fuck it. We are going to keep turning and burning, baby. Oil time. Oil time all the way. Fuck it. Yeah, it's right here. China to head green energy boom with 60% of new projects in the next 6 years. Bro, if it's a war and I'm called up in a draft, ain't no way I'm dying for this shit country. I agree. Yeah, I'm joining the war on China on the side of China, baby. It's white monkey time for me, okay? Better brush up on that fucking Mandarin, dog. Time to learn Chinese, buddy. I'm not trying to get fucking lasered by a BYD drone, dude. You kidding me? Fuck. Ship my ass to the fucking Philippines where I get fucking lasered by a drone called like Yahweh 8. Fucking drones doing Fortnite dances on me with a hologram. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Fuck that. I'm good. Bro, at least you get to choose. My ass is getting it. My ass is getting deported to Mexico. Yeah, except you're kind of sheltered from that because China has basically Australia-fied Mexico, as far as I understand. So, you know, getting deported to Mexico, especially with Mexico's recent fucking closeness to China, that's, you know, you're good. At least you get to use the BYD cars. Nobody's drafting your old ass. That's true. I think by the time they get to me and by the time the war starts, I'll be like at least 35 plus. So by the time they get to me in the draft, like it's already over, you know? That's my goal.
Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. It won't be long before you're playing point guard for the Guangdong Tigers. You It's
true. Oh, I'll ball. I'll ball in the Chinese league. Are you kidding me? Streets of Berlin, 1945 is when they get to you. Oh. Draft is only up for people up to 25 to 26-year-old. Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that by the time they get to people my age, in the fucking draft, it's Jover. You know what I mean? I'll be long gone, baby. We're still on an article about Ukraine, and you're telling me about the draft being up to 26 years old, brother. Tell that to fucking Zelensky, okay? Hello? No, that age will. They'll increase that. There's an upper limit to it, but you never know. White man dodges draft in perfect Mandarin. Chinese generals are shocked. Yes, defect. My man said the age of the draft is fucking 26. Is like the average Ukrainian soldier's age is like 47 right now. This is why they want to take away our guns. Bro, what the fuck were they researching?
Yeah, I saw where they went left. They're behind that ridge now.
Wait, what? Oh, they're following the monkeys? Oh my God. Free them? I don't want to know what kind of fucking research was being done. Like, they have to reveal that, right? Like, I feel like that's kind of fucked up. If they're just, you know. I think it's just because they might rip your face off. I don't know, dude.
God knows where they went, right?
Dude, this is like paradise for them.
If I get drafted, I'm doing 40 chest shit and getting as high rank as possible and defecting to China and giving them all the information I gathered. You know, it's funny because, like, we probably have a bunch of fucking weirdo psychos in the chat right now tracking everything that you guys are saying. And they're basically going to fucking clip all of this and be like, Hasan's entire community is defecting to China in the upcoming Chinese war.
As part of my plan to secure the border on day one of my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct interpretation of the law, going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship. It's things like this that bring me.
This is an old clip, isn't it? I mean, he tried to do this. It's unconstitutional. Not that it, oh my God, I just said something is unconstitutional. Like that fucking matters. Oh my God. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, guys. Sorry. For a second, I forgot. Okay. My mistake. Yeah, this is an old clip. CBS says the monkeys were being used for vaccine development. Well, thank God we got RFK Jr. who will deal with this, okay? Unleash the beast. Unleash Robert into the South Carolina wildlands and sick him, okay? One, he loves killing random animals, okay? Exotic animals. That's number one. This is his forte, okay? Two, he hates vaccines. So if these fucking monkeys are vaccinated, oh my God, that's double XP COD weekend, okay? For RFK Jr. Are you kidding me? He's going to be like, the monkeys were also vaccinated, which is why I wanted to kill them even more. Obviously, the vaccine would have probably killed them regardless, but not before I got to them and ate their brains. The worms in my brain demand I eat the brain of the monkeys. It controls me. Some days it's silent, other days it tells me to gut the FDA. I needed to open up their skulls to see inside the cavity. People are advised not to try and capture, feed, or handle the monkeys. According to CDC, some monkeys carry B virus, which can be deadly to people. Even if a monkey doesn't appear to be ill, it can still be infected. The monkeys are wild animals, even if they have been raised around people. Like any wild animals, they may bite, spit, or scratch when frightened. For these reasons, people should not attempt to capture, feed, or handle these escaped monkeys. 43 monkeys that were being used for vaccine development escaped from a lab in South Carolina and are currently on the loose. What is B virus? Dude, I have no fucking idea.
So
43
you mean to
monkeys
tell me
hogwatch has started.
that 43 monkeys escaped from South Carolina? So now we have more monkeys out there. Because you see, where I live here in Florida, we have monkeys that live here. There's a lot of them. And we can get close to these monkeys here because they carry STDs. Okay? And these monkeys live real close to me. Okay, so I need to know what kind of monkeys were released from this laboratory. Because, y'all, the winter...
Is she being racist or like is that a real thing? Are there actually like monkeys with STDs roaming around the streets in fucking Florida? Yes, they have herpes. I'm not even joking. It's real. Wait, for real? No, not the... Oh, it's herpes B virus. Oh, the monkeys have herpes. But what about these monkeys in Florida? I can't tell if she's like trying to be fucking like unimaginably racist or if she's like or if she actually if there is like it's Florida, so I don't know. Oh my God, it's not even a joke. Wait, no, but she said they have STDs. Furry, cute, and drooling herpes. What to do with Florida's invasive? Oh my God. Oh my God. She wasn't. Dude, it's Florida, man. It's Florida. That's why I was saying, like, you can't, it could be either or, you know what I mean? Like it's Florida, so a Floridian could be like insanely racist on Maine. But it's also Florida, like the likelihood of having like monkeys with herpes roaming the fucking streets, like low key is a coin flip. Yeah. Remember, Florida is a PvP free zone. It's really fucked up out there. So it does make sense that this
winter is coming. And guess where they're going to head to next? They're going to come down here and they're going to make friends with these monkeys. And they're going to do their monkey business. And then they're going to multiply. So I need to know what kind of monkeys were released from this. And does it matter what kind of monkeys were released? Can they mate with these monkeys here? What in the world?
I'm at a Taiwanese restaurant listening to you out loud and you just said monkeys with herpes. Why are you listening to me in public out loud? That's your fault. That's your dang fault, okay? You have no one to blame but your damn self for that one. Straight up. The fuck? Okay. Oh, all this, like, everything has to be like conflict. Everything has to turn into like gender wars, race wars. It's so fucking frustrating, dude. Among Latinos, a key part of the Democratic voter base for decades, Trump benefited from a mammoth 14% points bump. Nowhere is Trump's reshaping of the electorate more apparent than in the states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This time, Trump won all three states, crushing Democrats' hopes that Harris could find a path of victory. Despite early election night losses in the southern states of North Carolina and Georgia. In his victory speech, Florida, he said he's set to win the popular vote too. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African-American, Hispanic-American. He told the roaring crowd, we had everybody. It was beautiful. Exit polls suggest Latinos in Pennsylvania amounted to about 5% of the total vote. Trump garnered 42% of that vote, compared to 27 when he ran against Joe Biden. The polls will continue to change as votes are counted, but are broadly representative of electoral trends in the state's Latino belt and Eastern Industrial Corridor that have shifted to the right in the last two elections. You want to know what's crazy? It's like Hazleton, right? These racist motherfuckers were so mad that Hazleton went from like 90% white to like 90% Latino over the course of a couple of years. And all of those guys who started fucking small businesses and basically like revitalized the town on the verge of bankruptcy. Stop saying Hazleton. Sorry. Hazelton. Okay, anyway. All the dudes that live there are now fucking right wing. That's why I always laugh when these guys are like demographics of destiny. It's like, no, dude, you're just fucking racist. Like, you believe this shit. You think like Latinos are of one mind and are automatically a lock for the Dems when, you know, this past election has proven that. Wait, this is funny. Hold up. These guys are so fucking stupid. The reason this guy said literally fuck off us on 14K likes, okay? Democratic socialist Nordic model guy, little baby Gandhi. The reason young men flock to the alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake. I said Lamau. Yeah, I did. You want to know why I said Lamau? Because you said that people flock to the alt-right MRA movements because the left gives brain dead advice to young men. You're a fucking idiot. I'm the guy who quite literally is giving not brain dead advice to young men. Dumb fuck. It's a D poster. They botted the likes. Yeah. He's really good at rewriting history and having his Twitter journal spread it like wildfire. 1,000 likes. This is my psychopathic stalker account, by the way, that Richie Torres follows. That's crazy. I know. That's my stalker. That's the guy who's like, that's the joint stalker that I've had with like the Pokemon stalker. Fucking freak. He's probably in here right now with his 700th alt account. Dude, look at this. Look at this shit. He just does not stop, brother. He only fucking posts about me. He sometimes posts about Destiny. What a fucking freak. IDF supported a counter. What? I didn't think when Tucker Carlson was bitching about the great replacement that he was talking about the Republican electorate. What? Dog, Sid went to school with me. He's a horrible fuckwit. I knew him at university. He was the same on campus. Who is that? Who the fuck is Sid? Oh, this guy? The literally fuck off Hasan guy? That's so funny. These guys have no politics. It's just pure resentment. Okay? It's just politics of resentment. And it's always deeply personal. It has nothing to do with like actual politics. It has nothing to do with actual ideology. It is simply because at a certain point they felt wronged by someone like myself and they felt embarrassed and they never let that go and they carry that resentment in perpetuity. And that's it. What guy talking about?
That's what
you?
happens when you raise.
Why are you sending me fucking dude? Take a week off, brother. Are we just fucking insane now? Are we fucking insane? I should probably ban you completely. Bruh. You all right? I'm so confused what happened. This guy, like, there are people in this community that know better. They should know better. That is like sending me fucking drama farms, like dudes who almost entirely base their identity off of, crying and complaining, like random fucking haters. Next priority, the goal is just to use the Destiny Dean Withers playbook and go on every single podcast and video possible. Flood the zone with online left-wing content and on moderate and right-wing spaces. I don't think those two names should be side by side with one another. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, flood the zone with a guy so that we can have a young constituency of people who are Kyle Rittenhouse defenders who want to be able to say the N-word as white people. Just change the demographic makeup and the ideological makeup of the Democratic Party to just like edgy 4chan fucking losers, And no, I don't mean Dean. I don't think he's like that at all. Remember when they tried to flood the zone with him and DSA Atlanta said, nah? These dipshits at Metro Atlanta DSA are fucking petty and stupid for not wanting to work with gays within to canvas for liberal candidates. Petty online bullshit, and it should be discouraged at your chapter. DSA work is a wide tent. Grow up. If Dems push D before next election, JD Vance flips New York red. I'm saying it. Oh, for sure. What are your thoughts on DSA? Love them. They're great. I like PSL, I like DSA. I'm an advocate. Just organize, man. Cutie is quitting Fear and wait, what? Really? What?
I said, this is the last one I will be able to make until after the Streamer Awards if planning is like this. I've been begging for a consistent day, but to be frank, I am genuinely losing my mind. I haven't even been able to stream. We bulk recorded Wine About It. I promise I'm just so down bad. I just need the pod to be consistent. I can't make the inconsistency with filming work for me, especially within this next month. So I am begging one last time, Sharks. Can we please establish a day and time where we can film no matter what? I would love if we could be a team and lock in a film day. Please, it's been a year.
Can't tell if you were sarcastic about the DSA. We need tone indicators. No, I love the Democratic Socialists of America. What the fuck are you talking about? What? I've always been a supporter, and I said yes. Organize. It's a good thing. This is what broke up Cumtown, Lamau. No,
No one replied.
that's not true. We've literally been texting each other. Anyway, the pot is falling apart, dude. And no, Cutie is not done with fucking Firan. You guys are stupid. Live reaction by France's foreign minister, who looks very shaken. I will not enter the Elona domain today because Israeli security forces entered it armed without first obtaining authorization from France and without agreeing to leave today. In normal language, given this officially French territory, it's an invasion. It's an armed invasion of sovereign territory. In this other video, you can see the French side asking the Israeli police, are you sure you want to arrest French military personnel in France on French territory? And their reply is yes. What? Israeli police arrest 2 French military personnel, gendarmes, with diplomatic status in a Christian church, the Elona Church, that has officially belonged to France for 160 years and is protected by diplomatic immunity. To make things worse, the church is located in occupied East Jerusalem, theoretically Palestinian territory, and the arrest occurred as the French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot was due to visit it. He canceled his visit due to the presence of Israeli police on site and the breach of diplomatic immunity. Yet another unarguable proof that Israel respects absolutely zero. What is going on?
My glasses are down.
Your glasses. You and your brothers. It's better to come with me to the. Come and dance with me.
Bro, they do whatever they want, dude. Israel gets to do whatever it fucking wants to whichever nation, okay? No sovereignty, baby. No sovereignty, no international rule-based order. Fucking wiping their ass with the goddamn with all of the rules.
Entrance
Some comedic relief. Israel's ambassador to the UN scared and deeply offended by young children's drawing of peace.
of the United Nations, where thousands of people are passing every day, the UN decided to put an exhibition about world peace. Look at the drawings of children from all around the world. Nothing about Israel. Nothing about our hostages. Look what they have. They don't recognize.
Wait. Bro, that looks like my watermelon drawing, dude. What the fuck?
Israel, they promote hate in those drawings. That is shameful. This is part of the hypocrisy of the United Nations.
This is satire. See, this has got to be satire. There's no way he just pointed to a child's drawing and said, this is hypocrisy. See, you see, these are terror children, terror babies, doing terror with these drawings of Hamas. The drawing says peace, dude. He's like, he pointed to
Put an exhibition about world peace. Look at the drawings of children from all around the world. Nothing about Israel. Nothing about our hostages.
Yo! This is. Oh, I can't wait till someone clips this and is like, Hasan is laughing about the hostages. Yeah. Brigaded subreddit, 14,000, 15,000, 17,000 upvotes. Front page of r/all. They're like, how come how come he's not banned from life? Please, excuse me, sir, FBI, can you kill him? FBI, kill this man. What does the watermelon mean? It's the colors of the Palestinian flag. When the Palestinian flag was banned, people would use watermelon as a representation, but also it's also like the entire. I think it's kind of funny because this is like the entirety of Israel, including the occupied Palestinian territories, which is like historic mandatory Palestine, historic Palestine. But they also sometimes add Golan Heights onto it, like in this situation. So it's like giving me giving me a little bit of a confusing message. Like they add the little Golan Heights in the top. So they're like, I mean, it's a kid. A kid drew this. They weren't thinking, but I like that they're like, you know, the Palestinians can have Golan Heights as well.
Look what they have. They don't recognize Israel.
This is a drawing of terror. Look at this. This is a child. He must have learned this in the Hamas camps where they teach anti-Semitism, like concepts such as free Palestine. There is no Palestine. These children are Hamas.
They promote hate in those drawings. That is.
Have we ever considered that Israel's just anti-kid in a Reddit sense? Bro, the funniest part is the camera work, dog. He's saying that is shameful, and they pan to the photos, and it's like peace comes from within. Peace begins with a smile. Free Palestine. He's like, that is shameful. Bro, I'm sorry. This is bad guy shit, dude. What the fuck? How do you not see that? Oh God. This is crazy, dude. This is like a sketch.
It's shameful. This is part of the hypocrisy of the United Nations. I demand that the UN will remove this exhibit immediately.
What? He's like a cartoon villain. Bro's beefing with kids. Oh, that's so funny, man. What the fuck? They removed it? They removed it? No. They removed it? Shut the fuck up. They did not. They did not. They took it down. UN removes quilt panel artwork calling for Israel's extermination after facing backlash. Fox News Digital confirmed that the entire panel featuring controversial drawing has been removed. Controversial drawing calling for the extermination of Israel. That. Wait, he gave an interview?
We will decide about the timing, the location. I cannot disclose the details, but I can tell you one thing. It will be very painful for the Iranian regime, and they will think...
Oh, he's not talking about... I thought he was still talking about the quilt. I thought he gave an interview about the quilt. He's like, when we take this quilt drawing of children It will be very dangerous for Iran, the Iranian regime. Bro, the UN is such a toothless, feckless, cowardly institution that they fucking removed this. They won't even. Wait, he's gloating about it?
I have exposed that at the main entrance of the UN placed an exhibit of a drawing full of hatred against Israel. I demanded that the UN would remove this exhibit, and today they did it. We will continue to fight hate and anti-Semitism in the halls of the UN. Yesterday, I have exposed that
Bro, there ain't no fucking way. Danny Denon complained about a Palestinian children's drawing not recognizing Israel. The UN took down the exhibition. Just 3 months ago, his predecessor, Gilad Erdan, affixed the Greater Israel Mezuzah, including Gaza, West Bank, and the Golan, in the ambassador's office. Wait. I mean, that seems a bit unfair. How come Israel gets to fucking do that? That's a whole ass adult. Your chat is a bunch of NPCs. Hell yeah, brother. It's actually 700 IQ to fucking dunk on children for their peace drawing. That says from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Yeah. This shit is so funny to me because it's like aside from, just straight up cartoon villain behavior, like what are you doing? But what's really crazy about it is that it's like Israel not only gets to kill like as many children as it wants to, and it's killed a shit ton in Gaza, but then also like you can't even be like, hey, can we do some peace? And they're like, nah, that's anti-Semitic. Take that shit down. And then international organizations like respond positively to this unhinged behavior. Brother, your government that you're defending is just ruthlessly slaughtering children. What a fucking joke. Israel's been getting children's drawings taken down for decades. Check this one from 2011. The sun and the trees are crying. What? Oakland Museum of Children's Art shuts down Palestinian children's exhibit. The Middle East Children's Alliance, Mecca, which was partnering with MoCA to present the exhibit, was informed of the decision by museum's board president on Thursday, September 8th, 2011. For several months, Mecca and the museum had been working together for the exhibit, which is titled A Child's View from Gaza. Oh my God. I didn't realize this was like a thing that... Not the first time. London hospital removes Gaza children's art to placate pro-Israel group. UK Lawyers for Israel described the drawings, which were on display at the hospital for over a decade, as propaganda. London hospital takes down artwork by Gaza school children after... Oh, this is the same one. After complaint. What? The Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans are getting attacked right now in the Netherlands after ignoring the minute of silence for Valencia victims and singing racing chants about the extermination of Arabs. Dutch Moroccans are making them aware that this isn't...
It's for the children! For the children!
What the fuck? What is happening? is this ceased to be funny and now I'm in a bad mood? I mean, it's still kind of funny that it's like, well, not this. I don't know what the fuck's happening. They do this all the time in the Western world, all around EU and the US. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if those videos are NSFW or not. Where the mask has come off, liberals entirely, they're utterly unhinged right now with the fascism. Yeah, liberals don't give a shit, dude. I mean, I don't know how else to explain this. Like, I mean, this is like kind of funny in comparison to the metric ton of fucking cruelty.
And we'll stop with the hypocrisy against Israel. Here at the main end.
Your art is next. No. Doesn't that guy have like shit to do? Yeah, he has a genocide to defend. Or I don't know. They've also started arresting French military police on technically sovereign French soil. Which is funny because like the French right wing are probably at odds with this because on the one hand, they're like unimaginably pro-Israel. But on the other hand, they're unimaginably pro-France. So how are you going to be a nationalist while simultaneously capitulating to Israel violating your sovereignty and arresting your citizens? You know? I'm pouring one out for the fucking dumbass French right tonight. They're going to have a really hard time trying to figure out how to move in these upcoming. Oh, I forgot. I'm so sorry. I forgot. I'm sorry. No, not the pod. VoxVid, please, boss. Here.
Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
So I think we should start off by just saying what's happening, and then my big question is going to be, how should we be thinking about this?
We now know that Donald Trump is returning to the White House. American voters have seen what Trump had to offer, and at least a critical mass of them decided they want to do the same thing again.
I called up some colleagues at Vox to ask what we should be making of this moment, and I ended up spending a long time talking to Zach.
I'm Zach Beecham. I'm a senior correspondent at Vox.
Zach writes about reactionary politics, the right wing, basically. And the thing that he really wanted me to understand is that even though the outcome of this election is the same as the 2016 election, the Trump who is about to become president is different.
Donald Trump is much more organized. He knows what he's doing, has a series of distinct policy objectives that he's reiterated again and again. It will be in a lot of ways fundamentally different than what we all lived through 4 years ago.
Lock up the Bidens. Lock up Hillary. Lock them up.
The first time Trump was president, he wanted to do all sorts of very controversial things, and a lot of times he didn't actually end up doing them. One big example is wanting his critics and political opponents to be prosecuted. He was constrained by other parts of the political system, the guardrails of democracy. I'm Andrew Prokop. I cover politics. The guardrails encompass first Congress and the courts, but also within the executive branch, you have
Oh, yeah, that's Zach Beauchamp. I know. I already dunked on him. You'll miss the liberal international order when it's gone, he said, without even a fucking hint of irony. Kaya, place. Like, not even a shred of irony from that guy. It's like, what a ridiculous fucking assessment. What a ridiculous situation. The post is unavailable? No, it's still available. I like that as Destiny's become a more prominent figure, everyone knows like at least some of his fucking shenanigans. You know what I mean? So instantly everyone's like, nah, we're good. Where is it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I said it's fucking ridiculous. Israel exists.
Trump's own appointees for top positions who often last time around proved unwilling to carry out some of the things he wanted to do. Then you also have the permanent civil service career employees that he can't fire at will. Well, first of all, the courts have grown more conservative and more Trump-friendly since he put 3 of his own appointees in the Supreme Court. Congressional Republicans have grown much more pro-Trump. Trump and the people around him want hardcore MAGA true believers staffing the government who will not have these pesky qualms about legality or ethics or things like that. And regarding the civil service, Trump wants to use an executive order to reclassify thousands of people with civil service protections against firing as political appointees who he can fire, to then put in a lot of MAGA loyalists in their place instead. He's had 4 years to basically stew over, what he didn't get to do last time and what he would do differently if he was given another chance. And now he will seemingly get that chance.
We're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country.
The mantra that Trump had on the border on 2016 was build the wall. That was his centerpiece of his immigration platform. That sort of changed over the course of his presidency, and increasingly he wanted to turn his attention not to the border, but to the interior of the U.S., the undocumented population here. I'm Nicole Norea, and I cover politics and immigration for Vox. Under Biden, there were record levels of people arriving on the border. We've seen those numbers come down significantly in 2024, but when Americans are polled, large portions of them say that they want mass deportations. They might be thinking about people being deported immediately after.
The real question is not, do you support mass deportation of undocumented migrants? The real question is, between the two options, would you support mass amnesty or mass deportation? And Americans overwhelmingly say they want mass amnesty over mass deportation. That's it. So many Americans just don't understand what mass deportation entails. They don't understand how fucking devastating that will be. And I'm not just talking about the fucking economy, okay? I'm talking about the real human toll. Ever since I heard AOC say the 1 in 15 number, I've been repeating it. 1 in 15 households in the United States are mixed status households, as in there's one undocumented member at least in said household. That would mean going into 1 in 15 homes and forcibly ripping these people away from their immediate family members. 1 in 15 people.
They arrive on the border, but that's not what Trump's contemplating. He's trying to go into communities across the U.S., and we're talking about people who have lived here, for years and decades. That would sort of involve huge investments in law enforcement and also the cooperation of local law enforcement agencies, which I'm not sure we would see necessarily in Democratic states, but let's say in states like Texas and Florida, certainly you might find law enforcement willing to cooperate with federal immigration authorities there.
A landmark decision in American history as it relates to presidential power.
When Trump initially took office, the median vote on the Supreme Court was a moderate conservative, someone who would draw the line somewhere. Then Trump appointed a third of the United States Supreme Court. I'm Ian Millhiser. I cover the Supreme Court at Fox. Trump v. United States is the decision that came down last.
The worst part about it, aside from like Trump's insanity, is that we just don't have any sort of like legal mechanisms that could technically combat this. Like, I feel like the ACLU is gutted. Like, I don't think they have the same motion as they once did. You know what I mean? Like, we have no way of fighting back against this kind of shit. Like, when they take over all these institutions, it's gonna be fucking bedlam. Do you think he would revoke DACA? I think I'm gonna renew my DACA this week, a year early of the 2 years renewal. I don't think. I mean, DACA is so profoundly popular, but so was abortion, and they took that shit away. So, I don't know.
Last July, concerning Special Prosecutor Jack Smith's indictment of Trump for trying to steal the 2020 presidential election. Trump made this really outlandish argument that he could not be charged with a crime for any official acts he committed while president. Pretty much everyone thought that that argument was silly and ridiculous, and there was no chance that the court would ever adopt it. And then all 6 of the Republican justices adopted it. What that decision said, it said that Donald Trump is immune from criminal prosecution for crimes that he commits using the official powers of office. Trump is allowed to give any order he wants to the Department of Justice. The basic matter is just that anything he does can potentially be beyond the scope of the criminal justice process.
More than 40,000 Palestinians killed since the October 7th Hamas massacre.
Right now, the situation on the ground in Gaza is an extraordinary humanitarian crisis and a moral stain on the United States for enabling so much of this to happen. But it can always get worse. Trump has a blank check approach to Israel. He and his advisors don't believe in any of the even feeble restraints that the Biden administration had put on Israeli conduct. There are factions inside the Israeli government that have different visions of how to conduct the war. The extreme right on Netanyahu's flank, people like Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, believe that Trump will let them do what they want.
Is there a restraint? Where was the restraint? Where? I must have missed it. Just like strong, stern words. That's what it was. Is that what it was? Yeah, I love restraining my fucking attack dog in the region by giving them another $18 billion of weapons, dude. Can't help yourself at this point, can you? What do you mean? The fuck? Who the fuck do you think you are? What are you talking about? Like, what? I'm not allowed to talk about Israel now because fucking my former podcast co-host is gonna fucking chirp at me and say I'm anti-Semitic? Shit, bro. My bad, dude. Yeah. Surely I'll get banned eventually, dude. If you post more out of context clips, it'll happen. Fucking weirdo. What do you mean? No, don't ban him. I want to know what he means. I don't know what the fuck happened. What do you mean spitting fire? I don't know. Hold on, I'll tell you. 20 minutes. Sound like a mob boss? Maybe he didn't mean anything by it. I'm going to unban him. Anyway, let's continue.
Based on what he said, what his advisors say, and what his political coalition at home wants.
Are you on board with the way the IDF is taking the fight in Gaza?
You've got to finish the problem.
These people have a maximalist vision of what they want the war to be. Actually seizing and taking Gaza for Israel and returning to settlement, right, to rebuilding.
It's so funny to like be an upset just saying we're at the point where we're facing a much greater danger in the realm from the hogs. Wait, what? Dog, the reason why fucking Trump won, at least the state of Michigan and perhaps other states as well, is a direct consequence of Biden not ever enforcing any fucking restraint on Israel. It's over. The election is lost. And Biden and Kamala Harris are to thank for that defeat. What do you mean, move past it? The fuck? It's quite literally a major part of the reason why this election was lost to begin with. I just realized your merch site literally has a go vote link on top right, and people still try to say you don't go vote. Yeah. It does. Ideology.shop.
Israeli outposts, moving Israeli Jewish citizens in to make sure that its control over the area never slips. That would mean not just temporary eviction of Gazans from their homes and their cities, which would be bad enough. It would mean creating a massive permanent refugee population. Outside of Gaza, in the West Bank, we can only imagine previous American position has been you shall not under any circumstances annex parts of the West Bank. It would be Israel declaring it.
Yeah, no, I know. Biden has been so cautious with Israel and so restrained with Israel that, like, if Benjamin Netanyahu were to do that, he certainly would have been like, He would have been like, no. Not without another $8 billion of weapons, sir. That's what he would have done. He would have been like, be careful, Jack. Don't go in there without our weapons. What are you doing?
In essence, its willingness to rule over the Palestinians in perpetuity. What I do know for sure is that a Trump administration would do nothing to punish them for it.
Yeah, it's a good thing Biden has really stopped Israel from really increasing its grip on occupied Palestinian territory that is also known as the West Bank. You know, but Trump will certainly let him go crazy.
Okay. Let's make this quick. I'm Adam. I produced this video. I think it is fair to say this is a historic moment.
Trump declared he would veto a national abortion ban if he's reelected.
Trump winning the presidency is not good for abortion rights. I mean, he's been out there claiming that he's the father of IVF, that he's going to be great for women's rights. But he surrounds himself with lots of people who absolutely, do not have that as their goal. I'm Rachel Cohen. I cover social policy at Vox, and I've been really focused on abortion rights for the last 2.5 years since Roe was overturned. Something that has been confusing for voters is that I don't think we're going to see a federal ban coming out of Congress. The biggest way that Trump could, I think, use his executive power to restrict abortion rights is to push for the enforcement of the Comstock Act on the federal level. The Comstock Act was this law passed in 1873, and among other things, it banned mailing anything associated with abortion. When the Supreme Court legalized abortion nationwide, the Comstock Act was rendered moot. It didn't matter anymore, but Congress never actually repealed it. Now that Roe has been overturned, you have a bunch of conservatives, including J.D. Vance, who are saying now is the time actually to enforce this zombie law that's been on the books for decades that people forgot about, and we should ban anything associated with abortion from being sent in the mail. So that could include not only abortion pills, which are used in the majority of abortions in the US, but it could also mean any medical equipment associated with, surgical abortion, like dilators or speculums.
This is real.
That would effectively mean a nationwide ban on abortion.
Some might say it's economic nationalism. I call it
common sense.
The thing about tariffs is that the president has a lot of unilateral authority to impose them without Congress's will. I'm Eric Levitz, and I write about politics and policy. A tariff is basically a tax on an imported good. Usually the producer passes on the cost of that tax to consumers by charging higher prices to compensate for the tax. Trump's signature proposal on tariffs in the 2024 campaign was a 10% tariff on all foreign imports, regardless of what country they come from and regardless of what kind of good it is, which includes things that the United States cannot possibly produce. There's no tax that you can put on foreign coffee beans that will make it possible to grow them in New England. The general consensus from economists is that this is going to significantly increase prices for Americans, as well as actually potentially undermining American manufacturing. I think that in general, voters tend to be sympathetic to any protectionist trade policy, but I think that in practice, as we've seen in the Biden years, voters are very sensitive to increases in consumer prices. On the other hand, though, this is something that Trump really genuinely seems to believe and hold as a core economic principle, really since the late 1980s.
We let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything. It's not free trade.
Put a 25% tax on products that come into the United States.
He's like, it's not free trade if they're selling to us. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. What is this fucking free trade nonsense? You think that's how this works? This is like international rule-based order, okay? You know, we make the rules, we give the orders, you follow them. That's just how this works. That's not how, you must have been foolish to think, you know, you just do back and forth.
So that means that Trump plausibly could enact this tariff even if a majority of Republicans in Congress do not want him to.
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try.
In any democratic system of government, you need nonpartisan civil servants whose job it is to follow and implement the law. A lot of that stuff is technical, from National Parks Administration to the way the Defense Department is run, to the way that we protect and store our nuclear weapons. Trump doesn't like this. Neutral rules of governance obstruct his ability to govern like a kind of machine politician who uses government as a tool of rewarding his friends and punishing his enemies. That's why he hates what he calls the deep state.
Demolish the deep state. Obliterate the deep state. Dismantle the deep state.
We could be in a world where very swiftly, because there are no legislative guardrails against this, what if the IRS is now a fully political agency and audits start coming in along political lines? Businesses or media organizations that are critical of Trump start being harassed using the tax code as a means of punishing them. Think about everything that you rely on government to do. And now imagine those tasks being bent towards political ends. Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States again. And this time around, we'll make the first time look like child's play.
What is this baby music they got playing? I know it's not the point, but I just realized I didn't even watch a single damn video today from Themasius' playlist. Like, not one. I just locked in.
Let's
from
take
the
a look
jump.
at who the players could be in the new Trump administration.
I mean, I should do the fucking, I should blast off and watch
President
Biden's
Biden
speech.
speaking now at the White House.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you, please. Thank you. Good to see this cabinet and the staff together here. Thank you.
Why does he look so happy? Son of a bitch. Don't smile.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's good to see you all, particularly good to see my granddaughter.
As an American citizen, are you concerned that most of the world dislikes you guys and now your allies, we Australians included, are following the same trend? Or do Americans in general not care about it? I mean, I don't give it's probably good. It's probably healthy. I mean, we own Australia. Australia is like half owned by us and half owned by China. So I don't think that matters that much. But I think ultimately it's not, you know, it's a healthy thing to just not like America. It is healthy. We do a lot of fucked up shit. Just remember to be angry at the right things and not the wrong ones. You know what I mean?
Daughter sitting in the front row here. Hi, Finn. How are you, honey? For over 200 years, America has carried on the greatest experiment in self-government in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole. That's a fact. We're the people. The people vote and choose their own leaders, and they do it peacefully. And we're in a democracy. The will of the people always prevails. Yesterday, I spoke with President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. And I assured him that I'd direct my entire administration.
Yes, suspiciously lucid.
To work with his team to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition. That's what the American people deserve. Yesterday, I also spoke with Vice President Harris. She's been a partner and a public servant. She ran an inspiring campaign, and everyone got to see something that I learned early on to respect so much, her character. She has a backbone like a ramrod. She has great character, true character. She gave her whole heart and effort, and she and her entire team should be proud of the campaign they ran. You know, the struggle for the soul of America, since our very founding, has always been an ongoing debate and still vital today. I know for some people, it's a time for victory, to state the obvious. For others, it's a time of loss. Campaigns are contests of competing visions. The country chooses one or the other. We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your neighbor only when you agree. Something I hope we can do, no matter who you voted for, is see each other not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. Bring down the temperature. I also hope we can lay to rest the question about the integrity of the American electoral system. It is honest, it is fair, and it is transparent. And it can be trusted, win or lose. I also hope we can restore the respect for all our election workers who busted their necks and took risks at the outset. We should thank them. Thank them for staffing voting sites, counting the votes, and protecting the very integrity of the election. Many of them are volunteers who do it simply out of love for their country. And as they did their duty as citizens, I will do my duty as president. I'll fulfill my oath, and I will honor the Constitution. On January 20th, we'll have a peaceful transfer of power here in America. To all our incredible staff, supporters, cabinet members, all the people who've been hanging out with me for the last 4 years, God love you, as my mother would say. Thank you so much. You put so much into the past 4 years. I know it's a difficult time. You're hurting. I hear you and I see you. But don't forget all that we accomplished. It's been a historic presidency. Not because I'm president, because what we've done, what you've done. A presidency for all Americans. Much of the work we've done is already being felt by the American people, but the vast majority of it will not be felt over the next 10 years. We have legislation we passed that's just only now just really kicking in. We're going to see over $1 trillion worth of infrastructure work done, changing people's lives in rural communities and communities that are in real difficulty, because it takes time to get it done. And so much more. It's going to take time. but it's there. The road ahead is clear, assuming we.
Yeah, that's the other lame ass bullshit is that like every goddamn cycle, Democrats like, yeah, they suck, but they'll always do something at least. Like they'll try to like fix whatever the fuck the Republicans broke. And then of course they run a dog shit campaign, never actually message surrounding like any of the good things that they did. And then literally a Republican will come over, dog voter for Trump. Yeah. I mean, and then a Republican will come over and like take a primed economy and just dump it in the fucking tank again. Okay. They'll slam dunk it. But in the 4-year process where they're slam dunking the fucking economy back into the shitter, they'll still benefit from the impact of the prior Democratic administration's policies. Great cycle. It's a good cycle we have. Do you think they'll just stop all the infrastructure projects? No, because no, Republicans are demons. But ultimately, why the fuck would they stop the infrastructure projects? Like that still benefits commerce. No, they'll just stop they'll stop the Democrats from they'll stop the Democrats from actually passing the full comprehensive legislation and then lie to their constituents about how they were on board with it the entire time. I can't get over how well Biden is speaking right now. It's like kind of weird.
Sustain it. There's so much we can get done and will get done based on the way the legislation was passed. And it's truly historic. You know, we're leaving behind the strongest economy in the world. I know people are still hurting, but things are changing rapidly. Together, we've changed America for the better. Now we have 74 days.
What? I hate Trump as much as everyone in here, but that's starting to sound like an echo chamber. Don't stoop to the Republicans' level and claim the election was rigged or anything. Democrats are rolling over, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't devolve in the same behavior as Trumpers. If you can point to a single moment where I've ever said the election was actually stolen in a non-joking, in a serious manner, I'll give you $1 million. Okay? Because for the past 2 days, I've been telling people who keep coming in here to be like, what do you say to like 20 million votes being lost or whatever? I'm like, you're stupid. Like they lost. The Democrats lost. Okay?
Days to finish the term, our term. Let's make every day count. That's the responsibility we have to the American people. Look, folks, you all know it in your lives. Setbacks are unavoidable. But giving up is unforgivable. Setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable.
Evet.
We all get knocked down. But the measure of our character, as my dad would say, is how
get up
quickly
again.
we get back up. Remember.
Never gonna keep me down. That's what my dad used to say. You get knocked down, but you get up again. Never gonna keep me down. That's what my dad said, Jack.
A defeat does.
Private prison stocks on the rise? Yeah, no shit, by the way. Of course, private prison stocks are up on the rise. They have to start immediately creating private detention centers so they can do mass deportation. You can't do mass deportations if you don't have a place to put all the fucking immigrants. So they're going to do private prisons that build the concentration camps. One of the first orders of business for the Trump administration is going to be to reinstitute the private detention centers at the federal level. Really smashed the elite there, guys. Trump's victory adds record $64 billion to the wealth of the richest top 10. God, people are so fucking dumb, dude. Like, it's hard. It's really fucking hard to just look at all this and then remind myself that like tens of millions of people were like, Trump is the anti-establishment candidate. God, fuck.
Does not mean we are defeated. We lost this battle. The America of your dreams is calling for you to get back up. That's the story of America for over 240 years and counting. It's a story for all of us, not just some of us. The American experiment endures. We're going to be okay, but we need to stay engaged. We need to keep going. And above all, we need to keep the faith. I'm so proud to have worked with all of you. I really mean it. I sincerely mean it. God bless you all. God bless America. And may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I just saw a video of Ukrainian soldiers who dressed up a mannequin in a Trump 2024 t-shirt and MAGA hat and beginning to set it on fire. I don't know if this is real, but honestly, I've never been more pro Zelensky in Ukraine like than this very moment. Is that Ryan Ruth? Shit. That's crazy. In a video game? What do you mean? Like, you guys are crazy. It's a mannequin, dude. They're shooting a fucking mannequin. What do you think? That's a real person? Are you all right, buddy? This clip is going to circulate for years. They're shooting a fucking mannequin. What if it was the Unreal Engine? Maybe. He's fucking dead, Hasan. That armless real life person was unduly flamed. Ay, ay, ay. Mr. Key is having his Brad Pitt meme moment. Alan Lichtman's going through it. As soon as I saw his key saying that the economy was good, I knew he was cooked. Wait, that's what one of the keys he turned was that the economy was good? God damn. God damn, my man is so lost in the sauce, dude. All right. Who's on the list of President-elect Donald Trump's transition team? Let's take a look at how much worse shit is going to
who the
get.
players could be in the new Trump administration. Our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, is here with the details. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Michael. Now that he's won the presidency, Donald Trump is turning to the task of...
Fear and clip with agent doing numbers?
YNs in 2024.
Oh, yeah.
I have no clue these words you're saying to
No
me.
one here calls them YNs.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's that YN?
That's like it's a young.
Am I saying something bad?
So technically you said nigga, but you did.
Oh my God! Don't say that! We gotta cut it out! Oh my God!
Well, there, you have your.
Good thing she didn't freak out. How did agent get on this side of Twitch? I thought he meant Wyan like your name. No. Cutie is the whitest woman on the planet. I agree.
Of building an administration, who he will bring to Washington with him, and what they will do.
This time around, Donald Trump is no newcomer. He has his own people who have proved their loyalty.
These people have been incredible.
Sources tell ABC News that among his first actions, Trump plans to fire FBI Director Chris Wray and to get rid of the career.
They had a $1 billion budget. They ran the exact campaign Drew, Destiny, and Brianna Wu all wanted, and they completely ate shit, and it's somehow our fault. The priority for liberals right now must be to punch left, completely fucking purge these useless, mentally ill communists and jihadist R words from the coalition. It is literally their entire fault we lost. Fuck them forever. No motion on this guy. Fucking, that's a fuck Hasan post. And it's got 2.6 thousand likes, bro. Ian Miles Chong would do better, you fucking dingus. Also, what do you mean we, dumbass? You're Australian. Fuck you mean we, bitch. Is satire? Look at the flags. No, this guy's a real person. I like that you guys said it's satire. Someone looked at his account and was like, it's gotta be satire. It's not. He is that fucking, he is that stupid, bro. He literally, car crash victim. Oh. Drew Pavlo yells with his dad.
Make sure that I can do. Fucking profile low, okay? Before you don't get a fucking job. I don't care about a job. I'm just trying. Fucking bullshit! I'm not paying for you to live your life, dickhead. I'm fighting for what's right. That's why. Just keep your fucking profile down before you won't get hired by anybody. I don't care about the school line. I'm going to. Who's gonna pay for you for Andrew? I'm gonna be fine. I'm protesting tomorrow. I'm protesting tomorrow, and I make my own money through
There's no way this is real, right?
tutoring. Thanks. Bye.
There's no way he's this pathetic. Hassan Piker discovers the other propagandists got paid. That's so crazy that like this was me having a moment of weakness, I'll admit, on camera, something that I regret. I should have never shown emotion when talking to my Shireen Abu Akleh. And these fucking dipshits at the time, these like pro-Israel dipshits were like literally fucking joking about it, making fun of me for it. And now they still use that. Drew said that he regretted condemning Friendly Jordy's firebombing because he called Drew fat. Oh, you shouldn't have told me that. Okay, everybody. We might be engaging in a Hasan Abi engages in fat phobia, but tactical zone. Okay, now that I know it hurts him, I might be calling him a fat Australian pig. I'm just saying, this is tactical fat phobia. Wee woo, okay? Just saying, he is a fucking asshole. Tactical fat phobia. You used to be fat, so you get a pass? Yeah. Agreed. They're brainwashing our youth with terrorist propaganda. The libs are coming in hot with all the fresh code we ordered. Yeah, they fucking kicked me out of the DNC. This guy's so stupid. Did that chatter just say you're fat at heart, so it's okay? Probably, but it's true. Yeah, the thing is, like, Drew is really. I mean, it feels like you're making fun of someone with an intellectual disability. Drew Paolo loves to bitch and moan about how, despite having prosperous cities, many areas of the country are. Okay, dude. All right. Enough. Bro, speaking like you were on the campaign trail, I know. Is it making a list of things you get a pass on is what started Ethan going rabbit on you? Yeah, Ethan's going to cancel me for perceived fat phobia against a guy who calls me a mentally ill communist and jihadist R word. Because you're like, I can't believe you did fat phobia, you fucking sick fuck. Which I didn't even do. Saying I was going to do it, but I'm not going to do it. Because I have principles. How can they physically purge leftists more? Yeah, Drew's like, they should kick him out of the DNC. All right. Do all the negative comments ever wear on you? Fuck no.
Prosecutors who worked on the criminal cases against him. Trump's also made it clear he will fire special counsel Jack Smith, who brought those 44 charges against him. The special counsel, however, will probably be gone before Trump is sworn in. Sources tell ABC News Smith is in active talks with DOJ leadership about ending both his cases. Sources tell ABC Trump's transition team has already started preparing pardons for those convicted of charges related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. As Trump begins the process of choosing who will serve in his White House and his cabinet, he's already made it clear 2 people he wants involved.
A star is born, Elon. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he came in.
Both Elon Musk and Robert F. Kennedy have been huddling with Trump at Mar-a-Lago since election night.
That's it's so bad. Aside from like the metric ton of harm that these dipshits are going to cause, it's also some of the worst villains, dude. Like, and like the least cool people. Like, there is no redeemable quality. At least with Trump, there's like a redeemable quality in how telegenic and funny he can be sometimes when he's not trying. There is nothing for JD. Like, JD doesn't have a single fucking redeeming quality. Okay? And neither does Elon Musk. Nor RFK. I mean, I guess RFK can be kind of funny too sometimes. But like, RFK is fine. Like, I think like RFK gets a pass because his entire existence is pain, I think. Do you think RFK will last long? No, I think his pet crow is going to eat him. His pet crow is going to be like, I smelled a worm inside of your brain. I must reach it. And they're going to pick at his skull. That's because he can't. RFK is the type of dude that can't die normal. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to pass in a normal way, one night while he's sleeping. You know, he's going to die in like a old fashioned, like the way that someone dies that you read about in a book from like the 12th century. Okay. I don't think, it's not even I wasn't even thinking about the Kennedy curse. The Kennedy curse is him being alive. Okay. Like, that entire family is damned. And it's not necessarily just like, the fact that all the Kennedys have been killed, but also that the one remaining like publicly visible Kennedy is RFK. That is a perma curse on the family. That's like, he's probably actually locking out the rest of the generational Kennedys from dying to weird shit, specifically by staying alive because, whichever power that cursed the entire lineage is like, damn, this is a fate worse than death. You know what I mean? Is RFK actually going to fuck up our healthcare? And if so, is there any way to stop him? Well, I mean, it's already fucked up. There's a wave of racist texts being sent to black students all over the country, sending them to plantations. The FBI had to release a statement on X. Yeah.
Elon Musk spent over $100 million to help Trump win. Trump has talked about having the tech billionaire run a new Department of Government Efficiency, pledging to slash $2 trillion from the federal budget.
We can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah! Musk recently said implementing such major spending cuts, quote, necessarily involves some temporary hardship, but it will ensure long-term prosperity.
Your money is being wasted, and the
One day when RFK inevitably passes, scientists will try to figure out how he died, and they literally will not be able to figure it out. They'll be like, it could have been 700 different reasons, okay? Like, it could have been the brain worm that never went away, you know what I mean? Like, it could be so many things. It could be his pet crows, they killed him. It could be a swarm of ladybugs that entered his cavities. It could be one of his like psychotic fucking quote unquote cures.
The Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
It's going to fix that.
And Trump says Kennedy, who has controversial
this motherfucker. God damn it, dude. Bad people keep winning. Fuck.
Views on vaccines will be given wide leeway over public health.
I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines.
Robert Kennedy Jr. built his career.
I'm going to let him wild on medicines.
As an environmental activist and lawyer, but Trump has been absolutely clear that there is one thing that he won't let Kennedy touch, and that is oil. With his promise to drill, baby, drill, Trump says Kennedy will play no role whatsoever in environmental or energy policy. George.
How about Ivanka and Jared? Are they coming back?
Totally unclear.
He's like, I'm not letting that fucking goddamn liberal anywhere near the good shit, okay? Nowhere near the shit that he has like spent his whole life working on. I'm gonna sick him on all the rabid shit that he hates. Only the bad stuff, none of the good, okay? Because like, well, to be fair, as an environmental lawyer, like I think he has spent decades fighting for environmental protections, fighting for like tribal land and water, natural water resources and stuff like that. But when he was running, he literally was like, capitalism is gonna save the environment. I was like, oh, dude, you're such a fucking asshole. Benny Johnson
called for lava to rain down from the heavens, but maybe upon Washington, D.C. Would you be that sweet red hot lava for us?
I've never been called sweet, and you call me Sweet Ginger, so I think I meant Ben. During my 3-week reign of terror as Trump acting attorney general, before I get chased out of town with my Trump pardon, I will reign.
Yeah, no, the silver lining that you're mentioning is correct. Like, every single person that is in the cabinet is going to inevitably crash out. They are all going to have very public, very dramatic falling outs with Donald Trump. So at least we have that to look forward to, because they're all such odious little gremlins that it's impossible, with a penchant for drama, that it's impossible for that cabinet to remain stable. I think RFK goes after McDonald's or something, or even accidentally says he's going to do something about McDonald's, and Trump, clamps him. He's just like, you're done. Don't get the fuck out of the Oval Office. Mr. President, the Diet Cokes that you're drinking have microphallocytes, something I just made up right now on the spot, and it has a tendency to actually make your ears smaller and then inevitably kill you. And then Trump was like, get the fuck out of the White House right now. Right now. I never want to see you again. RFK, you're fired.
In hell on Washington, D.C. We've talked about this, Ben. I have 5 lists ready to go, and they're growing. List number 1, we're going to fire. We're going to fire a lot of people in the executive branch and the deep state.
Damn, sounds a lot like Project 2025, man. That's weird because if I recall, Trump kept saying he's not going to do Project 2025, and I'm the dumbest guy in America, so I believed him. What? That's crazy. Seems crazy. What? But Trump said he wouldn't do Project 2025.
Number 2, we're going to indict. We're going to indict Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and James Biden and every other scumball.
James Biden? They're going to indict James Biden. Fuck did he do? He's just Joe Biden's brother. We're going to indict Jill Biden. That's right. Free James. Fuck it, dude. School walkout. School walkout. Free James Biden. He didn't do nothing. He's got a fat one. That's it.
Sleazeball Biden, except for the 5-year-old granddaughter who they refused to acknowledge for 5 years.
Damn, the only one that's not getting indicted is the 5-year-old granddaughter of Joe Biden. At least she got saved. Okay, good. I don't know how you're indicting a 5-year-old anyway. So, I mean, I'm on board. Like, don't promise me, don't threaten me with a good time. You know what I mean? Like, damn, can you imagine all the Bidens go to jail? That'd be sick.
Years until the political pressure got to Joe Biden. Number 3, we're going to deport. We're going to deport a lot of people, 10 million people and growing, anchor babies, their parents, their grandparents. We're going
to chill. Okay. Fucking calm down. All right. All right. Hey, and their parents? What do you mean? Now, wait a minute now. Okay. Wait a fucking minute. Hold on. This is great. Fuck this country, bro. Suck my dick. We're gonna take the anchor babies out. We're gonna deport them. First of all, if you start talking about anchor babies, which are, American citizens, okay, you're talking not about like 20 million people. You're now officially adding on like an extra 10 million on top. Okay. I'm just saying, like, you're like, yeah, we're going to do 30 million, 40 million people. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, how? What are you? We're just going to deport everyone, dog. Fuck it. Like, literally, we're just going to deport everybody until there's just nobody left. It's just Donald Trump and like 8 people. Very weird policy. They were like, they're doing the Adolf Hitler didn't go far enough method, right? Where they've just decided everyone's deported, actually. Turns out they're doing land back. They're giving it to the natives. They're like, nah, everyone's deported.
Put kids in cages. It's going to be glorious. We're going to.
Wait, what?
People, 10 million people and growing, anchor babies, their parents, their grandparents. We're going to put kids in cages. It's going to be glorious. We're going to detain a lot of people in the D.C. Gulag and Gitmo. And list number 5, I'm going to recommend a lot of pardons. Every January 6th defendant is going to get a pardon, especially my hero Horn Man, he is definitely at the top of the party list.
We actually went out and have some upcoming content with Jacob Chansley. We did a podcast interview with him. Went out into the desert. We wanted to learn about shamanism, so we went out into the desert with him. We'll be releasing that video pretty soon, actually.
Brother, what the fuck? Benny Johnson linked to Russian disinfo with Mike Davis, possible Trump attorney general. There ain't no fucking way this is like gonna be Trump's attorney general, dude. There is no what? Like, is this Republican humor? Is he serious? Yes, Benny Johnson, famously not gay, okay? Don't ever say that he's gay. It's not weird that he's no longer allowed to travel without his wife being there, okay? It's just sometimes when you go to a hotel, you book only one bedroom, you accidentally book a bed, and it's a twin bed, okay? It's not a queen, so you have to lay in bed with another man. It's fine. Abraham Lincoln did it too, okay? Benny Johnson, don't say he's gay. Don't say gay. Benny Johnson, not gay. What? Trump's opponents attempt to bankrupt him for non-fraud and imprison him for non-crimes. Non-crimes. This guy's a fucking, like, a part of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and he's saying shit like non-crimes. If I tell ICE I'm from Japan, would they deport me there? Maybe. And take off his head. Now they want unity. Fuck them. Let's unify them in prison.
And I think you'll like it.
These guys are such dildos, dude. Ugh.
You know, they said that they weren't going to be part of a second Trump administration. They said that a long time ago, but it is notable that they were both there in...
Yeah, I'm an illegal immigrant from China, sir. Please deport me to Shenzhen right now. Remember, all cabinet members need to go through the Senate and get voted on and can be blocked or not approved. A few senators, when pressed, already got squeamish about RFK killing the FDA and letting corpse put sawdust in cereal again. They might not want that on their record. Lib Deshter. Aw. Aw. Lib Deshter. Remember how hopeful you were about the fucking Michigan suburbs? I think you're exhibiting that same level of hopium right now if you think that the Republican Senate is not going to be instantly whipped by Donald Trump. Did you forget what happened when he was president? Like, he would literally... Hey, you can think I'm insane. I'm sharing only that there's a confirmation process and one president has ever gotten 100% of their cabinet picks. Brother, you are talking about... Remember earlier, I don't know if you were in here. Remember earlier when I was talking about like, oh, well, you know, trying to take away birthright citizenship like is unconstitutional. And then I stopped myself because I remembered that that doesn't matter anymore. Okay? And that's kind of the energy you have to have in terms of like what Trump gets to do. If you think personally that like Donald Trump is not going to whip every single Republican congressperson to do whatever his desires are, especially the Senate, you're crazy. He will literally either bully them from the bully pulpit, or if they don't stand down, he will sick his rabid attack dogs on them. He will straight up be like, okay, well then, you know, Proud Boys, stand back, stand by, no longer standing. Go kill the fucking senator. Go fucking firebomb his house. Yeah. Remember when the libs were like, but the parliamentarian. Yeah, none of that shit.
In West Palm Beach when he had his victory celebration. In terms of the rest of the family, as you know, Eric and Don Jr. both had significant roles in the campaign, advising his father, their father, on the campaign. Obviously, Laura Trump, Eric's wife, was involved. We don't know if they're going to play a role, but we do know this. Melania Trump is already making plans to staff up the office of the First Lady. She will be going back to the White House, and she's talking with the transition team about what her staff looks like.
John Carl, thanks very much.
From college campuses to urban voting lines, a sizable shift red from one of the most reliably blue voting blocks. President-elect
My lib dad is already saying Trump will be tied up in the courts and not get anything done. Is a sentiment I've heard from many libs is cope. I don't know what the ideological makeup of the lower courts looks like at this stage, but there is a route, okay? It's called Northern Texas. You take anything through there, and it's going straight to the fucking top, okay? Anything and everything that you have issues with, just take it to fucking Texas and then let it ride all the way to the Supreme Court. Okay? And we all know what the ideological makeup of the current Supreme Court looks like. That's it. That's fucking it, baby. Yeah, automatic 6-3W, no matter what. They won't even read shit. They'll just be like, what? What do you want? Okay, that's great, sir. You're the God King. Bro, this Supreme Court literally added additional protections for him to do illegal shit. And he wasn't even president. Joe Biden was president, which means Joe Biden could take advantage of the fucking thing that the Supreme Court gave the office of the presidency. But they knew that he was too pussy to do shit. You know who's not too pussy to try shit? This fucking asshole. Cooked. I think people are not understanding. Like, they're still trying to cope. The Senate parliamentarian will stop Trump. Trump will kill the Senate parliamentarian. Okay? Normally, in the past, the Republicans have very successfully, under the Cheney administration, just fired the Senate parliamentarian. Trump will walk up to the Senate and fucking dome the Senate parliamentarian in front of everybody and go, get a new one. Saddam Hussein style, okay? He's going to walk up there with a fucking revolver and just dome the Senate parliamentarian. It's just not even a thing. And he'll walk up, blow the fucking smoke off the barrel of the gun and go, it's presidential business.
Trump cutting deeply into first-time voters and the youth vote.
There's always a lesser of two evils, and the things that he stands for are better than the things that Kamala stands for.
According to NBC News exit polls, among first-time voters, Trump carried 56%. That's a 24% bump from the last election. For first-time voting men, Trump's share jumped to 63%. And while Harris underperformed...
Wait. He got 2024 56% first-time voters. In 2020, he got 32%. Oh, my God.
Trump carried 56%.
God damn, his fucking turnout is crazy. And he doesn't even have good ground game. It's just nuts, dude. You know your guessing happened for real, right? I mean, he's not going to actually kill the Senate parliamentarian. That'd be crazy.
That's a 24% bump from the last election. For first-time voting men...
Oh, first-time voting men, 63%. Fucking Trump, 35% Harris. God damn, dude. Holy moly. I know everybody's like, oh, they're just misogynistic, but like, this isn't just misogyny, okay? This is like... Oof. Oof. Oof.
Trump's share jumped to 63%. And while Harris underperformed with voters under 30, Trump gained compared to 2020.
Democratic candidate at 60%. with voters under 30. Joe Biden got 60% of the voters under 30. In 2024, Harris only got 54, and Trump got 43%.
The biggest driver for Gen Z, the economy.
I believe his plan was really good. And, I trust what he did for 4 years. He did a great job.
Bitch, you were 14 at the tail end. He has no plan, brother. You were 12 in the beginning. Or not even 12. You were 10 in the beginning and 14 by the end of it. Ugh. Oh, God. Literal baby, dude. You were going goo goo gaga. You were probably in my fucking chat learning things that you shouldn't have been learning during COVID.
And I believe he's going to do an even better job for these next 4.
And in the lines of student voters at universities like Arizona State, one topic came up again and again. Donald Trump's 3-hour appearance on the popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience.
Can you imagine Kamala doing this show?
I could imagine her doing this show.
Should be laying on the floor.
She was supposed to do it, and she might still do it, and I hope she does. I wouldn't try to interview her. I just try to have a conversation with her and hopefully get to know her as a human being.
The Harris campaign never sitting down for that interview, while Trump and his allies capitalized.
I said it. I said that she should have done it. She would have sucked at it, but it would have been good to do it regardless, or at least send fucking Tim Walz or Bernie Sanders and Tim Walz. Fuck, dude. Oh, I can't believe it. It's just like sounds so stupid that I'm just like, oh, you should have gone on the Joe Rogan Experience, but like, she should have. She actually should have. I'm telling you, the entire manosphere is pro-Trump. I know, dude. I know. You think I don't know that? They all fucking hate me. I know. And their fans, their little fucking shithead fans also hate me. I know. Why do you think that shit pops off on fucking Twitter? Because every goddamn groiper that's like 14 to 18 is like, yeah, I fucking hate that guy. He's gay, dude. He's gay. I've never touched a boob in my life, and I probably never will because I'm fucking utterly repulsive to my female classmates. But you know, that guy's gay. I know. I see it all the fucking time. They're all watching fucking Kick. You're fucking gay, bro. You're a soy boy. It's like I'm a 33-year-old man, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Hillary didn't go to Michigan, became Kamala, didn't go to Joe Rogan. Yes, because we are devolving. Also, no, Kamala did way more mistakes than just not going on Joe Rogan. There needs to be a better strategy for communicating on the economy with Manosphere. They're all business bros. Yeah, I mean, I have plans. Don't worry. I'm just going to go on all the fucking Manosphere podcasts and just start talking to them. And not be a fucking odious, repulsive little freak in the process. Some of them are actual grown-ass men unironically saying Lazan is so embarrassing. Yeah.
For some students, it made all the difference.
It was mainly the Joe Rogan podcast because, you know, you have the interviewer asking like unbiased questions, real questions that are coming from viewers, and they answer it genuinely heart to heart.
Trump also tapping into often politically overlooked but closely knit male networks, UFC fans, sports betting communities, and Elon Musk's 200 million followers.
And unlike elections in the past, this time the great technological disruptor wasn't just podcasts or TikToks. It was the legalization of betting market apps that allowed people to put money on Trump and then today cash in on the election. Lester?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
President Biden, though, planning to address the nation this morning after speaking with Trump and offering a meeting at the White House. Vice President Harris also speaking with Trump before giving her concession speech hours after the race was called.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign, the fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. That is a fight I will never give up.
Robert Charles is a former Assistant Secretary of State for President George W. Bush and a former Naval Intel officer, and joins us now. Robert, good morning. It's great to see you as always. So a lot of changes, of course, over the past 24 hours. Donald Trump is now working on his cabinet with the transition team. You had Kamala Harris making that concession speech yesterday, and President Biden is expected to speak today. So where do you think things stand right now, and what does the future hold?
You know, it's morning in America, to borrow a phrase from Ronald Reagan. I really think that what we've watched here.
I like that both Fox News and MSNBC and, CNN, virtually every news outlet that speaks to people over the age of like 50 is saying the exact same thing, that the Kamala Harris campaign threw because of some nonsense they just made up, that like they threw because they were too pro woke. They threw because they were saying Latinx all the time and saying how gay they are and how they're going to make everybody gay. I don't know.
Is a triumph of common sense and accountability over extreme rhetoric and honestly extreme behavior. And I think what we're looking at here is an opportunity. I heard the word reset recently, and I think that's exactly right. An opportunity for the average American to begin to play a role again, and for the government to be limited. And really, that's what our Constitution is all about. I listened to Kamala Harris's speech, and I thought, gosh, if you could only have put meaning and reality behind those words. Freedom and free markets mean that people have individual liberties. Those are honored and respected, and the markets are allowed to be largely free and modestly regulated. And frankly, that's all Americans want. They want to return to the things that they love and frankly, that they cherish.
But Bobby, we cannot ignore the fact that the Democrat blame game has begun. It is in full swing. New York Congressman Richie Torres posting on X, quote, "There's a lot more to lose than there is to gain politically from pandering to a far left," to your point, Bobby, "that is more representative of Twitter, Twitch, TikTok than it is of the real world. The working class is not buying the ivory towered nonsense that the far left is selling." Time magazine highlighting this. There's plenty of blame to go around, but most of the finger pointing hasn't been aimed at Harris, who ran a truncated campaign that was generally well regarded.
Fuck Richie Torres. Wait, did he mention Twitch? Oh my God, he did. He's such a delusional scumbag, dude. Nobody knows what Twitch is, dumbass.
Re-election bid that set the stage for an across-the-board failure. I know we only have a 1-hour show, but where did the Democrats go wrong, Bobby? Was it the far-left push? Was it Joe Biden staying in the race too long? Some combination? What say you?
Well, I think honestly, Todd, they were averting reality from beginning to end. Their policies, as you pointed out a moment ago, are the real failure, right? They didn't support law enforcement, which means they didn't support public safety. They opened the border, which means they put every single state and every citizen in every state at risk. I don't know what the long-range strategy was there, and we can guess at it, but it was a failure. They literally shut down big chunks of our energy sector, which drove inflation through the roof. I'm up here in Maine. My fuel bill, my heating bill the year after they came to power doubled. So the reality is people just are not going to let arrogance in power dominate their world. And they love their freedoms. They're simple freedoms. They love the idea that America is a place where the American dream can thrive. And, I just wrote a book called Cherish America.
House, genuine question. I'm a Howard student, and everyone's talking about how Kamala lost because people hate black women. While I agree that it hurt her chances with many, I strongly agree. I strongly agree that it was a messaging and policy issue. Do I just need to hold my tongue? Pick your battles. I think people are really emotional right now, understandably. The question I always have is, well, first of all, you're correct. Someone said motherfucker misspelled Harvard. No, dumbass. Howard. Howard is a school. It's a HBCU. God, this chat is so fucking white. Anyway, a lot of people are very emotional right now. So yeah, it's also not just any HBCU. It's the school that Kamala Harris went to, but that's besides the point. The thing I would say is, the question I always ask people when they repeat that to me is, okay, what's the solution? Like, we all understand that this is definitely a significant hurdle to overcome, but it can be overcome, right? And the point is, like, you can out message that. You can overcome that with good policies and be charismatic, right? Barack Obama did that to a certain degree. He wasn't a black woman, but he was a black man with a middle name Hussein. So close to the war on terror, right? Or he can do it, it can happen. And also, the other side of this question is like, okay, well, America is a misogynist, racist nation. Like, so what? We just can't run a black woman ever again? Like, what's the argument there, right? I feel like that second question, if you ask your friends, especially Howard, will possibly cause them to reconsider their position. Does that make sense? Like, if you ask them, like, yeah, America is misogynistic, America is definitely racist, does that mean we just can't have, like, we should just never run a black woman ever again? I don't think that's a solid idea. I don't think it's a solid argument. But yeah, I wouldn't just, I don't know. I wouldn't get into too many arguments right now, because obviously there are, I mean, the emotions are high. So you just got to manage it. Also, outside of that, another thing that you can say is that, you know, Mexico, which has a, just say you don't want to get canceled. What? Yeah, just tell them you don't want to get canceled for revealing your thoughts. No, the other thing is Mexico. Mexico is femicide. Mexico has issues with, obviously, misogyny, and yet they elected not only a woman, but a Jewish woman in a country with a 98% Catholic population, right? So clearly, it's always on the kitchen, Mom. It's always on this corner. So she was able to overcome that. Are you implying bad policy is what did Kamala in? Yes. I'm not even implying that. I'm saying that openly. Yes. bad messaging, bad policy, not separating from Joe Biden. Yeah. These are all very important aspects of the campaign. Leaving Gaza on the table, not even communicating to the humanity of fucking Arabs and shit. It was so stupid. It's unimaginably stupid. What a stupid, idiotic fucking thing to do. And all these stupid idiots who fucking agree with a whole bunch of those policies on the liberal side that want to maintain their fucking dumbass careers are right now running to every fucking outlet they can to point the finger at like woke. To point the finger of blame at like everything but themselves. That's all they're doing. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious what's happening. And yet, nobody's checking them. Nobody's saying shit. And I fucking hate it. And it's additionally insulting when you have Fox News also repeating the exact same sentiment because the sentiment is originally coming from the right.
America, and it's all about American heroes who make the American dream real. And the bottom line is there is an opportunity for people now of every demographic, of every age, of every race to do the things that they think God gave them the power to do, and not to be told by the government that they have to do something else or that they can't do what they were born to do.
Yeah, well, the concession speech has been made. President Biden has invited Trump to the White House. Very interesting to be a fly on the wall in that room. Maybe there will be cameras.
Libs are Delulu. They think Pete Buttigieg is too gay and couldn't win when he's straighter than J.D. Vance and Ben Shapiro. While I agree with that, I don't want Pete Buttigieg to be the fucking candidate. So I don't care. Yeah, liberals are being homophobic and dumb about Pete Buttigieg, and I'm just going to let it slide. Okay, sorry. No disrespect to the gays in here, but like, I'm letting that shit slide. If liberals want to be like weirdly homophobic and say, oh man, Pete Buttigieg, he's so gay, I'm not going to correct them, okay? Normally I would. All right? Normally I would. Under other circumstances, I certainly would. I'm with you, okay? We ride at dawn. But for Pete, I don't want that fucking CIA ass La Rata anywhere near the presidency, okay? Nowhere near. What's up with being so against a few Democrats who have an actual chance to win a White House? Newsom, Buttigieg, kind of curious. Pete Buttigieg is exactly the same thing as J.D. Vance. When you see a guy like Pete with his fucking khakis and his tucked in shirt and his rolled up sleeves come to your fucking Rust Belt neighborhood, you know the mine is shutting down, okay? Layoffs are about to happen. That's a carpetbagger, okay? He is literally the small town destroyer, okay? He plays so well to liberals who are slammed to the fucking television. They love him. And that is precisely why he will fucking lose. He is a consultant through and through. He is exactly like J.D. Vance. He's exactly like J.D. Vance. Pete Buttigieg literally fixed bread prices in Canada. Don't make me fucking play the New York Times clip. Gavin Newsom is also an amoral, sociopathic demon that feeds himself with the blood of the poor. Okay? I live under his protectorate. I live in California Oblast. And let me tell you, that's Mr. Veto right there. Californians every election cycle, until this past one, where we became increasingly more reactionary, would regularly vote by massive margins to like institute full-blown communism, okay? Every fucking ballot measure is like, do you want to do full communism and no more private property? Californians would be like, yes, I want that shit. And then that asshole would be like, nothing we can do. Sorry. No fucking housing projects. Sorry. I'm telling you right now, that's a diabolical demon. He already looks like a fucking B movie straight to DVD release, or maybe like a video game president, okay? I don't want neither of these sociopathic neoliberals who know how to wheel and deal and talk good on television anywhere near the fucking presidency. I want to die in the wool, salt of the earth guy that has a good track record of passing successfully progressive legislation. Okay? I don't give a fuck how old they are. I don't give a fuck how not charismatic they are. That's what I want. I want someone that's earnest. I want someone that's honest. And I want someone who can portray themselves as an honest fighter for the working class. And Pete Buttigieg and motherfucking Gavin Newsom, I call him Newscum, are not that. They are so far removed from that. I don't want no fucking Patrick Bateman just because he does well on Fox News debating the least charismatic person on the planet, Ron DeSantis. Okay? Also, besides that, the rest of the country does not have a very positive view of California. The number one campaign ad against Gavin Newsom would be, don't California the rest of this country, you fucking piece of shit. And it would be over. It would be over before it started. So no, I don't want any of these fucking neoliberal dipshits that have no interest in anything but maintaining power and doing business as usual politics anywhere near the top office. Yeah, okay, Jared Polis is not going to run. Like, come on, dude. Talk about a Twitter candidate, okay? People are like, real life is not Twitter. Real life is not Twitter. Jared Polis is the most like armchair urbanist fucking neoliberal person out there, okay? You can never have a guy with the nuclear launch codes who has ever fucking moderated a subreddit, okay? Get the fuck out of here. The only thing he's good at is like, he is pro-immigration. Like that's the one valid thing. Everything else sucks. He's so fucking ass. He is a straight up libertarian. The only good thing he's done as a governor is open up Colorado for migrants. And he's done that. And I give credit where credit is due. Okay. Everything else is ass. J.B. Pritzker, maybe. Gretchen Whitmer, if she has changed her ways. She does have ancestral lineage in big pharma. Okay. But she's got real solid fundamentals. Okay. Big Gretch, Mama Gretch. Solid fundamentals. Great campaign strategies. Objectively very popular. The one area where Big Gretch is bad is big pharma and, healthcare. Hasan, please stop. Wait, what? Why? Why am I stopping? The thing is, the talent pool for the Democratic Party is pretty good. Like, there's a lot of good young talent out there. Gretchen's fucking terrible. The only reason she ran for office is she was personally recruited by Blue Cross CEO. I don't think Gretchen's terrible. I do think that, look, you're never gonna convince me that a person that's like, we gotta fix the fucking potholes is a bad governor. Okay? That's solid fundamentals. She got good ball game. But she has a gaping weakness in terms of her close associations with the health industry, healthcare industry. Okay, she is big time in the pocket for she's big time in the pocket for private health insurance, and I think that she was astroturfed by health insurance lobbying. No, I know. I'm saying I'm saying that Gretchen Whitmer, if she were to take that ball game and her capabilities of reading the room to a national stage, if she were to just simply go pro Medicare for all, she would be one of the best chances that the Democrats have. Do you disagree? Obviously, she probably would never do that because she does have close ties to the CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield in Michigan. And beyond that, she is... If Gretchen Whitmer came out and was like, I'm in the tank for Medicare for all, I want universal health care, she would be a very well-rounded, solid-ass candidate. Do you not agree? Man is the Lulu. I'm saying if that doesn't happen, she's not. She's ass. She's still better than fucking Pete Buttigieg. Her dad was a Blue Cross CEO. Okay, we're working within the confines of the Democratic talent pool right now. We should pick an actual leftist is like, yeah, no shit. I agree, but I'm saying likely candidates. Do you think Waltz is a shot? I think Waltz would be great. But I really didn't like how he operated when the campaign whipped him up. Anyone who is that focused and supported by terrible lobbies is a no-go for me. I agree. I understand where you're coming from. I don't disagree with you at all. I completely agree with you. What? I know it sounds flippant, but I mean it sincerely, and I actually think it's pretty obvious if you're being honest with yourself, but a lot of people undoubtedly came out to vote for Trump in huge numbers because he's one charismatic, two controversial, three a celebrity. So for the love of God, Jon Stewart, oh my God. Oh, this is... Oh my God. Tim Walz would be great too. But I'm not exactly too certain of how he would operate when it comes to foreign policy, which is clearly not a strong suit. And he was very easily convinced. That's what a lack of materials analysis does to a motherfucker. I agree. Definitely. I love Kyle. I just disagree with this position. God, liberals are unsavable, dude. Unsalvageable. Not to say that Kyle is a liberal, but like, Waltz was very good on foreign policy when he was in Congress. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Tim Waltz, when the boss call was made, was objectively very bad on foreign policy. Do you see what I mean? I was very hopeful about Tim Waltz. I was very excited. But then the boss call came in and he's like, first strike Iran, I'm there with you. Oh. He literally went, oh. Nuclear first strike on Iran? Well, I like that. That's the Minnesota way, don't you know? That's what he said. Bomb Iran. Oh. Not good. Not good at all. I know his heart, it looked like his heart wasn't in it, but still. That to me shows that he's, he's willing to compromise like that. I mean, down to the fucking immigration stuff. The immigration stuff was dog shit. He knew it was dog shit. He didn't have a good way to message around it. And he would just be like, oh, well, the vice president has prosecuted transnational gangs, don't you know? Oh, I'm Tim Waltz. Do you want a hot dog? Wouldn't it be nice if we made concentration camps at the border instead of the Republicans? It shit hurt me. I still love him, but like, can you not destroy my home country? So yeah. This is anti-Midwest racism. Yes, I'm referring to this Tim Waltz. This is the Tim Waltz that we saw when they were like, how hard would you genocide the Iranian population with nukes? It was like, oh, I got caught. Has anything major been quietly happening in Gaza as the election went down? Yes, they've completed their full tilt genocide of North Gaza and are now saying that Gazan population cannot return. The Gazan population that was displaced is not going to be able to return to North Gaza. They've just been fully fucking wiping out northern Gaza every day, 100 at a time. People on Twitter are coming to your conclusions way too late. They're not. They're not coming to my conclusions. They're fucking too worried about shit that the Kamala Harris campaign didn't do. That's their own personal pet project. I think they also passed a law to deport Israeli Palestinian citizens today. I'll support whoever has the most left-wing program and some charisma. We'll see who it is. I think AOC is underrated by online leftists, rightly so, after she let herself get duped on the ceasefire lie. Yeah. She also has so much she has too many negatives associated with her on the national stage. Like Republicans have been mercilessly and relentlessly attacking her nonstop. And I don't think she's that good under pressure. Like, she might cook. We'll see. But she really has to, one, not fucking touch any of the online shit and just do the damn thing. Okay? Bernie was insulated from idiotic left garbo because he's 800 years old and has a fucking landline. Okay? AOC is entirely too tapped in and sees everything you say about her. And then, not just that, she also responds to it. And I don't like that at all. Look at what AMLO did. He streamed every day and people watched it and loved him. No, that's fine. AMLO is a fucking also 70-year-old man who believes in wood elves. He wasn't reading the fucking comments on his live streams, dog. That's my problem. My problem is you can't ever fucking take anything that anyone ever says online seriously. Okay? You just can't do that. Oh yeah, reading the chat would be fucking terrible. But that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not even just reading the chat. She responds to cynical criticisms, some of which are valid, but like way too fucking exaggerated all the time. And she should never do that. I'm not saying she shouldn't have an online presence. She should. That's a really good thing. She's also very approachable. That's also a very good thing. But the reality is, it's the fucking shortest ticket to becoming radicalized and hating every aspect of the left by just like listening and taking into serious consideration people being like, you're the worst person I've ever seen in my life. You know? Like, you cannot do that. It's the easiest way to become a meme. And you know, there's a level of offering yourself up to the population, but you can't have so much access that you'll let them get to you. I know this from my own personal experience. Like, I am a very accessible, very visible, prominent left-wing person online. I get yelled at all the fucking time, you know? Sin Omin, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Yeah, people were asking what happened in Israel. Israel passes law to deport relatives of attackers, including citizens. What about Greg Kazar? Love Greg. Brilliant guy. Let's see if he becomes the leader of the Progressive Caucus first. A problem with the Hassan Piker as a leftist Rogan is that he's a fan of Rogan's biggest product. The right-wing comedians in his orbit. Hassan defended Shane Gillis from racism accusations, said he was funny, said that Theo Vaughn and Tim Dillon are funny too, already ceded big ground. That's so fucking awesome. Yeah, I want to... Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm the best guy, dumbass, and not you, whatever the fuck loser you are. Stop sending me 38 likes, dude. Why are you linking this shit? Greg is very new and untested nationally, but I love him. He's great. Look, man, anyone that comes from a fucking solid working class background like that is good in my book. All right. Anyway. I'm done for today, folks. I'm tired. It's only 9 hours, I know. Half day. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we got Rashida Tlaib in the building. Well, not in the building, but I'm going to have her on, I think, the stream tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken. I'm going to have Estad Herndon of the New York Times and also potentially Asida Nwanevu as well. So a lot of guests tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. You already know what it is.
There he is again, Hasan Street.